Chapter 2287. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was roaming around in jewel-yellow skies. She looked at the distant primordial domain, as well as Feng Yuan's will above it, and fell into hesitation. Should I transact with Feng Yuan as well? During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had been cultivating in the depths of Earth Trench, risking her life to explore. There were often immemorial desolate beasts roaming around underground. There were all sorts of fortuitous encounters amidst the risks. During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had collected many immortal materials, and also discovered many natural resource points, most of which were Earth Path. Refining immortal goo is too difficult. If I can borrow Feng Yuan's strength, it will definitely be of great help to me. Bai Ningbing was gradually moved. According to her understanding of Feng Yuan would basically agree to her request. But Bai Ningbing had her misgivings. On one hand, she could not directly dismantle these Earth Path resource points and put them into jewel-yellow skies. Bai Ningbing mainly cultivated ice and snow path, and as a dragon man with enslavement path talent, she did not have any suitable immortal goo to excavate Earth Path resource points. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing was worried that the secret of the rich resources deep underground would be exposed, and Feng Yuan's greed would be aroused. Feng Yuan might not do it himself, but if he sent his subordinates, Bai Ningbing would feel uneasy. After all, Xin Shang and Lu Weiyin had joined Feng Yuan. Just as Bai Ningbing was hesitating, an Earth Path resource point suddenly appeared in jewel-yellow skies. Next, a treasure light burst out of this Earth Path resource point, forming a huge pillar of light that soared to the sky. This is a super resource point? Even with Bai Ningbing's vast knowledge, she was greatly shocked. At this moment, all the wills and divine senses of the goo immortals in jewel-yellow skies were fluctuating intensely. Oh my god, am I seeing things? A super resource point, an Earth Path super resource point. This kind of resource point is something that even super forces will fight for, but it was actually sold here. Unimaginable. Which prodigal would do such a thing? How can we live like this? No matter which prodigal it is, who should he sell these resource points to? Who else could it be? It must be Great Love Immortal Venerable. Sure enough, as the immortals expected, this Earth Path super resource point was successfully taken over by Feng Yuan's will. Soon, the resource points were moved from jewel-yellow skies to the sovereign immortal aperture. A public transaction was completed. The jewel-yellow skies were still shaking. The Feng clan of the Western Desert and Feng Yuan have made a public deal. It's Feng clan that sold this Earth Path super resource point. I found out. This super resource point is the black-yellow Earth Pond. It originally didn't belong to Feng clan but Wan clan's #1 resource point. So it's an item from the Wan clan. I understand now. Wan clan has been visiting the Western Desert Righteous Path's superpowers to form an anti-Feng alliance. Feng clan is really ruthless to sell this resource point. The goo immortals of the 5 regions were discussing this matter. The Wan clan soon found out. How can this be? Wan Jueqing's eyes were red with hatred as he gritted his teeth. Feng clan is too despicable. Too despicable. Wan Zhao's expression was ashen. This was a typical case of a child selling his father's land without any pain. Feng clan did not touch their super resource point. They directly sold Wan clan's super resource point. They even chose to make a public transaction. This scheme was really vicious. Wan Haoguang also had a headache. This was because he had already negotiated with the Shao family about the black-yellow Earth Pond. Shao clan sent several goo immortal experts to participate in the anti-Feng alliance and formed a close alliance with Wan clan in the future to help the heavily injured Wan clan regain their territory. But now, the black-yellow Earth Pond was gone. It was sold to Feng Yuan by Feng clan. Who was Feng Yuan? Great Love Immortal Venerable. Heaven-refining demon venerable. Did Wan clan dare to ask for the black-yellow Earth Pond from Feng Yuan? Did Shao clan dare? Even if they had 10,000 guts, they would not dare to do so. Sure enough, not long after, Xiao Yi who came to find them. Friends from Wan clan, there is a change in the situation. We need to negotiate. Xiao Yi who said with a heavy expression. Wan Hao Guang and the others also had unsightly expressions. After negotiating with Xiao Yi, who again, Wan clan's immortals' expressions became even more unsightly. This group of greedy and shameless people. Wan Hao Guang clenched his fists. The transaction between Wan clan and Xiao clan was modified several times, the black-yellow earth pond was removed, and Wan clan added several giant resource points. Xiao clan guaranteed their benefits, Xiao Yi who left in satisfaction. Wan clan's immortals were filled with anger and hatred, but also helplessness and bitterness. What could they do? If we want these righteous path forces to join the anti-Fang alliance, our Wan clan will have to pay a corresponding price. Xiao clan is the super force that contributed the most, so we have to pay the most to them. They are throwing stones at us when we are down. Sigh, in the entire righteous path, Tang clan has the most righteous path demeanor. That's right, I did not notice it before. Now that we are in danger, we can see their demeanor. Tang clan's price is the lowest. Although Tang clan is not strong, when our Wan clan recaptures our territory in the future, we should interact more with Tang clan. This makes sense. Tang clan is the model of the righteous path. Just as Wan clan was discussing, the rank 7-time path Gu immortal Tang Lan Ku sent by Tang clan was secretly contacting Fang Yuan. Reporting to Lord Xiao Yi, who took the initiative to find Wan clan's immortals and secretly negotiated for a long time before leaving. Looking at his expression, he seems to be satisfied. Fang Yuan nodded and deduced the truth. It seems that Wan clan ceded black-yellow earth pond in exchange for Xiao clan's support. Fang clan's plan has already taken effect. Continue to hide and gather information. Yes, Lord. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the flow of time here was even faster, many days had already passed by. Around an earth vein node, an abnormal situation was happening. A yellowish-brown fog surrounded this earth vein node. Rocks that looked like darts kept flying out of the yellow mist, swooshing towards the nodes of the earth meridians. UZ accepted the protection mission and was facing the countless flying rocks alone. She was surrounded by water vapor and waved her hands, creating huge waves that submerged the flying rocks. Ever since UZ parted ways with Sher Sanbai, she had accepted his suggestion and purposely chose a mission. She wanted to do as much as she could and vent the depression in her heart. This was the mission that she had accepted. At first, she shook the wind and clouds. Her moves were majestic and powerful. She was free and unrestrained. But this abnormal situation continued until now and was not completely suppressed by UZ. UZ's current expression was anxious and depressed. Why am I so unlucky? I casually chose a mission, but it is actually so troublesome. These days, I have already expended a lot of immortal essence. Do I have to pay out of my own pocket and ask others to help me? Just as UZ was hesitating, the yellow fog suddenly expanded and the number of flying rocks doubled. UZ was caught off guard and could not block them. She could only watch as many flying rocks shot towards the earth vein node. Damn it! UZ cursed in anger and shock. She had accepted this mission to protect the earth vein node. But if the earth vein node was destroyed, she would have to deduct her contribution points. At the crucial moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He waved his hand lightly as dreamlike pink light sands scattered into the yellow fog. This is a dream path killer move. UZ was surprised and overjoyed. Dream path killer moves were indeed effective. The yellow fog rapidly shrank and the danger was resolved. This lowly girl UZ greets Lord Meng Qiuzhen. UZ quickly bowed. She was extremely excited. This was truly fortune and misfortune. To be able to see another clone of Lord Fang Yuan because of this, it was truly fortunate. Are you all right? Meng Qiuzhen asked warmly. UZ raised her head and saw that this Meng Qiuzhen had a head of pink wavy hair. He looked dreamy and ethereal. His eyes were extremely enchanting. The lines of his face were gentle and smooth. His smile and concern made her feel a warm feeling in her heart. So beautiful! UZ was dumbfounded as she thought to herself. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, being cared for by him, UZ felt a sense of security. She then thought of her scheme and immediately became even more delicate, covering her face as she said with tears, "Many thanks for Lord Meng Qiuzhen's concern. This lowly girl used all her strength to barely protect the earth vein node. But this lowly girl was unable to protect the formation around the earth vein node." Meng Qiuzhen nodded. "I remember this formation. I was the one who set it up. According to the environment at that time, the formation base was buried underground, the formation structure was rather loose, so I constructed a formation membrane." Yuzi felt the same way. "The formation membrane is too fragile. I repaired it many times, but the moment I repaired it, it would break again." Meng Qiuzhen stared at Yuzi. He suddenly stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace, moving his hands all over her body. He pinched here and caressed there. Yuzi was dumbfounded, her entire body stiffened like a statue. Why did it suddenly become like this? The styles of Lord Fengyuan's clones were so different. If I knew this, wouldn't it be better to just look for Lord Meng Qiuzhen? Meng Qiuzhen, such a good name, dreams come true. An intense feeling of bliss spread throughout Yuzi's body. Her stiff body quickly softened as she shrunk into Meng Qiuzhen's embrace, looking up at Meng Qiuzhen's face with a blushing face. But at the next moment, Meng Qiuzhen said calmly, "The problem is indeed with you. You have already been contaminated." "Well, what?" Yuzi was stunned. Meng Qiuzhen continued, "You have been severely contaminated. The abnormal situation is the source of the contamination. It is already weak, but after contaminating you, you became the potential source and have been supporting it. The more you resist, the more intense the abnormal situation will become." Is this true?" Yuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't believe me?" Meng Qiuzhen smiled as he patted her shoulder. "Look, you have hair." Meng Qiuzhen said, "I stimulated the abnormal Dao marks on your body." Yuzi almost fainted on the spot. Her chest, nose, armpit, and other parts of her body all had chest hair, nose hair, and armpit hair. In just a few breaths of time, the length of these hairs had already exceeded an adult's palm. Meng Qiuzhen patted her again. "Look, you have mold." Yuzi's hair was originally standing straight, but now it had softened and was covered in greenish-white mold. A putrid stench of decay assailed his nostrils. Yuzi shed tears. This was a huge blow to her. Because the aesthetics of mermen had nothing to do with hair. What the mermaids admired were the fish scales. They were smooth and streamlined. Harry was ugly. "What should I do? Please save me, Lord Meng Qiuzhen." Yuzi begged. This time, it was a sincere plea. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. "If you want me to help you, you need to take out contribution points." "I am willing to give up everything I have." Yuzi quickly shouted. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head. "But your contribution points are not enough." Yuzi was dizzy from anxiety. She quickly explained, "That is because I exchanged for an immortal goo earlier." "Let's do this," Meng Qiuzhen said as he activated a dream path method. Pink light enveloped Yuzi, suppressing all the hair on her body. Yuzi returned to her original appearance. Meng Qiuzhen said, "I will temporarily seal the abnormal Dao marks on your body. When you have enough contribution points, go to Star Collection City and receive treatment there." Go. Saying so, Meng Qiuzhen left Yuzi behind and started to repair the formation of the earth vein node. Yuzi gritted her teeth and bowed before leaving. While flying, she activated her goo worm and checked the mission list. Why are there so many resource point assignment missions? Yuzi's face was pale, a feeling of disgust vaguely arose in her heart. But she had no choice. In order to heal herself, she could only grit her teeth and choose a mission. Set up the black-yellow earth pool. This mission rewards the most contribution points. Chapter 2288. Yuzi's face was deathly pale, her eyes were dark and heavy. She walked into Star Collection City absent-mindedly. After working hard for more than 10 days without rest, she finally finished arranging black-yellow earth pool with the help of 2 other goo immortals. "Isn't this fair, Yuzi? I heard you were in charge of arranging black-yellow earth pool?" A goo immortal took the initiative to greet Yuzi. Yuzi quickly raised her spirits and replied, "Our luck is really good. This mission rewards a lot of contribution points. I was busy back then. Otherwise I would have also taken on such a mission. Another Gu immortal spoke to Yuzi. Yuzi quickly smiled and nodded to the person. The two immortals brushed past each other and soon separated. This was the style of the sovereign immortal Aperture's Gu immortals. Always in a hurry, they were simply racing against time. You don't seem to be in a good state, quickly go to Liver Life Hall. Lien Kuexian saw Yuzi and said with a concerned expression, "You are here too?" Yuzi saw a Gu immortal of the same tribe and immediately relaxed. Lien Kuexian nodded. "I just came out of Liver Life Hall. The sovereign immortal Aperture has added black-yellow earth pool. There are so many super resource points here." Yuzi had the same feeling. As far as I know, there are rolling waterfall jumping cliff, 3 sacred mountain, divine needle valley, Hanjiao deep pool, needle forest snowfield, water spider sea, heavenly crystal storage pool. Now that we have deepened this black-yellow earth pool, there are definitely others. Before Lien Kuexian and Yuzi entered the sovereign immortal Aperture, they were the authoritative figures of the Merman Imperial Court. They naturally knew the value of super resource points. Normally speaking, resource points were divided into several grades. Micro resource points, small resource points, and medium resource points produced rank 1 to rank 5 cultivation resources. Large resource points could produce rank 6 resources stably, and occasionally rank 7 resources. Large resource points could produce rank 7 cultivation resources stably. Super resource points were at rank 8 level, and ultimate resource points were those secluded domains of heaven and earth. A super resource point could cause super forces to fight for it with all their strength. They would not hesitate to fight for it. The super forces of the 5 regions all controlled super resource points. Some had more than 10, while others had 3 or 4. The super forces here naturally did not include Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Strictly speaking, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were the ultimate forces. Now, Feng Yuan's forces were definitely the ultimate forces. There were more than 10 super resource points in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was just that the Mermaid Immortals had not been here for long. They did not come into contact with them. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation grew again. This is a good thing. But I'm worried that strange things will happen more frequently. Lien Kursin was both happy and worried. Resource points had dense Dao marks. After being moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the number of Dao marks increased sharply. Right now, the Mermaid Immortals already understood the source of the abnormality. Lien Kuexen was very worried, so was Yuzi. She sighed. Master sent several Gu Immortals out. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is lacking manpower again. During this period of time, the number of missions on the mission board continued to increase. The speed at which Gu Immortals completed missions could not keep up with the speed at which they were created. Sigh, if Master could bring in more Gu Immortals, that would be great. Lien Kuexen nodded and analyzed. I also hope to have more companions. But rashly bringing in Gu Immortals from the 5 regions is not appropriate. On one hand, we need to eliminate the suspicion of spies and spies. On the other hand, the races are equal here. If we bring in those arrogant human Gu Immortals, it might ruin the atmosphere here. Perhaps his lord also has such concerns. The two conversed as they walked. Liver Life Hall was at the end of the street. Yuzi looked at the Liver Life Hall and suddenly understood. I heard that the previous Liver Life Hall was only a Liver Life Great Formation. Master spent so much effort to modify it into an immortal Gu house. It was a wise move. Immortal formations were closely connected to the surroundings, while immortal Gu houses were independent entities. Strange things happened frequently in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. All the immortal formations were tested, but immortal Gu houses were not affected. Yuzi sighed again. I am still a little worried. Don't you feel that Master's concept of managing the immortal aperture is a little too radical? Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is like walking on a tightrope. We have to work hard to maintain this fragile balance. Even so, we are slipping into the abyss of failure. Lien Kuexen squinted her eyes. Maybe this style is one of the reasons for Master's legendary rise. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is indeed like a glutton. It is already suffering from indigestion but is still devouring. We are building Dao veins everywhere, but not the root cause. If we don't solve the root cause, the abnormal situation will continue. Yuzi shook her head. During this period of time, I saw Lord Wu Shuai and Lord Meng Qiuzhen. Both of them were dazzling and beautiful beyond compare. I don't believe such beautiful existences are not aware of the root cause here. We are only minor characters. How can we understand Master's considerations? That's right. This is not something we should worry about. Lien Kuexin patted Yuzi's hand. All right, Yuzi, Liver Life Hall is right in front of us. I won't accompany you in. I still have a mission to complete. Yuzi bid farewell to Lien Kuexin. She did not tell Lien Kuexin about her abnormality. Yuzi walked into the Liver Life Hall with ease. Yuzi had come to this mystical immortal goo house many times. She was no stranger to it. She thought it would be smooth this time, but she did not expect an accident to happen. The Liver Life Hall shook, alerting the nearby goo immortals. Looks like someone's liver exploded again? Hee, this is not a good feeling. No matter who it is, he or she is much luckier than me. The healing hall was just constructed not long ago. Thus, when Yuzi woke up, she found that she was no longer in Liver Life Hall. She was lying on a large porcelain plate. The surroundings were filled with dazzling white light that almost made her unable to open her eyes. When she finally adapted to this light, she saw a lump of wool floating in the air, looking down at her. This lump of wool condensed into the appearance of Fang Yuan's main body. Yuzi quickly stood up to greet, but was stopped by Fang Yuan's will. Don't move, your liver has already exploded, your injuries are not light. Also, there are still some Dao marks hidden in your body. Although they were temporarily suppressed by dream path methods, they are showing signs of relapse now. Yuzi immediately panicked. She did not want to grow hair and mold in front of Fang Yuan's main body's will. Of course, her current appearance was also very pitiful. After her liver exploded, her stomach was split open, half of her ribs were blown away, and her internal organs were all injured. Yuzi looked up at Fang Yuan's will and quickly called out, "Please save me, Master, I have enough contribution points." Fang Yuan's will nodded, "You have enough contribution points, then I have a few treatment methods for you to choose from. The first is to use a time path killer move to restore you to your previous state. The second is to transplant an ancient desolate beast's liver to you, and then use transformation path methods to perfectly fuse this liver with your body, as if it was one with you. The third method is a refinement path method. It will first refine the different Dao marks in your body, and then refine a new liver for you. The fourth method is the most recommended. This is an immortal killer move called saltwater liver. After you cultivate it, you will be able to create a new liver. This liver not only has water path Dao marks, but also food path Dao marks. With this liver, you will be able to cultivate food path in the future. Compared to an ordinary goo immortal's liver, saltwater liver can last longer and be strengthened by Liver Life Hall. Moreover, if you fall into a desperate situation in the future, with no way out and lacking food, you can eat this liver to fill your stomach. And the fifth method is, Fang Yuan's will spoke eloquently, listing more than 10 treatment methods. After listening carefully, Yuzi asked about the price. She eventually found that the safest and least risky method was the first time path method. But because she cultivated water path, the time path killer move's effect was not obvious. To have an obvious effect, she would have to pay a higher price. Thus, the first method was not cost-effective. The second method had the best effect. As long as Yuzi could afford it, she could transplant an immemorial desolate beast's liver into her body. The lowest price was the refinement path method, which was also the third method. The fourth method was the most cost-effective. Saltwater liver, huh? Yuzi thought for a moment before nodding. I will choose this. While Yuzi was healing in Western Desert, Xiao Yi, who looked at Wan Hao Guang, frowning. Mudplow Beach is gone, Fragrance Flying Island is also gone. They have been publicly traded by Fang Clan to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The transaction between us needs to be modified. Wan Hao Guang had a pained expression. Xiao Yi, who, you have already come here to discuss with me no less than 5 times, right? Is it appropriate to change it like this? According to my previous suggestion, we should attack Fang Clan as soon as possible and chase them away, then change the details of the transaction according to the situation, right? Xiao Yi, who shook his head, sighing deeply, "Wan Hao Guang, this is very risky. Your clan's resource points have almost all been sold by Fang Clan. Even if you succeed in suppressing Fang Clan, can you take out enough compensation? After all, you have already contacted all the super forces in Western Desert. Among the price you have to pay to invite these people, can you satisfy my Xiao clan first?" Wan Hao Guang felt a headache. He was just about to appease Xiao Yi when suddenly heaven and earth shook and thunder rumbled. Their base had been ambushed. Fang clan again. Such guts, we did not attack them, but they actually dared to send themselves to death. Fight! After the anti-Fang alliance army reacted, they retaliated furiously. One clan's Gu immortals were especially furious. It was this group of shameless scoundrels who sold their resource points. They had to modify the transaction every few days. It was a huge headache. Fang clan mobilized 3 immortal Gu houses this time. Fang clan's immortals were also furious. It's you. You forced our Fang clan to sell our resource points." Bam bam bam. Both sides were filled with anger and hatred. The moment they fought, heaven and earth shook, sand and rocks flew. Chapter 2289. Thunderous explosions resounded as all sorts of killer moves clashed one after another. Pineapple Sigma Small Infinity said that even the terrifying shockwave that was stirred up carried with it a fatal danger. Fang Clan's attack was too sudden. It was out of the anti-Fang Alliance's expectations. What made the Alliance Immortals even more hateful was that they did not choose a resource point to set up camp at. They chose an ordinary desert. They were about to attack Fang Clan. It was just that before the battle, they had to discuss the contents of the transaction. Fang Dichang's scheme was very effective. He repeatedly made public transactions with Fang Yuan, causing the anti-Fang alliance to be unstable internally and greatly delaying their attack. And this sudden attack was also Fang Dichang's idea. Fang Clan's Fang Dichang. Wan Xiao gritted his teeth. Not just him, the Alliance Immortals also felt Fang Dichang's power at this moment. Inside Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Dichang's expression was cold. His eyes were shining with a sharp light. The situation of the battlefield was reflected in his mind. He shouted, "Release all the ancient desolate beasts. I do not want to kill them, but I want to scatter the enemy immortals." At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop burst out with a dazzling light. Dozens of ancient desolate beasts, including chickens and dogs, barely formed into 2 groups as they charged forward. Wan Hao Guang's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately understood Fang Clan's plan. He shouted, "Don't get scattered. Anyone who is left alone will face life-threatening danger." Fang Clan's Gu Immortals were hiding inside the 3 immortal Gu houses, while the Alliance's Gu Immortals were flying in the sky. These Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Who could block these ancient desolate beasts with their physical bodies? Even if they used killer moves, they could not destroy them immediately. If they fought and retreated at the same time, their already loose formation would be broken and Fang Clan would succeed. Right at this time, one of the Alliance Gu Immortals laughed loudly. His appearance changed abruptly. "It is my turn." He was wearing a green robe. He laughed loudly. His voice was noisy and gave a deep impression. "You are not Tian Feng Go. You are Tian Deji." The other Gu Immortals in the Alliance shouted with joy on their faces. Tian Deji had rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivated enslavement path. He was not a direct descendant of Tian clan. He was originally a lowly youngster with no cultivation aptitude. He could only be a farmer his entire life. But one time, when he was taking care of a field, he accidentally found a Gu immortal inheritance. It was this inheritance that caused his fate to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. He first cultivated in secret before being discovered. He had no choice but to contribute the Gu immortal inheritance to Tian clan. The Gu immortal who took over the inheritance, Tian Ganghui, was a righteous person. He did not covet this inheritance. Instead, he protected Tian Deji in the following days. Tian Deshang had inherited this strange inheritance. He could only enslave chickens, but the effect was amazing. At the next moment, Tian Deji suddenly attacked. Using an enslavement path killer move, all the chicken ancient desolate beasts released by Fang clan rebelled. These ancient desolate beasts immediately turned around to deal with the dog-like ancient desolate beasts behind them. For a time, chickens and dogs fought each other, and the battlefield was covered in sand. The crisis of the anti-Fang alliance was instantly resolved. Wan Xiao, Wan Haoguang, Sun Wang and the others all made their moves. Wind Path, Light Path, Fire Path, and other killer moves erupted one after another, forming 3 perfect waves of attacks that charged towards Chicken Dog Co-op. Fang clan had a plan and one clan was also prepared. Tian Deji's identity was a secret that had only been exposed now. This was the result of Wan clan's communication with Tian clan. Although the alliance was delayed by Fang clan, Wan clan did not waste this time. While discussing internally, Wan clan organized Gu Immortals to practice. The alliance's Gu Immortals had little tacit understanding with each other. There was no problem in fighting one-on-one, but fighting in groups was their greatest weakness. After all, Dao marks of different paths repelled each other. Aiming at this weakness, with the Celestial Court's continuous supply of immortal Yuan stone, the Alliance Immortals trained hard and formed a basic tacit understanding for group battles. Fang Huaxing. Fang Di Chang controlled Chicken Dog Coop to retreat while calling for help. Although the chicken ancient desolate beasts had rebelled, Chicken Dog Coop still controlled the dog-like ancient desolate beasts. This immortal Gu house was very important. If it lost any crucial immortal Gu, it would be terrible. The dog-like ancient desolate beasts would not listen to orders and would quickly be defeated. Fang Huaxing, who was inside Fallen Flower Hall, immediately rushed over. Immortal killer move, Mirror Flower. The surface of Fallen Flower Hall burst out with radiance. The radiance was white as snow. It first burst out before converging into a huge flower bud on the roof. The flower bud quickly bloomed. Its petals were like mirrors that refracted light. During the process of blooming, the petals collided with each other, producing a series of crisp sounds. After the flower completely bloomed, it was even larger than the roof of Fallen Flower Hall. It was extremely beautiful. The mirror flower formed in the blink of an eye and burst out with a strong suction force. Be it Wan Haoguang, Wan Xiao, or Sun Wang's killer moves, most of their power was absorbed by the mirror flower. But there was still a small portion of its power that caused Fallen Flower Hall to shake. The mirror flower's petals scattered and shattered. The remaining petals gathered and formed a flower bud again. I'll return it to you. Fang Huaxing shouted. The mirror flower's bud bloomed again, releasing the killer move's power that it had absorbed earlier. The flower completely dissipated. The killer move that was released forced Wan Haoguang and the rest to retreat. They could only use their methods to resist. Fang Huaxing saw that the 3 immortals were in a sorry state. He knew that an opportunity had appeared. He was about to give chase when a Fire Path Immortal Gu house suddenly appeared in the enemy's formation. This Immortal Gu house was like a huge wheel. After sucking in Dong Clan's 2 Gu Immortals, Dong Zhu and Dong Ming, it rolled over. Dong Clan's Immortal Gu house, Red River Wheel. Inside Red River Wheel, Dong Ming shouted with hatred, Fang Clan, you once used a Theft Path Immortal Gu house to attack my Dong Clan's resource points. You destroyed my clan's Treasure Moon Oasis. We will take our revenge today. Red River will charge towards Fallen Flower Hall with a crushing momentum. Countless flames surged and burned fiercely. With a loud sound, Fallen Flower Hall shook intensely and retreated rapidly. Where are you going? Red River will chased relentlessly. Not long after Fallen Flower Hall was covered in flames, it was at a disadvantage. To a certain extent, Red River will countered the Wood Path Immortal Gu house, Fallen Flower Hall. Since there is fire, it is easy. Within the alliance formation, Gong Jiaoche smiled as he unleashed a killer move. Rumble. At the next moment, the flames on Fallen Flower Hall surged and turned into a huge fire. Damn it. Fang Huaxing gritted his teeth as he controlled Fallen Flower Hall to defend with all his strength, but the situation was not salvageable. The other Fang Clan Gu Immortals in Fallen Flower Hall were doing their best to save the Gu worms inside. Red River Wheel's flames were seeping into the Immortal Gu house, spreading towards the core Immortal Gu. Fang Gong saw this and wanted to use Inquiry Dock to reinforce it, but the other Rank 7 Immortal Gu house blocked its path. It was one clan's time path immortal goo house, myriad age building. Next, Fang Dichang's chicken dog coop was also attacked by many goo immortals. Fang Dichang heaved a deep sigh as he thought, one clan made ample preparations this time. Be it Tian Deji who was hiding his identity, Red River Wheel that countered Fallen Flower Hall, or Myriad Age Building that was harassing Inquiry Dock, they all proved that one clan had come prepared in this counterattack. Fang clan's 3 immortal goo houses were not a secret, and this anti-Fang alliance included more than 10 super forces. It was not difficult to find a way to restrain Fang clan from them. Ever since the chicken ancient desolate beast was instigated, Fang Dichang knew something was amiss. When the anti-Fang alliance gained a foothold and reacted, Fang clan was instead suppressed. The advantage of their sneak attack earlier was already gone. But even though the situation was dangerous, Fang clan's immortals were not flustered, they were still full of confidence. The shuttle, move. Fang Chen and Fang and Lei flew out of the immortal goo house and entered Earth Shuttle. This is the immortal goo house that destroyed my tall pine oasis formation foundation. Wan Xiao saw this and was furious. He immediately changed his target and threw the rampaging wind blades that he had been preparing at Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle did not dodge. After enduring this rampaging wind blade, it charged towards the enemy formation. Wherever it went, the Alliance goo immortals dodged in panic. Who would dare to use their own body to clash with a rank 7 immortal goo house? Wan Zhao's pupils shrunk. Earth Shuttle Immortal Goo House was strengthened in all aspects. Last time when they attacked Tall Pine Oasis, its defense was very weak. But it was completely different this time. However, this Earth Path Immortal Goo House was also within Wan Clan's range of response. In fact, even the strengthening of the Earth Path Immortal Goo House was within Wan Clan's expectations. At the crucial moment, Mo Shata stood up and activated a killer move to obstruct Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle's surface was immediately covered in a thick layer of sand, causing its speed to fall sharply. The Earth Shuttle shook fiercely, the sand shattered. Without any restraints, Earth Shuttle directly charged towards Mo Shata. Mo Shata was pale with fright. He turned around and ran. The Alliance's formation started to fall into chaos. Xiao Yi who gritted his teeth, he had no choice but to make a move in advance. He raised the chamber pot in his hand and aimed it at Earth Shuttle, letting out a lump of pitch-black light. Don't even think about it. Fang Huaxing shouted. Fallen Flower Hall activated again. Immortal killer move, Fleeting Bloom. The pitch-black lump of light was originally extremely fast, but it was affected by Fleeting Bloom and suddenly slowed down. The Earth Shuttle dodged the attack effortlessly, causing Xiao Yihu to glare angrily. You still have the mind to care about others. Taba Chung Feng attacked. He was a famous goo immortal in Western Desert's goo immortal world. He was extremely proficient in support methods. This was a wind path support killer move. After it covered Fallen Flower Hall, it immediately used the wind to engulf most of Fallen Flower Hall, causing it to burn fiercely. Fang Huaxing's expression sank. Although he had helped Earth Shuttle earlier, he had made Fallen Flower Hall's situation even more dangerous. Should we reinforce Fallen Flower Hall? Fang Dichang's gaze swept through the battlefield. He saw a figure and his pupils shrunk. No, save Inquiry Dock first. Zhuqiu Sansha had been hiding behind the enemy lines since the start of the battle, preparing his killer move. Right now, the killer move's aura was close to completion. Fang Clan had roof tile breaking killer move. It countered immortal goo houses. Zhuqiu Clan also had a killer move called Scattered Sand. It was created by Zhuqiu Sansha. Chapter 2290. Scattered Sand. This move's power was similar to breaking the roof tiles. It could also counter immortal goo houses. Without a doubt, this was the anti-Fang Alliance's trump card against Fang Clan. Fang Clan was most skilled in immortal goo houses. Zhuqiu Sansha, who was in a state of disunity, was the key to suppressing Fang Clan. We cannot let him use his killer move. Fang Dichang pointed out Zhuqiu Sansha's threat and immediately ordered, Fang Ji, Fang Dong Shi, go. 2 Fang Clan rank 7 goo immortals flew out of Chicken Dog Coop and took out an immortal goo house. This immortal goo house only had 2 floors. It was a short building. When the Immortal Goo House was activated, thick smoke rose from the roof. Rank 7 Immortal Goo House. Smoke Wave Building. A brand new Immortal Goo House has appeared. Fang clan traded so many resource points, they indeed built another Immortal Goo House from heaven refining Demon Venerable. The Alliance Celestials were shocked. According to the plan they had discussed earlier, Shi Kong stepped forward bravely and anxiously approached the smoky wave tower to test the waters. After all, defense was his forte. Smoke Wave Tower did not move quickly, but the thick smoke on the roof grew more and more turbulent. Very quickly, it spread to more than half of the battlefield, attempting to engulf Zhuqiu Sansha. The Alliance Celestials did not know the power of the smoke and retreated cautiously. Immortal Killer Move, Swirling Clear Space. Qin Lang used the technique he was most proud of in his life. In an instant, most of the vast smoke dissipated, and the world became clear again. Fang Dichang saw this and personally left behind a sentence before leaving. Fang Lung, Fang Yun, look after Chicken Dog Coop for me. Fang Dichang flew out and immediately took out an Immortal Goo House and flew inside. Another Rank 7 Immortal Goo House. The Anti-Fang Alliance was in an uproar, greatly shaken. Fang clan had 3 new Immortal Goo Houses, and they were all Rank 7. How many things did the Eastern Sea's Heaven Refining Demon Venerable give to the Fang clan? The 3rd Immortal Goo House was called Thought Expelling Pavilion. It was a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo House that matched Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang activated the Immortal Goo House's method and shot at Zhuqiu Sansha. Zhuqiu Sansha was close to success, but the thoughts in his mind suddenly left, flew out of his mind, and circled around him. The goo worms in the immortal aperture became chaotic. Zhuqiu Sansha's killer move activation failed. He coughed out blood and suffered a severe backlash, falling to the ground. Taba Chengfeng and Gong Jiaochi saw that the situation was not good and quickly gave up on besieging the fallen flower hall. The former rescued Zhuqiu Sansha while the latter attacked the vanquishing pavilion from afar. Thought Expelling Pavilion forcefully withstood Gong Jiaochi's Fire Path killer move, using the same trick again. Tang Lank cried out and fell to the ground from a high altitude. I can't hold on any longer. Shi Kang's entire body was pitch black, as if he was covered in soot. He shouted loudly as he rapidly retreated. The thick black smoke emitted by the smoky wave tower made it extremely difficult for him to defend, and he had already reached his limit. Right at this moment, a yellow meteor suddenly pierced through the battlefield and slammed into Shi Kang. It was the Earth Shuttle. Shi Kang's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips, and a terrifying sense of death enveloped his entire body. But at the critical moment, Shi Shutong flew over and crashed into him from the side, forcefully changing the Earth Shuttle's path. Shi Kang almost brushed past the Earth Shuttle and was lucky enough to escape with his life. Most of his fighting spirit dissipated, and he retreated with all his might. The enemy is in chaos. Fang Dichang saw this and activated Thought Expelling Pavilion to find Tian Deji. Tian Deji was so scared that he quickly released ancient desolate chickens from his immortal aperture to protect himself. Who knew that Fang Dichang was only bluffing and immediately turned the spearhead back to Sun Wang. Sun Clan's Gu Immortals were the most conservative. The moment they saw Thought Expelling Pavilion move, they immediately retreated at an astonishing speed. One clan's Gu Immortals had extremely ugly expressions. Fang Dichang was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He could clearly see through people's minds. Relying on the deterrence of Thought Expelling Pavilion, he did not need to make a few moves to obtain all sorts of results. First Supreme Elder, this is the moment when my Fang clan wins. Fang Dichang's tone was slightly excited. In Inquiry Dock, Fang Gong was already impatient. Hearing Fang Dichang's call, he laughed loudly, handing Inquiry Dock to the other Fang Clan Gu Immortals as he flew out like a meteor. Fang Gong slammed into the Longevity Tower, causing it to almost collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Roof Tile Breaking. Fang Gong's palm shadows flew everywhere, creating a storm of attacks. Myriad Age Tower's defensive killer move could not resist roof tile breaking. The tower quickly collapsed. Xiao Yi, whose eyes shined with bright light, He finally saw a Gu immortal who was alone. This gave Chamber Pot Immortal Gu House a chance to display its power. But just as he was about to make a move, he saw Earth Shuttle approaching. Xiao Yi, who cursed, he had to retreat and protect himself first. Myriad Age Tower had no choice but to activate its strongest defensive method. Fang Gong's lifespan began to be rapidly extracted. Fang Gong sneered, decisively flying away. He had forced Myriad Age Tower to use this method. He had already achieved his goal. Once Myriad Age Tower activated this method, it could only stop after 2 hours. The surrounding Gu immortal allies quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Myriad Age Tower. The Anti-Fang Alliance's formation was already in complete chaos. Fang Gong abandoned Myriad Age Tower and charged towards Red River Wheel. "Don't you want revenge? Then come," Fang Gong shouted. Roof tile breaking burst out again. Red River Wheel quickly retreated, the blazing flames pressing towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong did not dodge. He stuck close to Red River Wheel in the blazing flames. Dong Ming screamed, "Fang Gong, you are going too far." He activated Red River Wheel and crashed towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong's eyes shined sharply as he crashed towards Red River Wheel. The two collided. Red River Wheel retreated as Fang Gong chased after it. Dong Ming's expression was deathly pale. "This is the power of a rank 8 strength path Gu immortal?" Dong Zhu did not say a word. She let out Molten Flame Bird. Fang Gong's fists and legs collided. The Molten Flame Bird was brutally destroyed. It was a miserable sight. In a dozen or so breaths of time, Red River Wheel was forced back by Fang Gong. The surface of the wheel was in tatters. "Fang Gong, don't be arrogant." Xiao Yi, who had finally gotten the help of his allies, he finally had a chance to attack. In order to invite him, one clan had paid a huge price to Xiao clan. But it was to deal with Fang Gong. Immortal Gu House Chamber Pot was small. It could not carry people like ordinary Immortal Gu Houses. It would be at a disadvantage in a collision. But it was most proficient in dealing with Gu Immortals outside. Even Fang Gong would be threatened. "Fang Gong, die!" Xiao Yi, who finally attacked, the pitch-black light lump shot towards Fang Gong. "Fang Gong, you are still not retreating?" Dong Ming and Dong Zhu shouted in unison. They were very flustered because Red River Wheel was on the verge of destruction. But Fang Gong laughed loudly, not even looking at the pitch-black light lump. "This is the battle that will make my Fang clan famous. How can I, Fang Gong, be stingy with my life?" There was a loud bang. Red River Wheel was completely destroyed by Fang Gong. Dong Ming and Dong Zhu were extremely shocked. They were flying in the sky, surrounded by countless fragments of Red River Wheel and a vast number of Gu worm corpses. They looked at Fang Gong as if they were looking at a fearless and invincible heavenly god. But at the next moment, the pitch-black light lump landed on Fang Gong's body. Success! Xiao Yi, who was overjoyed. One clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. Boom! Fang Gong's arms shook, directly shattering the pitch-black light lump. The Anti-Fang Alliance's immortals were terrified. Many people subconsciously opened their mouths wide in shock. How is this possible? Xiao Yi, who could not believe it, his eyes were wide open. "You are next." Fang Gong looked at Xiao Yi, who and spoke calmly. Xiao Yi, whose heart shrunk. He was intimidated by Fang Gong's ferocious aura. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. "Where do you think you are going?" Fang Gong flew toward Xiao Yi, who like a meteor, tearing through the air and creating a grand chi wave. "Save me! My Xiao clan will repay you generously." Xiao Yi, who frantically tried to escape. Gong Jiaoche, Tang Lanku, Qin Lang, Tian Deji, and the others attacked in an attempt to stop him. Fang Gong did not dodge. All the killer moves were forcefully endured by him. He was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, or a wild dragon entering the sea, rapidly approaching Xiao Yi, who, like a tiger swallowing 10,000 li. Xiao Yi, who could not shake off Fang Gong, he could only watch as he got closer with a look of despair. "Let this battle start the rise of my Fang clan." Fang Gong shouted in his mind, battle intent burning in his chest like fire. At the periphery of the battlefield, high in the sky, Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xen watched the battle quietly. Seeing the scene, the former was somewhat restless. Friends from the celestial court, it is better for you to watch quietly. Lu Wei-yin appeared with a smile on his face. Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiongxian's expressions changed. They stared at Lu Wei-yin with full vigilance. At the same time, Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal activated Luck Path investigative methods. Once in a while, Giant Sun Immortal would do this. He first inspected Celestial Court. In his mind, Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence and refined the least Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was in Celestial Court, was following him closely. She was the main target he needed to be wary of. Celestial Court's luck increased again. It seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already refined most of Celestial Court's Dao marks. It will be harder for me to investigate her in the future. Next, Giant Sun Immortal inspected Eastern Sea. He saw that Feng Yuan's luck was low. It had only increased slightly compared to before. There was no problem. A portion of Feng Yuan's and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck was sent to Western Desert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked towards Western Desert. He saw a battlefield with countless luck entangling together, mixing together and forming a blood-red color with some black mixed in. It seems that Western Desert's anti-Feng battle has already begun. Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. Feng clan's matter had caused a huge commotion. All 5 regions were paying attention to it. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew the details. He looked carefully and understood immediately. Feng clan seems to have the upper hand, but there is actually a huge variable. One clan is hiding, so Celestial Court is actually supporting one clan like this. Giant Sun Immortal saw through the secret and snickered coldly. From start to finish, he had not interfered in Western Desert's anti-Feng battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable do not cultivate luck path. They do not know that they are expending each other's luck in this contest. This is already a flaw. If I were at my peak in my previous life, with my luck path methods, I would definitely be able to gain an advantage. What a pity, what a pity. Giant Sun Immortal needed to conserve immortal essence to refine luck path Dao marks now. Other than that, even though he had many rank 8 luck path immortal goo, he did not have any rank 9 luck path immortal goo. Chapter 2291. Rank 9 existences, be they goo immortals or immortal goo, were envied by heaven. They could not be preserved. Thus, there were only 11 venerables in human history, and each had a limited lifespan. There were also very few rank 9 immortal goo in the world. Giant Sun Immortal took a final look at his luck. He frowned slightly. The situation was not good. It was worse than before. But according to the information, Giant Sun Immortal could not figure out where this bad luck came from. He was most suspicious of Celestial Court. What is that old woman Star Constellation Immortal Venerable trying to do now? Giant Sun Immortal was not anxious. In fact, he had a way to change his own luck. But there was still a flaw. He was short on immortal essence. He needed to refine Dao marks. His luck path immortal goo did not have rank 9. It was very difficult to use a rank 8 luck path killer move to change his rank 9 luck. It would expend a lot of immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal soon stopped using his investigative method. The longer the 3 venerables fought, the more important the information became. But Giant Sun Immortal's investigation time was getting shorter and shorter. He had to consider his immortal essence expenditure. He had to conserve as much immortal essence as possible. Giant Sun Immortal fell into deep thought. Where did my bad luck come from? Celestial Court is the biggest suspect, but Feng Yuan cannot let his guard down. He has the sovereign immortal body. He cultivates all paths. His future potential is terrifying. Other than this, he has another advantage. That is refinement path itself. Even though refinement path does not specialize in offense, its development far surpasses luck path and blood path. Thus, the number of rank 9 immortal goo far surpasses luck path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path. The development of each path had its own advantages and disadvantages. Giant Sun Immortal preserved his luck path. It did not spread out. It had little development. Other Gu immortals could not defend against Giant Sun immortals' luck path methods, but there were very few luck path immortal Gu that could reach rank 9. In contrast, refinement path was the most widely developed path. Because Gu refinement was something that Gu cultivators could not avoid. Even Gu cultivators of other paths would refine Gu to some extent. This way, as refinement path developed, there would be more refinement path Gu cultivators, there would be more refinement path Dao marks, there would be an endless supply of refinement path resources, there would be many types of refinement path immortal Gu, there would also be more and more refinement path immortal Gu that could advance to rank 9. Thankfully, Fang Yuan lacks immortal essence now. He is still far from refining rank 9 refinement path immortal Gu. Maybe my bad luck is not Fang Yuan or star constellation immortal venerable, but other venerables. If the other venerables were to be revived, who would be the most disadvantageous to me? Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot as a backup, and the crucial thing was obscured heavenly secret. Even though Giant Sun immortal venerable had the ability to investigate, the result was not ideal. If I have a breakthrough in the blood path immortal Gu trade, my luck should be able to improve. Not only did Fang Yuan obstruct Giant Sun immortal in terms of blood path immortal Gu, Celestial Court had already done so back in Blood Sea Ancestors era. Demon Judgment Board's core immortal Gu, blood relation, and Red Heart Traveler's heart blood immortal Gu were things that Giant Sun immortal desired. Currently, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was still in a long negotiation with Fang Yuan's clone. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were also secretly negotiating over blood path immortal Gu, but there was almost no progress. Western Desert. Fang Gong arrived in front of Xiao Yi Hu and punched. Xiao Yi Hu was terrified. He could only use immortal Gu house chamber pot to block. With a loud explosion, chamber pot shattered on the spot. The terrifying fist force's power weakened slightly as it landed on Xiao Yi Hu's chest. Xiao Yi Hu was sent flying like a meteor. A deep pit was formed on his chest, a large amount of blood mixed with his shattered organs spurted out of his mouth, leaving a trail of blood behind. With one punch, Xiao Yi Hu was on the verge of death. Chamber pot shattered. Retreat. We can't fight anymore. The Anti-Fang Alliance army was scared out of their wits. Their battle intent was almost completely extinguished. Fang Gong's strength far surpassed their expectations. He was not countered by Chamber Pot. This Fang clan's first supreme elder was simply the bane of immortal Gu houses. Ever since Fang clan attacked one clan's Tall Pine Oasis, he had already destroyed Winding Light Platform, Red River Wheel, and Xiao clan's Chamber Pot. These 3 immortal Gu houses were all rank 7, they had rank 8 battle strength. There is still the last one. Fang Gong turned around slightly, ignoring the rank 7 Gu immortals who were retreating. He stared at Myriad Age Building. The Anti-Fang Alliance army only had one immortal Gu house left, Myriad Age Building. Myriad Age Building was also a rank 7 immortal Gu house. It could fight rank 8. It was the final pillar of the Anti-Fang Alliance army. As long as it fell, Fang clan would obtain complete victory. This was the most crucial point. The other Gu immortals might be elites among rank 7 Gu immortals with their own specialties, but without Myriad Age Building to suppress them, these people would scatter as soon as they charged. They were like a mob. Fang clan has 6 immortal Gu houses. They are all rank 7. Our side only has Myriad Age Building left. Retreat, retreat. The Celestial Court is still not making a move? Sigh, they are really too useless. Look at how much Heaven Refining Demon Venerable supported Fang clan. A total of 3 immortal Gu houses. What did the Celestial Court offer? Fang Dichang displayed his Wisdom Path Gu immortal stratagem once again. At this crucial moment, he ordered Fang clan's army not to chase after these rank 7 Gu immortals, but to control the immortal Gu houses to surround Myriad Age Building. Without Fang clan's pursuit, all the Gu immortals in the alliance besides one clan were retreating frantically. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang had ashen expressions as they returned to Myriad Age Building. Fang clan's 6 immortal Gu houses surrounded Myriad Age Building. Fang Gong had a calm expression as he slowly flew towards Myriad Age Building. Surrender, Wan clan's friends. I can guarantee with Fang clan's reputation that as long as you surrender and are willing to give up a portion of your territory, My Fang clan will not demand all of your immortal goo, nor will we take any of your lives. Fang Gong spoke. His conditions were actually very lenient. We won. Fang Lung and Fang Yun were already cheering. Fang clan's immortals had no objections to Fang Gong's persuasion. Fang clan had already discussed this. If such a situation occurred, they would persuade them to surrender like this. If one clan surrendered, this result would be extremely beneficial to Fang clan. Once one clan admitted defeat, Fang clan would have the righteous name of the righteous path, and would rightfully occupy a portion of one clan's territory. One clan would no longer have a righteous cause to rally the other super forces to form an anti-Fang alliance again. Of course, one clan's headquarters and some important resource points would be taken back by one clan. But to Fang clan, the overall gains were far greater than the losses. Lord Lu Wei-yin, it seems Fang clan won. Of course. Look at who is supporting them. The two Rockman Gu immortals were beside Lu Wei-yin, and seeing this scene, they revealed proud smiles. But Lu Wei-yin frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. These two Celestial Court Gu immortals still have calm expressions. It seems the matter is not so simple. On Celestial Court's side, Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong had calm expressions. They even had expectant gazes. In Myriad Age Building, a woman's voice suddenly resounded. Fang clan's descendant is truly amazing. Your scheme is also very detailed. But how can my Wan clan be humiliated like this? Fang clan's immortals were bewildered. At this critical moment, this unfamiliar female voice actually represented the Wan clan. Who exactly was she? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had interfered? But Fang clan knew a lot about Wan Zihong. It did not sound like this. May I ask for this fairy's name? This is a contest between my Fang clan and Wan clan. Fang Gong frowned as he probed. Ha! The mysterious female immortal laughed loudly. Her voice was hoarse and not pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with calm confidence. Following her laughter, a surging rank 8 aura surged out. Wind, dust and flowers fall, everything is not over. The cold sound of the year bell shatters, cannot dispel the sorrow of 10,000 ages. As the poem finished, the world turned dark. Dark winds blew, gloomy clouds covered the sky. In the surrounding several li, all living beings, including Gu immortals from both sides, felt an intense sense of sorrow engulfing their hearts. Sorrow, sorrow, sorrow. Loss, disappointment, melancholy, worry, anguish, dejection. All sorts of emotions made people shed tears on the spot. Their chests felt stifled. They could barely breathe. Fang clan's 6 immortal Gu houses that surrounded Myriad Age Building were swaying left and right, almost falling to the ground. Inside thought-expelling pavilion, the Wisdom Path Gu immortal Fang Dichang was half kneeling. He had a malevolent expression as he resisted one clan's terrifying killer move with all his strength. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Fang Gong barely resisted. He retreated in panic as he shouted, "You are Wan Gu Chou?" In a short period of time, the wrinkles on his face increased rapidly. He aged rapidly. Close to 100 years of his lifespan was extracted. Retreat. Fang Dichang spoke with difficulty. Fang clan's 6 immortal Gu houses retreated in panic. The Alliance immortals who had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield were dumbfounded. Wan Gu Chou. Isn't that the strongest peak rank 8 female immortal in Wan clan's history? When she was in power, Wan clan almost dominated the whole of Western Desert. She lived for 10,000 years. Myriad Age Building was created by her. She actually survived. That's right, this is likely the doing of Celestial Court. It must be her. Her killer move with the same name, Wan Gu Chou, is famous in history. Only she who cultivates both Time Path and Wisdom Path can use it. Only she can use this move to unleash such terrifying power in Myriad Age Building. This move already has the demeanor of a pseudo-venerable. The immortals were shaken. At the next moment, Wan Gu Chou stopped her killer move. She shouted at the Alliance Gu immortals, "Are you still not going to attack?" The immortals came to a realization. They shouted and charged over again. Fang clan was hit by the killer move Wan Gu Chou. They could not get rid of their depressed emotions, they could not even display 20% of their battle strength, they were routed. Myriad Age Building led the experts to pursue. The Immortals first destroyed Smoke Wave Building, then destroyed Thought Expelling Pavilion. In order to save Fong Di-chang in Thought Expelling Pavilion, Fong Gong and the other Immortals were forced to take action. After a battle to the death, Fong Di-chang was rescued, but Fong clan paid a heavy price. The most outstanding Immortal Gu House, Fallen Flower Hall, was destroyed. Fong Dong-shi and Fong En-lei, two rank 7 elites, died on the spot. Eventually, Fong clan brought the 3 damaged Immortal Gu houses and escaped the battlefield. Writing Pen Chinese Net. Chapter 2292. Wang Xiao Heir woke up from his slumber. Wasn't I imprisoned all along? Where is this place? Wang Xiao Heir was dazed. He found himself in a vast, desolate plain. Quickly escape. A large group of people suddenly surged towards him. With a loud sound, a bolt of lightning struck down. Next, the earth shook. With a loud sound, the ground started to collapse. After a dozen or so breaths of time, a huge crater formed in the surrounding 10 li. The crater surrounded everyone, including Wang Xiao Heir. Wang Xiao Heir was stunned. He was trapped in the crowd. The surrounding people were in chaos and panic. Wang Xiao Heir also felt the same. He did not know what was going on. Before this, he was captured by Dong Fong Shi in Sand Heap Blessed Land. After soul-searching, he obtained information about Hu Land. During the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, Dong Fong Shi lost his soul core. Fortunately, Dong Fong Shi captured Wang Xiao Heir and obtained information about Hu Land from him. Dong Fong Shi used this precious information to make up for his mistake. On the other hand, he also found out about the peculiarity of Wang Xiao Heir's body. Dong Fong Shi imprisoned Wang Xiao Heir in his immortal aperture. He specially set up an underground prison and conducted many in-depth research on Wang Xiao Heir, but he could not figure out what was wrong with Wang Xiao Heir. All of you, shut up. A figure suddenly appeared in the air. Wang Xiao Heir and the rest raised their heads. Your ancestor Fong Dong died in battle. Everything here belongs to me, Xiao Yihu. You are all my captives. All of you stay here. If anyone dares to run away, I'll make him wish he was dead. Xiao Yihu's face was pale. He had a malevolent expression. Under his threat, the previously noisy and chaotic crowd immediately fell silent out of fear. Fong Dong-shi and Fong En-lei died in battle to protect Fong Di-chang. They were both rank 7 Gu Immortals. When their immortal apertures landed on the ground, their immortal aperture's entrance would open and absorb heaven and earth chi, forming an ownerless blessed land. Xiao Yihu took the chance to enter and plunder the loot. However, the results of the search did not satisfy Xiao Yihu. He suffered severe losses this time. The entire Immortal Gu House chamber pot was destroyed by Fong Gong. Even if he emptied Fong Dong-shi's immortal aperture, it was only a drop in the ocean. No, the Wan clan must give me an explanation. Xiao Yihu's expression was unsightly. After stabilizing the situation in Eastern Blessed Land, he hurriedly left to find the Wan clan. At this moment, the Anti-Fong Alliance had already successfully reclaimed the Wan clan's blessed land. The immortals of the Anti-Fong Alliance were temporarily resting here. Arriving at the front of the hall, Xiao Yihu slightly concealed his unsightly expression and shouted, Senior Wan Gu Cho, Junior Xiao Yi who represents the Xiao clan and requests an audience. I have important matters to discuss. Things were different now. Wan Gu Cho suddenly revived and defeated Fong clan, turning defeat into victory. Her fame spread far and wide. Western Desert's Gu immortal world was shaken. In the face of such an expert, Xiao Yihu had to restrain his attitude towards the Wan clan. Very soon, Xiao Yihu received permission to enter the main hall and saw Wan Gu Cho. Wan Gu Cho was dressed in white and had a head full of silver hair, looking very old. On the left stood Wan Hao Guang, on the right stood Wan Xiao. She looked at Xiao Yihu and laughed. Her laughter was hoarse and horrifying. Xiao Clan's Junior, you've come at the right time. I have something important to discuss with you. Take a seat first and wait for a while. Yes. Xiao Yihu did not dare to retort. He chose a seat and sat down. Not long after, The other anti-Fang Alliance Gu immortals were invited to the main hall to discuss matters. Even the two Gu immortals of the Celestial Court, Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian, were present. Wan Guqiu looked around and said directly, although Fang clan lost, they stole a large number of our clan's resource points. According to our agreement with Zhu clan, our Wan clan is unable to pay the compensation. However, there is a great opportunity now. Fang clan suffered a huge loss and their strength has fallen greatly. As long as we continue to attack, Fang clan will not be able to resist us. Fang clan has fallen to the demonic path, we must exterminate them. We will divide the spoils of battle together. The immortals felt a chill in their bodies and minds. This Wan Guqiu was extremely shameless. She said she could not pay the compensation and forced the anti-Fang alliance to continue. Her methods were also ruthless. She wanted to continue to attack and exterminate Fang clan. But this was indeed a good opportunity. The immortals could not help but be moved. Fang clan sold a large number of Wan clan's resource points and sold few of their own resource points. Fang clan's foundation was still there. Now was the time to beat them while they were down. Wan clan is sinister. They purposely hid Wan Guqiu and kept us in the dark. Wan Guqiu had been hiding and waiting for us to be defeated before she made her move and defeated Fang clan in one go, creating the current situation that is most beneficial to Wan clan. On the surface, Wan clan has the most transactions with Shao clan, but in fact, their biggest partner is Central Continent's Celestial Court. None of the immortals present were stupid, they had already reacted during this period of time. If Wan Guqiu made her move earlier, even if the anti-Fang alliance defeated Fang clan, the credit would go to most of the alliance's Gu immortals. But Wan Guqiu only made her move at the last moment, immediately restoring Wan clan's prestige. The alliance immortals did not have the qualifications to emphasize their contributions, they did not have the face to ask for compensation. Evil must be eradicated, Fang clan broke the rules. How can such a super clan continue to stand tall in Western Desert's Gu immortal world? I agree with Senior Wan Guqiu's plan. But we need to discuss how to distribute the spoils of war. The immortals had participated in the previous battle and suffered losses, some were anxious to make up for it, like Xiao Yihu. Some had experienced danger and wanted to gain more, they wanted to take the chance to make a profit. Seeing that the Western Desert Gu immortals agreed, Wan Guqiu looked at the two Gu immortals from Celestial Court. Since ancient times, Celestial Court has been the leader of human path, the role model of the righteous path. This time, we will need your help to counterattack Fang clan. Wan Guqiu understood deeply. Compared to these Western Desert Gu immortals, Celestial Court's support was more important. Without Celestial Court support, Wan clan could not attack Fang clan. Wan clan had paid a lot to cooperate with Celestial Court, but they also gained a lot. Wan Guqiu was revived by Celestial Court. Right now, her many rank 8-time path immortal Gu were all lent to her by Celestial Court. Even her myriad Guqiu killer move was modified by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong looked at each other. This development was not out of star constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. This opportunity was what the two immortals from Celestial Court had been waiting for a long time. At the next moment, Zhou Xiong Xian stood up. Friends of Western Desert, my Celestial Court is duty-bound to deal with the demonic path, we are also very willing to support you. However, Fang clan's calamity is right in front of us. Why did Fang clan have the guts to attack Wan clan? The true source is not Fang clan, but Eastern Sea's Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Celestial Court is willing to continue supporting you, but our condition is that you are forbidden from joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The whole place was silent, the Gu immortals looked at each other. Wan Guqiu was the first to break the silence. My Wan clan will be the first to respond. After the war against Fang clan, Wan clan had already become the staunchest supporter of Celestial Court. Wan Guqiu spoke again. Xiao Yihu, what do you think? Xiao Yihu's expression was very unsightly. Wan Guqiu had specially pointed out his name and forced him into a corner. He had no choice but to express his opinion. He snorted coldly. I, Xiao Yi, who am naturally not willing to associate with the demonic path, but this is only my personal opinion. How can I casually represent my Xiao clan and agree to this? I will naturally have to ask my Xiao clan's first supreme elder. He was trying to stall for time, but Zhou Xiong Xian had already expected this. Then I would like Xiao Yi Hu to contact your clan's Gu immortals. I believe the difference between righteous and demonic is deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Xiao clan is one of the models of Western Desert's righteous path. How can we make a mistake on such an important matter? Wan Gucho immediately nodded, echoing the Celestial Court's immortals. Then let's do it like this. We will discuss the distribution of the spoils of war after all of you ask for instructions. She pretended to be tolerant. If any clan is unwilling, we will not blame them. In this war against Fong, even if you did not make any contributions, you have worked hard. If you do not want to join the anti-Fong alliance, my Wan clan will send you off. We will not make things difficult for you. The immortals heard this and cursed inwardly. Right now, they had not received any rewards, or perhaps only a small portion. If they did not agree to the Celestial Court's conditions, Wan Gucho would chase them out of the anti-Fong alliance. Only by joining the anti-Fong alliance could they get rewards, as well as more spoils of war from Fong clan. After a while, the Gu immortals present finished asking for instructions. None of them left. Under the pressure of righteousness, Western Desert's superclans could not bear the pressure of public opinion and leave the alliance. Moreover, if they left the alliance at this juncture, the Gu immortals would not get any benefits. Fong clan was like a piece of juicy meat, attracting these giants to fight over it. Very good, you did not disappoint me after all. Wan Gucho stood up with a smile on her face. Right now, a new opportunity was in front of her. She was now the alliance leader of the anti-Fong alliance. As long as she led the alliance and defeated Fong clan, her reputation would rise to the peak of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. By then she would be like Western Desert's Wu Yong, becoming the publicly recognized leader of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong also had smiles on their faces. All of this was within star constellation Immortal Venerable's calculations. Making Wan Gucho the leader of Western Desert was extremely beneficial to Celestial Court. Fong Yuan is number 1 in Gu refinement, but in terms of methods, how can he be star constellation Immortal Venerable's match? Zhou Xiong Xian sneered in his heart. On the same day, Wan Gucho announced the establishment of the new anti-Fong alliance. Following the revival of the strongest expert in Wan clan's history, the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world changed. Almost all the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were paying close attention to this. Celestial Court has won this contest. Fong clan is in danger. To think that Celestial Court can revive other Gu immortals, it is not just limited to Celestial Court members. The true situation is still in the hands of the Venerables. If Fong Yuan takes action personally, this Wan Gucho is just a clown. Fong Yuan can make a move, but can't Star Constellation Immortal Venerable do the same? It would be best if the two fight, then I, Ancestor Giant's son, can reap the benefits. Chapter 2293. Western Desert. Myriad or Desert. Shi Zhong looked at Shi clan's information with an indifferent expression. Fong clan failed. It seems that Shi Kong has a chance again. However, Fong clan only lost 2 rank 7 Gu immortals and 3 immortal Gu houses. They still have the strength to fight. Shi Zhong was someone who was ostracized by Shi clan, while Shi Kong was a rising star that Shi clan had specially nurtured. Shi Zhong flattered Shi Kong on the surface, but he was envious and disgusted inwardly. Regardless of the battle situation or the result, it has nothing to do with me. I still need to rely on myself. Shi Zhong gritted his teeth, thinking about how his latest attempt to refine wealth Immortal Gu had failed again. The thought of asking Fong Yuan for help in the Gu refinement flashed in his mind. Shi Zhong gritted his teeth, finally making a decision. It seems that I need to sell some wealth Mortal Gu. Shi Zhong could not be nurtured to begin with. Trying to refine wealth Immortal Gu in secret had expended almost all of his wealth. He was already penniless now, he could only sell some things to exchange for immortal materials for his next attempt. And the only thing he could sell was wealth mortal goo. Even though he had failed many times, he had some results. He could not refine wealth immortal goo, but he managed to refine wealth mortal goo. Communicating with jewel yellow skies, Shi Zhong hesitated for a long time before choosing more than 10 wealth mortal goo and bringing them into jewel yellow skies. Wealth mortal goo gathered into a lump, forming a treasure light. The treasure light was abundant, but these were clearly mortal goo. This situation attracted the attention of other goo immortals. What goo is this? Why is it giving off such a treasure light? New Heir 2 asked. In a little over a year, he advanced to rank 6 goo immortal. Even though he relied on Northern Plains' New Heir clan, he was still a new rank 6 goo immortal. When he had some free time, he would communicate with jewel yellow skies, using his divine sense to explore and increase his knowledge. New Heir 2 was the great-grandson of goo immortal New Heir Chi. He had also participated in the last Imperial Court contest. He was skilled at enslaving leopards. He was once on the same level as Fang Yuan's Chang Shan Yin. He was recognized as one of the 5 Beast Kings by Northern Plains Goo Masters. This is wealth goo. Shi Zhong replied. New Heir 2 was stunned for a moment, becoming even more curious. Wealth goo? Wasn't this the legendary immortal goo recorded in The Legends of Renzu? With your mortal goo. Shi Zhong snorted coldly. This is a mortal goo recipe that I created after painstaking research. These rank 5 wealth goo can be turned into any rank 5 goo material. New Heir 2's heart shook as he asked, any rank 5 goo material? Can it be used multiple times? Shi Zhong's voice turned gloomy. These are all one-time consumable goo. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have taken it out for sale. Shi Zhong had been trying to refine immortal goo level wealth goo. If he sold too many wealth mortal goo, there was the risk of others deducing the immortal goo recipe. At that time, Shi Zhong would be nurturing his own competitor. If he had a choice, Shi Zhong would not sell these wealth mortal goo. Moreover, he was only selling a dozen or so mortal goo. New Heir 2 thought. These wealth goo can only be converted into any rank 5 goo material. They are not practical. As a goo immortal, what rank 5 goo material can't he get? But this involves the legendary wealth goo. Buying some for research or gifting is a good idea. New Heir 2 asked for the price. His divine sense soon fluctuated intensely. You are asking for such a high price for a mortal goo? Have you gone crazy from poverty? Shi Zhong said, Friend, at first glance, exchanging mortal goo for immortal materials is somewhat unimaginable. But think about it, as long as you have these mortal goo, you can deduce immortal goo recipes from them. Wealth immortal goo, think about it, how valuable is it? To speak the truth, these mortal goo are basically unique in the current world. There are likely only these few left. I only managed to obtain these by chance, Yi Zichen said with a smile. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in goo refinement. If not for the fact that I am in a tight spot, I would not have sold them. Friend, how many do you want? If you buy 3 at once, I can give you a discount. Shi Zhong had a glib tongue. New Heir 2 fell into hesitation after hearing this. Shi Zhong's words were not without reason. But was it worth it to use a large number of immortal materials to buy the hope of deducing an immortal goo recipe? New Heir 2 was not stupid. He thought about it and said, buying 2 or 3 wealth goo is not a problem. But what I really want to know is, where did you get these things from? Shi Zhong immediately became vigilant. Friend, you are asking too much. I do not want any trouble because of this. Moreover, if I really provide information as you wish, how can you determine whether it is true or false? That is true. New Heir 2 hesitated again. Right at this time, another divine sense interjected with excitement. You actually have wealth goo. I will buy them. How many do you have? Give them all to me. Shi Zhong replied. Friend, don't be anxious, listen to my price. The mysterious goo immortal heard this and paused for a moment before nodding. All right, I want them all. Shi Zhong was slightly dazed, while New Heir 2 became vigilant. Shi Zhong thought about it and said, Friend, it is not that I do not want to sell them all to you, but you came later. This friend arrived earlier. We are almost done. Shi Zhong did not want to sell all the wealth gu to one person. That way, he would have the most clues to deduce, and the possibility of deducing an immortal gu recipe would be higher. This mysterious gu immortal's attitude made Shi Zhong feel somewhat uneasy. For stability, he naturally hoped that New Heir 2 would buy some. But New Heir 2 backed down. I was just hesitating when this mysterious gu immortal appeared. Is this a trap to urge me to buy some wealth mortal gu? New Heir 2 had heard of this scam before. Thus, New Heir 2 gave up on the idea of purchasing them. Shi Zhong was helpless. After hesitating for a while, he sold all the wealth gu to the mysterious gu immortal. After collecting enough immortal materials, he left Jewel Yellow Skies and prepared to refine gu again. He really sold them? New Heir 2 was somewhat disappointed. And after that mysterious gu immortal obtained wealth gu, he also left Jewel Yellow Skies. He was Spirit Butterfly Valley's gu immortal Xiao Baihong. Xiao Baihong gave these wealth gu to the rank 5 gu master beside him, Xiao Qixing. Xiao Qixing was Xiao Baihong's great-grandson, one of the current 10 children of human path. He was heavily nurtured by the celestial court. Xiao Baihong said, "O Qixing, are these wealth gu really that helpful to you?" Xiao Qixing said, "Great-grandfather, I cultivate human path, and recently obtained a gu immortal true inheritance by chance. This true inheritance is very incomplete, but there are more than 10 justice immortal gu recipes. One of the immortal gu recipes is the most outstanding. It uses wealth immortal gu as a supplement to refine justice immortal gu. Now, even though we did not obtain wealth immortal gu, with these mortal gu, we can modify that immortal gu recipe. Once I refine justice immortal gu, I can use this gu as my vital gu and officially advance to a human path gu immortal." The 10 children of human path were aware of the superiority of human path, thus they planned to become human path gu immortals. But this way, they would need human path gu worms as vital gu. Xiao Qixing had great ambitions. He wanted to obtain rank 6 justice immortal gu in advance and use it as his vital gu. At that time, if his immortal ascension was successful, his vital gu would advance to rank 7. That way, the rank 6 Xiao Qixing would obtain rank 7 vital immortal gu in advance. Justice gu is no doubt a human path gu worm. With it, along with soldier gu, sergeant gu, and others, I will be able to grasp the human path killer move, Master of Justice. This move might become my signature method. Xiao Qixing described his cultivation plan with an excited expression. Xiao Baihong laughed heartily and patted Xiao Qixing's head. Good. Since you have such great ambitions, then I, great-grandfather, will help you even if I have to exhaust all my wealth. Southern Border, Tai Clan. Good. The righteous path is truly in the hearts of people. Tai Chuzhong laughed loudly. Lord Chuzhong, I wonder what made you so happy? A female voice was heard. Tai Chuzhong turned his head and saw a valiant and heroic-looking rank 5 female gu master. He smiled. It's Tai Ruanan. Take a look. This is Western Desert's Fong clan's latest battle report. Saying so, Tai Chuzhong handed an information path mortal gu to Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan probed with her consciousness and her expression changed. So such a thing happened when we were in closed cultivation in Demon Suppression Tower. Tai Chuzhong said with hatred, I had thought that Fong clan was just an empty shell. This clan was already involved with Fong Yuan long ago. They were unworthy of being Western Desert's righteous path. They did not have any of the righteous path's demeanor. Now it seems that it was indeed so. Fong clan's hearts are completely corrupted. They colluded with this demon, Fong Yuan. Now that they have suffered a crushing defeat, this defeat will be Fong Yuan's outcome in the future. Tai Ruanan nodded. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over righteous. The demonic path is rampant for a moment, but there is always the strength and hope of the righteous path in this world. These two had always hated Fong Yuan. Firstly, Tai clan's tradition was to fight against the demonic path. They were very iron-fisted. Secondly, these two had deep enmity with Fong Yuan. There was no need to talk about Tai Ruanan. They already had enmity on Qingmao Mountain. Her father had died there. Tai Chu Zhong had once participated in the pursuit of Fang Yuan, but was captured by Fang Yuan, and his immortal edge gu was stolen by Fang Yuan. Although he was released, his immortal aperture was taken by Fang Yuan. Tai Chu Zhong could only cultivate again, but he was still a gu master. Tai Ruanan continued to analyze. Celestial Court is indeed the role model of the righteous path, the leader of humanity. They supported one clan and revived one gu cho. They would rather provide immortal gu and immortal yuan stone than interfere in Western Desert's matters. This is the style of the righteous path. Fang clan's danger is not related to one clan's destruction. One clan is only a corner of the 5 regions. Even if it is destroyed, there are still many super forces left. Fang clan's greatest danger is that it can corrupt people's hearts, causing other gu immortals and super forces to fight to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But now, Celestial Court is giving the world another choice. Celestial Court has immortal yuan stone, immortal gu, and can even revive gu immortals. One clan paid a high price to obtain such support. This is Celestial Court's good intentions. Only when there is profit to be gained can it be spread widely, and there is a possibility of following it. This kind of justice is firm and stable. Overly noble justice is instead somewhat fake. It cannot be widely used, it will only make justice appear weak. Chapter 2294. I have read some comments recently, thank you for your guidance. Many people said that the plot was lousy, but I actually put a lot of effort into it. For example, the choice of the supporting characters in this chapter was done after careful consideration. On the surface, the clues in this chapter were the anti-Fang conflict, but in the dark, it was Justice Gu. It revealed the way of the Celestial Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Scheme, and Tai Clan's own thoughts. But I have to admit, Venerable Gu is not a good book to read. Because there are too many clues and too many characters, once they are written, the scale of the book will expand rapidly. The best time to read is around 1 to 3 chapters. Thus, many people felt that the first few chapters were interesting. Actually, the later stages were also very interesting, but they were different from the earlier stages. Once you read through it, you would find that the characters and events interacted with each other. The characters from a few million words ago still had their own performances in the later stages. Everyone has their own desires and thoughts, and the whole world is alive. At the end of the book, these characters would experience life and death agitation, their ideals would collide, they would experience the ups and downs of their own fates, causing a dazzling spark to blossom. This writing style was closer to traditional literature. It was indeed a thankless task. Because web novels were a genre, the content of each chapter would be magnified in the reader's perception, the beauty of the overall layout would be reduced over and over again. My outline was over 860,000 words long. I used at least half an hour to think about each chapter before I started writing. There were very few web novels that involved so many characters. This is also a huge challenge for me. I did not know what the final result would be. Would it be a success or a failure? But I felt the joy of writing from this challenge. But I also understood that most of the time, my readers would only read it for a few minutes every day. They would forget many characters. Recently, I have seriously looked at the suggestions of my readers. Many of the suggestions were very pertinent. For example, there were too many typos. I would like to apologize for this. Indeed, I did not do it well enough. Currently, every once in a while, I would correct the typos that my readers found. In the future, I would check it several times before uploading it. Actually, I did check it, but I was too familiar with the article, I could read it quickly. Honestly speaking, checking was quite difficult. The first time you read it, you would find typos more easily. There were also some suggestions on writing and style. First, the management team will do a questionnaire survey, which will be released in the group, Tieba, and other channels. Everyone, please do your best. Let me see what everyone thinks. Secondly, I have done some reflection. It was easy for me to rewrite it. If the story was straightforward, it would indeed make the readers feel better when they followed the updates. I could make a little more money, but it would be a waste. Writing in a straightforward manner is actually less taxing on the brain and less challenging than writing in my current style, and my enjoyment of writing is reduced. Venomous Goo Master, in my view, has always placed earning money at the back. I think if I update it a little more, I might make some adjustments to the look and feel. After all, if you only read one chapter, the progress of the plot would indeed be limited. My writing method would involve many supporting characters, which would indeed have such a disadvantage. The troublesome thing was that this writing method required a lot of thought and meticulous planning, so there wasn't much time to write. Therefore, there were only so many updates. Everyone should understand each other. I try to update more. But everything was based on quality. Thank you for your suggestions. I saw some of my friends' posts, which were very, very long, and I was very touched. I know, this is all because of their love for the book, especially the pictures. Wow, it's really amazing. Chapter 2295. Tai Chu Zhong heard this and nodded. His gaze towards Tai Ruanan was filled with unconcealable admiration. Previously, when Tai Chu Zhong heard that Tai Mian Shen chose Tai Ruanan to be the inheritor of Iron Mask True Inheritance, he had some doubts. But after this period of interaction, Tai Chu Zhong completely acknowledged Tai Ruanan. He felt that she was the most promising person in this generation of Tai clan. Tai Ruanan, it is good that you have such a deep understanding. Fang Yuan is vicious. He stole my immortal aperture and forced me to use my second aperture to cultivate. I have no choice but to be controlled by him. I cannot make it, my future is bleak. But you have a bright future. With your current accumulation, it is enough for you to ascend to an immortal. Tai Chu Zhong said with joy. Tai Ruanan was not modest. Yes. These days, I have been in closed cultivation using the power of Demon Suppression Tower, and also consulted the experiences of the seniors in the clan. I have 80 to 90% confidence in passing the immortal ascension tribulation. Very good. But you need to take it easy. The two heavens are in chaos, providence is in chaos. There will be losses during the immortal ascension. Natural inspiration is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is very important. Tai Chu Zhong guided. I would like to hear the details. Tai Chu Zhong explained in detail. During the process of natural inspiration, the Gu cultivator can ask Providence and get the answer. If the question is too difficult and surpasses the limits of heaven and earth, there will be no answer. For example, if you want to ask for the method of eternal life during the process of natural inspiration, heaven and earth will not be able to give you an answer. If the question is too simple, even if the Gu cultivator gets the answer, they will not be able to make full use of this precious opportunity. It will be a pity. The most ideal situation is for the question to be of moderate difficulty and get a perfect answer. But this situation is too rare, we cannot be sure of it. Thus, the most mature method is to ask a slightly more difficult question. That way, the answer will be correct, but it will not be complete. There will be a small portion missing. As for the missing parts, we can use manpower and material resources to make up for them in our future cultivation. This is the most effective way to use natural inspiration. Tai Ruanan's eyes flickered with light, asking, "Then how can I judge the difficulty of these questions?" Normally speaking, when asking about the immortal Gu recipes of ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu, this is the standard. Any Gu worm related to the legends of Rinzu is not an ordinary Gu. Other than that, you have to ask about things that are closely related to you. For example, if you cultivate Metal Path, you would ask about Metal Path. But if he asked about things unrelated to the Earth Path, the results would be very low. You have to be even more careful when it comes to the Dream Path. Meanwhile, southern border, Steel Tooth Mountain. In a nameless cave, Wu Yong cupped his fists and bowed, saying with a smile, "Fellow immortal Wang, I've brought some good wine this time." In front of him was an elderly Gu immortal. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were blurry as if he had just woken up. The old man sighed and said, "Lord Wu Yong, this is the third time you've come to visit. You are a rank 8 Gu immortal, the alliance leader of Southern Alliance, but you are treating a mere rank 7 Gu immortal like me with such respect. I understand your meaning, but I only want to cultivate in seclusion. I do not want to get involved in the conflicts of this world. Even though your wine is fragrant, I do not have the fortune to enjoy it. This old man was a secluded cultivator of southern border. He cultivated wisdom path and was called Forgotten Taoist. Wu clan specialized in wind path. They had no advantage in wisdom path. Wu Yong had been looking for reliable candidates. After learning that Forgotten Taoist was living in seclusion on Steel Tooth Mountain, he personally came to recruit him several times. Wu Yong said with a solemn expression, "You are wrong. In the current world, the two heavens are in chaos. The 5 regions mock battle is almost upon us. Who can remain unaffected? Even if you do not want to make things difficult for others in this chaotic world, there will always be people who are unwilling to be left out. For example, Western Desert's Fong clan. After obtaining some assistance from Fong Yuan, Fong clan invaded Wan clan. Even Wan clan's first supreme elder died because of it. This is a sign of the chaotic world. Even if the celestial court helped Wan clan to victory, what is the intrinsic difference between star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fong Yuan? You are a wisdom path Gu cultivator. You cannot ignore this. Forgotten Taoist sighed again. It is better to be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. In the current world, Great Love Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal are each leading in ultimate force. They have deep foundations and can easily topple the balance of super forces. For example, you Wu Yong, you will be excited and restless, but I feel only sorrow and bitterness. Lord Wu Yong, there is no need to persuade me anymore. Please leave. Wu Yong sighed deeply. He could only hold on to his expectations and bid farewell to Forgotten Taoist with deep regret. This world was huge. There was Shi Zhong who worked hard to refine Immortal Gu in secret. There was Shao Qi Xing who borrowed his great-grandfather's strength and was already plotting to obtain rank 7 Vital Gu before ascending to Immortal. There was New Heir Tu who obtained the clan's assistance and was already a Gu Immortal. There was Tai Ruanan who cultivated Metal Path as a Gu Master and obtained guidance from a senior to understand the secret of natural inspiration. There was an ambitious person like Wu Yong. There was also a Gu Immortal like Forgotten Taoist who was content with living in seclusion and did not want to get involved in conflicts. There was also a super force whose future was bleak and was in imminent danger, Fong clan. Fong clan's headquarters. In the discussion hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Fong clan was defeated. Huge losses. What should they do? Be it Fong Gong, Fong Di Chang, Fong Lung, or Fong Yun, they all had heavy moods. Wan Gucho had recovered all of Wan clan's lost territories, but the anti-Fong alliance still existed. If not for the alliance discussing the distribution plan, Fong clan would have already been attacked by the anti-Fong alliance. Even though Fong clan still had the strength to fight, their chances of winning were extremely slim. Right at this time, Lu Wei-in suddenly visited. Fong clan's immortals were moved. Quickly invite him in. Fong Gong had just said this when he stood up. No, come with me to welcome him. Fong clan's immortals welcomed Lu Wei-in into the hall. Lu Wei-in saw that the Fong clan immortals had strange expressions. Myriad Gucho is truly amazing. According to what I know, Myriad Gucho is a compound killer move of Time Path and Wisdom Path. Once one's emotions are affected, their lifespan will decrease. The decreased lifespan will strengthen the killer move's power and make the melancholic emotions even more intense, shrouding one's heart and causing one's fighting spirit to fall to rock bottom. Fong Huasheng sighed. This killer move is very different from historical records. I tried my best to heal it, but there are still many emotions remaining in our hearts. We can only slowly erase them. Lu Wei-in laughed heartily. No worries. I brought a special Immortal Gu this time. Please give it a try. Saying so, Lu Wei-in lent an Immortal Gu to Fong Dichang. This was a rank 7 Immortal Gu belonging to Wisdom Path. Fong Dichang barely managed to activate it as the Immortal Gu shone with profound light that covered his entire body. A moment later, Fong Dichang's expression recovered. He felt relaxed. The melancholic emotions that had been lingering in his heart for a long time had vanished. Good Immortal Gu. Fong Dichang praised. Lu Wei-yin continued. Our alliance leader learned of Fang clan's defeat. He specially refined this immortal goo. With this wisdom path immortal goo, it is easy to heal the remnant power of myriad gucho. Other than this immortal goo, there are also several killer moves that complement it. One of them can even defend against myriad gucho. Your clan only needs to pay a set of super resource points to buy them all. Fang Di-chang smiled bitterly. He was about to speak. Lu Wei-yin continued, friends from Fang clan, don't be sad. I know that Fang clan lost Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei. This is a huge loss for Fang clan. But it is not a problem. Celestial Court has a method to revive myriad gucho. How can Lord Fang Yuan not have one? Lord Alliance leader only needs 2 huge resources to revive these 2, but their cultivation level will only be at rank 6. This time, the expressions of Fang clan's immortals changed. Can we really revive Enlei? Fang Chen was extremely excited. He was Fang clan's son-in-law. Fang Enlei was his wife. Lu Wei-yin smiled. Earlier, when we transacted with you, one of the conditions was for you to use your own human qi as a commodity. This human qi is the key to Lord Alliance leader's revival. There is no problem in reviving them. Not just that, it is also not a problem for these 2 to recover to rank 7. We just need to add 2 huge resource points. Of course, it is not impossible to raise their cultivation level to rank 8. As long as your clan can afford it, Lord Alliance leader has great abilities, he will not disappoint you. Even rank 8 cultivation level can be bought and sold? Fang Gong was stunned. The other Fang clan Gu immortals had complex expressions. Rank 8 cultivation level was once the highest level in the world, but in the last few decades, pseudo-venerables appeared one after another, venerables revived, rank 8 cultivation level fell again and again. Now, rank 8 cultivation level was a commodity that could be bought and sold at will. This made Fang clan's immortals a little dazed. Lu Wei-yin looked around as he said loudly, do you still not understand? Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, the situation in the world has changed drastically. Immortal Gu houses are like this, rank 8 Gu immortals are like this, even venerables are like this. This kind of upheaval is akin to turning the world upside down. If a superpower can't adapt to this change, it'll only be a splash in the tide of the new era. It'll only be a fleeting moment before it's eliminated, Shifeng said. Fang Di-chang squinted. Lord Lu Wei-yin seems to be implying something. Lu Wei-yin chuckled. I will be frank, the current situation is very dangerous. How can Fang clan resist the anti-Fang alliance? If we defend ourselves, no matter how strong the immortal formation is, it will only delay the destruction for some time. Only by making a world-shaking move can we deal with such an intense change. Of course, the choice is yours. Lord Alliance leader will not interfere in Western Desert's internal conflict. But if I were you, I would abandon all the resource points and sell them in exchange for immortal Gu and immortal materials to revive my clan's Gu immortals. Fang Gong and Fang Di-chang's pupils shrunk. The other Gu immortals were in an uproar. How can we do that? We are too unfilial. Without these resource points, our Fang clan's foundation will be gone. If we do that, won't we be letting down our ancestors? This is the foundation of our Fang clan. Fang clan's immortals reacted intensely. They looked at Lu Wei-yin with ferocious and hateful gazes. Lu Wei-yin shrugged, saying calmly, whether we sell or not is up to you. I am only giving you a small suggestion. So, Fang Di-chang's voice was extremely hoarse. Fang Gong was silent, he did not object. Lord Fang Di-chang. Some Fang clan Gu immortals stood up in excitement. But Fang Di-chang's next words made these Gu immortals unable to retort. If we don't sell, can you defend them? Chapter 2296. Sitting on a desolate hill, Fang Di-chang was as silent as a rock. Ever since the 2 days were mixed together, there was no longer a clear distinction between day and night. Instead, the sky was filled with black and white. As a result, there was a clear distinction between light and darkness in this area. Fang Di-chang was currently in the darkness. He expressionlessly looked down the desolate hill. It was a desolate desert with not even a blade of grass growing there. But because the two heavens were intertwined, this huge desert was also divided into areas where light and darkness intertwined. This was Tassel Desert, Fong Clan's super resource point. Every year, during a certain period of time, earth roots would grow here. The earth roots were like straw, like willow branches, soft and tough. The earth roots were long and short. They ranged from ordinary goo materials to rank 8 immortal materials. When it was lush, the earth roots would cover the entire Tassel Desert. When the wind blew, it would look like the waves of earth roots that were as vast as mountains and seas, magnificent and soul-stirring. This was the #1 resource point of Fong Clan. It was the pride of every Fong Clan goo immortal. But now he had to sell it to Fong Yuan. Once he sold it, he would never be able to return. It was practically an eternal farewell. Fong Dichang's expression was wooden, but his heart was like the desert in front of him, desolate and cold. Fong Gong's figure flew over and landed on the desolate hill, standing beside Fong Dichang. "You really are here." Fong Gong sighed. Fong Dichang, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly had a twisted expression as he clenched his fists. Fong Yuan did it on purpose. I'm afraid he already knew about Wan Guchao's existence, but he didn't say anything, causing our clan to suffer a great loss. Fong Gong was slightly taken aback. Fong Dichang continued, "Even if he does not know about Wan Guchao's revival, he concealed the fact that he can revive my clan's goo immortals. As long as he mentioned it in advance, even if it was just half a sentence, I would know. I knew that venerables had methods to easily revive goo immortals. I would have been on guard against Wan Guchao. Who knows, we might exchange for that forgotten worry immortal goo in advance. We would have the most basic defense against the killer move Myriad Sorrow. We would not be defeated. Instead, the anti-Fong alliance would collapse." Fong Dichang was almost shouting at the end. He wasn't wrong at all. At that time, the battle situation was actually on the front line. The victory of Fong Clan and the anti-Fong alliance was just a matter of time. If they knew of Wan Guchao's existence, Fong Clan would not have sent 6 immortal goo houses to attack Myriad Age Building. Myriad Ancient Sorrow had an area of effect. But at that time, under the condition that Fong Clan didn't know about it, forcing the remnants of Wan Clan to surrender was the best move to obtain benefits. "All right." Fong Gong smiled bitterly. "Things have already happened. Second Elder, don't dwell on it anymore. We don't have the spring and autumn cicada to go back. The goo immortals that Celestial Court revived earlier were all their members. Everyone guessed that their revival was related to the contribution of immortal apertures. Adding on the fact that the immortal tomb was almost completely destroyed by Fong Yuan, Wan Guchao's resurrection is very hard to predict." Fong Dichang's expression was cold as ice. "No, it is Fong Yuan. Everything is because of Fong Yuan. He's the mastermind behind all of this. I'm very clear-headed now. Our Fong Clan defeating the anti-Fong alliance is not what the Celestial Court wants to see. But it is also not what Fong Yuan wants to see. Because even if our Fong Clan wins, we will not invade other super forces. But in this situation, our Fong Clan needs to relocate urgently and sell all our resource points to Fong Yuan in exchange for immortal goo and goo immortal revivals. What will we do next? We have no resource points and cannot replenish ourselves. We can only rely on Fong Yuan. We can only continue to invade other super forces' resource points and trade them with Fong Yuan in exchange for immortal goo and other cultivation resources. Our Fong Clan has already become his vanguard, his bandits. We are plundering Western Desert for him. And he, Guyue Fong Yuan, is still in Eastern Sea. He is the high and mighty great love immortal venerable. He will announce to the outside world that he will not interfere in Western Desert's internal strife. All of the crimes will be shouldered by our Fong Clan. He, Guyue Fong Yuan, is clean. What heaven and earth great love alliance? What great love immortal venerable? Fong Dichang looked up at the sky and let out a mocking laugh. His eyes were red, his hair was disheveled, and there were already glistening tears in his eyes. First Elder Fong Gong, think about it. don't you feel that one clan's first Supreme Elder's death was too strange? If he dies like this, our Fang clan will only have one path left to take. This is Fang Yuan. He wore a fake human skin but was actually a vicious beast that devoured people without spitting out their bones. I hate him, I hate him. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth. I hate my Fang clan for being too deeply involved with Fang Yuan. I hate those Eastern Sea superforces. They were too weak and easily bullied. They actually allowed Fang Yuan to act like a tyrant over them. However, the person I hate the most is myself. I am a wisdom path Gu immortal in vain. I did not see through Fang Yuan's scheme and even implicated the whole of Fang clan to become Fang Yuan's chess pieces. We were manipulated by him, played by him. I, Fang Dichang, am the sinner of Fang clan. Saying so, Fang Dichang was already kneeling on the ground. He looked down at the ground and punched the ground as he cried bitterly. This proud wisdom path Gu immortal had not lost his composure and cried so bitterly for 100 years. Fang Gong sighed and slowly sat down beside Fang Dichang. One clan's first Supreme Elder's death was strange. How could I not be suspicious? But even if it is Fang Yuan's scheme, what can we do? Do we have evidence? Fang Gong showed a helpless and humble smile. Even if we have evidence, what can we do to heaven-refining demon venerable? Fang Gong put his hand on Fang Dichang's shoulder. Don't lose your composure, second Supreme Elder. You are the brains of Fang clan. If other Fang clan Gu immortals see this, what will they think? What will happen to our morale? Fang Dichang gritted his teeth and stopped crying. He sat down on the ground again and stood beside Fang Gong. Fang Gong continued, I also hate. I hate Celestial Court, I hate one clan, I hate Fang Yuan, and I also hate you. But at the same time, I hate myself even more. As Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, I was defeated by the killer move Myriad Ancient Sorrow. I was like a dog that fled in a sorry state. I could not do anything. My fists were so weak, my body was so fragile. Fang Dichang, you are not the first Supreme Elder, I am. Who is at fault for Fang clan's current situation? No one's mistake is heavier than mine. If I could atone for my sins with my death, I would immediately commit suicide in front of the anti-Fang alliance. But I cannot. We are all aware of the nature of the righteous path. Once Fang clan loses a rank 8 like me, those people will become even more vicious. I can only live with my fists clenched, my face steeled, and my chest puffed out. Only then can I be more beneficial to Fang clan, only then can I hope to atone for my sins. I want to atone for my sins with merit. I don't want to become the greatest sinner in history. I don't want Fang clan to end in my hands. Do you understand? Fang Dichang. Fang Gong shouted. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Gong. Of course I understand. Fang Gong stood up and looked at the desert and the horizon, continuing, today's Tassel Desert is like the walking stone crevice of the past. We need to imitate Fang clan's first-generation immortal ancestor and face the difficulties head-on. What is home? It is not these resource points, it is ourselves. Where there are people, there is hope. You are right. Fang Dichang also stood up with a resolute expression. Our Fang clan still has hope. Immemorial two heavens. Spectral soul demon venerables mountain-like body charged towards Jun Xinguang and Che Wei, the two celestial court Gu immortals. Air currents surged as formless pressure enveloped Jun Xinguang and Che Wei. Oh no, why did we provoke him? Jun Xinguang frowned deeply. Che Wei sighed. Even if spectral soul demon venerable is not sane, we are not his match. Retreat. But we've worked so hard to guide these stars here. And this heavenly veil was given to us by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Jun Xinguang gritted his teeth, choosing to retreat wisely in the end. The three-headed thousand-armed spectral soul demon venerable shouted loudly, raising hundreds of thick black arms that resembled towering trees as he tore at the empty space in front of him. With a series of loud tearing sounds, the originally empty sky suddenly tore open, as if a huge curtain had been torn into countless pieces. Hidden in the curtain were hundreds of thousands of huge stars. Bam bam bam. Spectral soul demon Venerable charged into the group of stars. The stars along the way were either smashed by his mountain-like body or crushed by his hundreds or thousands of giant hands. The two heavenly court goo immortals saw that their painstaking efforts over the past few days were all for naught. They were furious. Fortunately, the stars scattered quickly. Spectral soul demon Venerable lost his consciousness and only a small portion of them was destroyed. Che Wei and Jun Xinguang discussed for a while. They decided to clean up the heavenly veil and bring the remaining stars back to Central Continent. After all, this was a mission personally given by star constellation Immortal Venerable. This is a heavenly veil? Shen Shang suddenly appeared. Che Wei and Jun Xinguang's hearts sank. They became very vigilant. Shen Shang had displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. He was a truly strong enemy to them. Shen Shang also collected some heavenly veils. He looked at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was still destroying the stars. He smiled at the two Celestial Court goo immortals. Can you tell me why Celestial Court is collecting these stars? Che Wei and Jun Xinguang had grim expressions. Shen Shang continued to smile. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Since you used the heavenly veil to collect the stars, you definitely want to do this secretly. You don't want this matter to be interrupted. Then I will directly collect these shattered heavenly veils and announce your actions to the public. Che Wei snorted coldly. Shen Shang, don't go overboard. Fang Clan's outcome will be the outcome of all the super forces that sided with Fang Yuan. Your Shen Clan's good days will be numbered soon. Shen Shang squinted. You don't need to worry about my Shen Clan's matters. I know for sure that the good days of the two of you are about to come to an end. Retreat. Jun Xinguang spoke. Che Wei immediately responded. Shen Shang chased for a while, forcing the two Celestial Court goo immortals to retreat. He returned and collected all of the heavenly veils. These heavenly veils are all very precious Heaven Path immortal materials. It is the best to offer them to Alliance leader Fang Yuan. Chapter 2297. Hundreds of stars shot towards profound literature grotto heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu's subordinates had already received the news. They were already prepared. They're here. Quickly activate the immortal formation. Bam bam bam. The stars collided with the immortal formation, erupting with a huge force. Profound light flashed as the stars shattered into countless fragments. The immortal formation suffered the most intense attack. A large number of goo immortals were injured and coughed out blood. A moment later, the damaged immortal formation was still standing, but there were still several stars charging towards it. Retreat. Old Immortal Hua Yu ordered. Lord. No, the grotto heaven is behind us. If there is a mishap, I will not retreat. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will protect our homeland. Even though the goo immortals were weak, their morale was high. Profound literature grotto heaven was originally placed in the void. It was condensed into a single point. The movement of the stars in the outside world had nothing to do with it. But now that the two heavens were mixed, there was a huge change. All the grotto heavens in the two heavens were more or less implicated. They were forced to show themselves. Right now, behind the damaged immortal formation was profound literature grotto heaven's immortal aperture entrance. Even though the entrance was closed, it was exposed and could not disappear. Old Immortal Hua Yu immediately shouted, I have my methods, don't hesitate, otherwise, you will lose your life for nothing. The immortals were silent. They quickly disassembled the immortal formation and left, entering profound literature grotto heaven. They believed in Old Immortal Hua Yu. They're here. Old Immortal Hua Yu was alone. He looked at the incoming stars with a grim expression. Immortal killer move, cold words. Immortal killer move, idle gossip. The first move emitted a cold frost that caused the stars' speed to decrease. The second move sliced the stars, causing them to shatter. However, the large star fragments still had a huge impact force. Go all out. Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted furiously. Disregarding his life, he used his methods to block all of these star fragments. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, his body was covered in injuries. Star path light shined from him. With the fusion of the two heavens, the stars were affected by the heavenly Tao. They were extremely chaotic, but they were also strengthened and had great power. Even old immortal Hua Yu, who had rank 8 cultivation level, could barely resist it. Just as old immortal Hua Yu was about to turn around, he suddenly turned around and saw another wave of stars flying over. If these stars were to reach profound literature grotto heaven, the consequences would be unimaginable. His pupils constricted and his expression stiffened before relaxing again. He was prepared for this. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to block this wave. But at this moment, Jun Shenguang suddenly appeared. The sky curtain. As he flew, he waved his hand and quickly set up a canopy in front of the planet. The stars crashed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble violently, forming huge transparent waves. It is celestial quartz Gu immortal Jun Shenguang. Old immortal Hua Yu was stunned. It's the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's old immortal Hua Yu. Jun Shenguang was also slightly taken aback and immediately became worried. This was a crucial moment. If old immortal Hua Yu took action, the sky screen would probably be destroyed again. However, what worried Jun Shenguang did not happen in the end. An unbearable amount of time passed, but old immortal Hua Yu did not do anything. He watched as Jun Shenguang closed the sky curtain and enveloped all of the stars. Eventually, Jun Shenguang took a deep look at old immortal Hua Yu before dragging the huge bag of sky curtain and leaving with the stars. His immortal aperture's entrance opened. Old immortal Hua Yu entered the grotto heaven with a complex mood. He had actually managed to survive because of celestial court. Looking down at the whole of profound literature grotto heaven, there were calamities everywhere. There were earthquakes and floods. The thick smoke from volcanic eruptions covered the sky, and the acid rain had already lasted for dozens of days. The two heavens have fused. The heavenly Tao is in turmoil. Providence is in chaos, and our two heavens grotto heavens are all heaven vein nodes. We are also facing calamity. Lives are in chaos. Countless people are crying in sorrow. Sigh, I feel guilty. Old immortal Hua Yu sighed deeply. He was filled with self-blame, helplessness, anger, and other complex emotions. The Gu immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens had deep feelings for their own grotto heavens. This was different from the Gu immortals of the 5 regions. The Gu immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens were ostracized by the 5 regions. They could only survive in the two heavens that were filled with danger. Most of them cultivated in seclusion. They viewed their grotto heavens as the world's final, warmest, and most stable pure land and home. Among these grotto heavens, there was a unique imperial court system. It was a unified Gu immortal force. Profound literature grotto heaven had the deepest feelings towards its home. The immortals came to greet old immortal Hua Yu. That was a close shave. We should ask for reinforcements from the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The two heavens are fusing. The environment is so dangerous. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals live like princes. Why would they take the risk? Sigh. It is not impossible to ask for reinforcements. It is just that the price is too high. The entire Imperial Court's foundation is about to be emptied. Skeleton Grotto Heaven and others are asking for reinforcements at all costs. This is a vicious competition. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals are raising the price. Damn it. Sigh. Lord Alliance leader is not doing anything. Great Love Immortal Venerable is busy refining Tao marks or making arrangements in Western Desert. Why would he care about the small matters of profound literature grotto heaven? Our profound literature grotto heaven is going to be devoured by him anyway. Old immortal Hua Yu's expression turned solemn. He shouted, "Shut up, how can you criticize Lord Alliance leader like this?" Even though he said that, old immortal Hua Yu's mind flashed with the scene earlier, especially Jun Shenguang's final glance. Longevity heaven. Waves of golden radiance vibrated. Hold on. Several Gu immortals of the 8 extremities controlled Calamity Luck Altar, trying to stabilize the situation. The whole of longevity heaven was shaking intensely. The ground was shaking. Not just Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan was also controlling Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. However, the 2 Luck Path immortal Gu houses could only barely maintain the situation. Rumble. With a loud sound, the ground cracked, almost splitting the whole of longevity heaven into two. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of waves could be heard from underground, scarlet light pierced through the sky. A vast sea of blood appeared in front of the immortals. Longevity heaven actually has a sea of blood of such a scale? Bing Sichuan and the rest were shocked. Celestial court. The bright and peaceful atmosphere was already gone. Qin Ding Ling, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, Princess Impatience, and other members were rushing around. Shabi 95, Ruan Dan, and even Qing Cho were mobilized to stabilize the situation. Heaven and earth were collapsing, forming terrifying cracks. The grand palaces had already been dismantled by the celestial court's Gu immortals, condensing into more than 10 immortal Gu houses of rank 6, 7, and 8. No matter what the situation was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not care. She focused on refining the wisdom path Dao marks in Celestial Court. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's soul was lying leisurely in the pool water. The pool water was hot, steam lingered around it, it was like a white fog. Every once in a while, the pool water would create waves that slammed onto Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul originally had 100 arms and 2 heads, but after being cleansed by the pool water, most of his hundreds of arms had already disappeared. His head had also returned to its original size. This pool was not an ordinary pool, it was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. After Fang Yuan raised advanced refinement Gu to rank 9, he started to modify 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. After completing it some time ago, he started to bathe his soul. Because 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool contained rank 9 advanced refinement Gu, it was already a genuine rank 9 immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house still had 4 core immortal Gu, advanced refinement immortal Gu, water refinement immortal Gu, immortal regret Gu, and blood asset immortal Gu. Advanced refinement immortal Gu was rank 9, the other 3 immortal Gu were rank 8. Among them, blood asset immortal Gu had already reached its limit, it could not be raised to rank 9. Celestial Court's contributions in suppressing the development of blood path could not go unnoticed. Advanced refinement immortal Gu reached rank 9. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was originally created before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After Fang Yuan became a refinement path supreme grandmaster, he had the ability to modify it. Right now, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's Gu refinement power had undoubtedly risen by a large margin. Fang Yuan's soul used 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to bathe in it. The effect was miraculous. The drawbacks of soul path cultivation were gradually decreasing. Fang Yuan cultivated soul path mainly by referring to spectral soul demon Venerable's soul path true inheritance. But this true inheritance had a huge drawback. It was already showing itself. A human soul was at most 100 million man soul. This was the limit of the race. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, and after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable innovated it, it broke through the limit of the human body and underwent a qualitative change, breaking through from 100 million man soul to desolate soul. Then 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 100 million desolate soul. 100 million desolate soul was the limit of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It could form 3,000 armed demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength, directly resisting calamities and tribulations, defying heaven and earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was the peak of soul cultivation. It was also the limit that the world could contain. But Fang Yuan gradually discovered that this cultivation method had a huge drawback. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sought too much power, it left behind many hidden dangers. A human soul was a human soul. After breaking through to desolate soul, the pure human nature had added bestial nature, or rather, it was one's nature. 100 million desolate soul was terrifying, but the human nature occupied very little of it. Instead, the natural wild nature occupied most of it. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had completely dissipated. He was first controlled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, then roamed the 2 heavens, acting according to his bestial nature. This was the manifestation of the drawback. Feng Yuan had already guessed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation. Some time ago, Shenshang had contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Feng Yuan compared the two and finally confirmed the drawback of soul path cultivation. In the past, human path had not developed. The limit of a human was 100 million man-soul. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no choice but to make a breakthrough, but in fact, he had stepped onto the wrong path. Of course, there are many reasons for this. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to create Killing Path and annexed Black Heavenly Spirit, but he did not succeed, so he created Soul Path instead. The deeper meaning behind this is terrifying just by thinking about it. Chapter 2298. Intense winds and rain filled the entirety of Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was dark and gloomy. Within the intense winds, more than 10 immortal goo houses were moving around. Almost all of the members of Celestial Court were here to stabilize the situation. A large amount of black smoke is leaking from the northeast corner. It can corrode the ground and turn it into mud. The immortal graveyard is there. We need to protect it. Name Plaque Palace is heavily damaged, requesting reinforcements. Someone help me, I can't repair this crack in time. The goo immortals conversed. This situation had already been going on for dozens of days. It was getting more and more intense. Celestial Court was filled with danger everywhere, and most importantly, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. It could be said to be the #1 heaven vein node in the world. During these 2 days of confusion, Celestial Court suffered the greatest impact. Originally, Celestial Court was heavily defended, but after 2 invasions, the defensive methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and the rest were either completely destroyed or had their power greatly reduced. They could no longer be used. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across half of Celestial Court. It was blocked by 5 Deity Hall in the end. The latter suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater and rumbling dust. Such a phenomenon was the display of Celestial Court's deep foundation. Even the rank 8-5 Deity Hall could barely resist it. It was a chaotic scene. Right at this unstable situation, in Central Great Hall, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable slowly opened her eyes. Her starry eyes were deep and profound. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze pierced through Central Great Hall, instantly seeing the situation in Celestial Court. From today onwards, this is your home, little star. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable introduced the young star constellation. Where is this? Celestial Court. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said with deep emotions. Celestial Court. Star Constellation muttered this unfamiliar term. You can treat it as your home. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable stroked Star Constellation's head. Home. Star Constellation's eyes brightened. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at everything. His gaze seemed to be looking at the 5 regions, as if he could see through the future. This is naturally your home, because it is also the home of the entire human race. A scene from deep within her memories appeared in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind before vanishing. Since when has the Celestial Court been in such a difficult situation? This is our home. I will protect you until the end, and then I await your return. In the next moment, a purple radiance suddenly spread out from the central hall, and soon spread to every corner of the Celestial Court. This is... Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move? We are useless. We implicated Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? Clearly, she had completely refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. Under the illumination of the purple light, the raging wind and rain dissipated, the bombarding thunder and lightning disintegrated, and the cracks between heaven and earth quickly closed up. The Celestial Court's goo immortals were deeply shaken. This was the might of a Tao Lord. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court. Her strength here had already surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even now, when Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan joined hands to attack the Celestial Court, they would not be able to gain an advantage over Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Go! Let's go and meet Lady Star Constellation. Some immortal Gu houses landed, some floated in the air. The Gu immortals moved out and entered the central Great Hall. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already using her investigative method. This time, the effect was completely different from before. Using the huge number of Wisdom Path Dao marks of the Celestial Court, the investigative killer move's power rose sharply. It seems that the situation is still within our expectations. The two venerables are still refining natural Dao marks. Feng Yuan is limited by his immortal essence. His refinement results are the lowest. Giant Sun Immortal has the most results. He is ahead of me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon stopped her investigative method. She needed to conserve her immortal essence. It was time for the Celestial Court's immortals to report the situation. With the fusion of 2 days, Celestial Court was shaken and suffered huge losses. Back then, profound literature Grotto Heaven was in danger of being attacked by the stars. Old Immortal Hua, you did not make a move against me. I managed to retrieve that batch of stars and bring them all back to Central Continent. Jun Shenguang mentioned an interesting situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Humans, the Imperial Court, poems, mountains and rivers, Feng Yuan, mermaid immortals, sovereign immortal aperture. In an instant, all sorts of information regarding old Immortal Hua Yu and profound literature Grotto Heaven flashed past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. With the help of the Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only used a few hundred thoughts and a negligible amount of immortal essence to deduce the result. This profound literature Grotto Heaven has the possibility of rebelling. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could completely understand old Immortal Hua Yu's deep feelings towards the Grotto Heaven. Disrupting Jun Shenguang was undoubtedly a huge contribution, but old Immortal Hua Yu did not do so. This proved that in his heart, profound literature Grotto Heaven status was higher than his contribution in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. And most importantly, old Immortal Hua Yu was against Feng Yuan and the Variant Human Alliance. Thus, profound literature Grotto Heaven joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. But later, when Feng Yuan declared it to be Great Love, Eastern Sea's superforces were too disappointing and joined Feng Yuan, profound literature Grotto Heaven was actually caught in the crossfire. As for why Feng Yuan did not devour these Grotto Heavens and end it all, it was simple. The sovereign immortal aperture was not stable. It could not hold on for much longer. Non-conflicting Dao marks was a double-edged sword. Long before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already deduced this huge threat to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan absorbed resource points crazily. He focused on Earth Path resource points in the beginning. He was likely constructing Earth Path Dao veins and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan lost a large number of Gu immortal subordinates. Later, he recruited 6 mermaid immortals and was willing to take the risk. It showed that he was lacking manpower and the sovereign immortal aperture was in danger. Thus, Feng Yuan could not devour these Grotto Heavens. He is only good at defending against Wisdom Path deductions. Western Desert's Feng clan's decision also affected his mental state. His lack of refinement path gains is his greatest worry. Profound literature Grotto Heaven situation is unavoidable. Even though Feng Yuan was strong, he became venerable in refinement path, not wisdom path. His wisdom path attainment was not high in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. The reason why Feng Yuan succeeded in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave was because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable focused on reviving and plotted to obtain Crazed Demon Cave's gains. While guarding against Giant Sun Immortal, Feng Yuan managed to take advantage of this loophole. Wisdom Path was not good at fighting. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had too little time to prepare. As time passed, Wisdom Path's advantage continued to accumulate. Ignoring everything else, after refining Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already invincible against the 3 venerables. But even if Fang Yuan is not skilled in wisdom path, his wisdom path methods are not something ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals can compare to. The flaw in profound literature grotto heaven has just been exposed. Old immortal Hua, you will definitely not report this matter. This is our celestial court's advantage. Once we do not grasp this opportunity and waste time, Fang Yuan will notice this. Thinking of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately sent Jun Xinguang and Qin Dingling to profound literature grotto heaven in secret to try to instigate old immortal Huayu. Since profound literature grotto heaven can be instigated, maybe Western Desert's Fang clan can as well? Wan Zihongs will saw this and raised her opinion. Duke Tong chuckled in disdain. Star constellation Immortal Venerable shook her head and asked Wan Zihong's will. Why do you think one clan did not choose to side with Fang Yuan back then? Knowing the relationship between Fang clan and Fang Yuan, why did Western Desert's super forces still agree to form an anti-Fang alliance with Fang clan before our celestial court showed up? Wan Zihong's will was slightly dazed. She seemed to have understood something. The fusion of the two heavens, the confrontation of three venerables, the political situation of the 5 regions was treacherous. Other than benefits and strength, there was also the human heart. The human heart was a very subtle thing. It was hard to guess at times, but also easy to distinguish at other times. Back then, the reason why the Celestial Court was established and received an extremely intense response was because of the human heart. Righteous path and demonic path, if they were only divided according to the standard of those who benefited from it, it would be somewhat superficial. The Celestial Court could recruit otherworldly demons, it could recruit demonic path Gu immortals like Wan Zihong. This could be said to be protecting the righteous path. It was a great virtue. But if the Celestial Court recruited Fang clan, it would lose the human heart. What reason did the Celestial Court use to support one clan? What slogan had the Celestial Court always followed? What stance did they take? If they could easily recruit Fang clan, who had joined the demonic path, then what would the Celestial Court's actions, which only cared about benefits, be like? In front of such a major issue, if the Celestial Court wavered and coveted small benefits, it would be a huge blow to its own prestige. Even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would hesitate because of this. Especially at this sensitive moment, Fang clan had Fang Yuan's support. Fang Yuan secretly plotted to have Fang clan attack one clan because he knew that his prestige and the human heart would not gain widespread recognition just because he proclaimed great love. Eastern Sea's superforces took the initiative to side with him because they feared his prestige. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan's transactions were mostly for the sake of benefits. Not long after, didn't Wu Yong openly transact with the Celestial Court again? If the Celestial Court did that, Fang Yuan would probably laugh his head off. This suggestion was only made by Wan Zihong's will. She was from the demonic path after all. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals did not make such a suggestion. Did they not think of it? Of course not. The righteous path has already gained the upper hand in the battle in Western Desert. The only worry is that Fang clan is staking it all and selling all their resource points to Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had a thought. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She had already expected this situation, thus, when she sent people, she chose Zhou Xiong Xen. Zhou Xiong Xen was an information path Gu immortal. He was skilled in collecting clues. Once Fang clan abandoned everything and wandered, Zhou Xiong Xen would collect relevant clues and report them to Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Evil must be eradicated. Fang clan had to be destroyed. After Star constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks of the Celestial Court, she needed to rest and accumulate some immortal essence before moving on to the next step. In this short period of time, the threat of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is much greater than Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. It is time to send people to search for Fairy Myrtle. Star constellation Immortal Venerable arranged everything clearly. Chapter 2299. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. This time, I managed to conceal it again. Just earlier, star constellation Immortal Venerable had used an investigative killer move to probe Feng Yuan's background. Obscured heavenly secret worked again. It helped Feng Yuan conceal the truth. Heaven Path. Giant Sun Immortal did not understand Heaven Path, so be it. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was deceived time and time again. She had once become one with the Tao. She influenced and even altered providence. She was actually deceived by me. Is it because Heaven Path is profound, or is it because her revival has hidden flaws, at least in terms of Heaven Path? She did not inherit her previous life's foundation? Earlier, star constellation Immortal Venerable's investigative ability was unprecedentedly powerful. There is a high chance that she completely refined Celestial Quartz Tao marks. Feng Yuan was only guessing. He did not use any investigative methods. Feng Yuan inspected the sovereign immortal aperture. The third ring of Earth Path Tao veins had already been constructed. The Wind Path Tao veins and Fire Path Tao veins were also almost complete. Only a few more were left before the first ring of Tao veins would be completed. The Immortal Gu transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were carried out several times. They were exchanged for some resource points. The main reason was Feng clan's contribution points, otherwise, there would not have been such huge progress. Western Desert's Fire Path, Earth Path, and Wind Path Tao marks were outstanding, so these three paths had the most resource points. Feng clan was forced into a desperate situation. They could only sacrifice themselves to survive. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a lot of gains, but this caused the Immortal Aperture to be in a dangerous situation. Currently, Feng Yuan had already slowed down the acquisition of Earth Path resource points. He had switched to other paths' resource points. According to his deductions, he should first construct the initial stages of each Tao vein, at least to the scale of the first ring. After that, it would have an immediate effect on the stability of the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is unstable, abnormal situations are occurring frequently. The Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Aperture are already being squeezed to the limit. Even the 6 Mermaid Immortals we recruited earlier are not enough. During this period of time, several Gu Immortals had already gone all out. Thankfully, Feng Yuan built a healing hall, otherwise if the Gu Immortals took too long to heal, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would collapse. In the end, Feng Yuan's main body had to personally suppress it. I need to increase the manpower of some Gu Immortals. It was true that Venerable Ones were invincible, but the situation was rather complicated when 3 Venerable Ones were confronting each other. Based on the current situation, the most important task for the 3 Venerables was to refine the natural Tao marks. However, the scale of the natural Tao marks in the world was terrifying. It would take a long time for the 3 Venerables to completely refine them. Currently, Giant Sun Immortal was making the most progress. He was still refining Northern Plains Tao marks. The 3 Venerables were far from reaching the stage of a decisive battle. Because Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were refined, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a stable base. Even if the other Venerables joined forces, they would not be able to form a sufficient advantage. Before they had enough of an advantage, it was unwise to fight in advance. The Venerables would never do such a thing. Thus, for a long period of time, the Venerables needed other Gu Immortals to help them and assist them. Because of the situation, ordinary Gu Immortals had a lot of value to the Venerables. This kind of value was still very great during the standoff. Even if Feng Yuan was a refinement path Venerable who could refine rank 8 and below Immortal Gu at will, and could construct many Immortal Gu houses, he could not replace Gu Immortals. It was clear from the fight against Feng Yuan earlier. The true deciding factor was not the Immortal Gu houses, but Feng Gong and Wan Gucho. 4 Gu Immortal experts. Once an Immortal Gu house's routine was figured out, it would be stiff and inflexible, easy to target. Be it Feng clan's roof tile breaking killer move or Zhuoqiu clan's scattered sand, they could counter Immortal Gu houses. Thus, it depended on the person. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. It was good to have many Immortal Gu, but the human factor was equal to the Gu. Feng Yuan needed a large number of Gu Immortal subordinates. On one hand, when the Venerables fought, it would be convenient for him to have enough subordinates, especially when he was refining natural Tao marks and could not leave. On the other hand, Feng Yuan was developing the sovereign immortal aperture. He needed a large number of Gu immortals to suppress abnormal situations. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also needed Gu immortals. On one hand, during the confrontation, they could help the Venerables deal with some matters. For example, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was refining Celestial Quartz Tao marks, Jun Shunguang went into the two heavens to collect stars. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were trying to nurture a second Venerable. With Fate Gu destroyed, it was completely possible for a new Venerable to be born. As for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, because of conflicting Tao marks, they could not become a second Venerable. But how could he increase the number of Gu immortals? It was most convenient to bring in Gu immortals from the 5 regions. But there was a huge hidden danger. On one hand, these Gu immortals might be planted by other venerables. Feng Yuan was already taking a risk by bringing in the 6 mermaid immortals. If he brought in Gu immortals from the 5 regions, Feng Yuan was more inclined to bring in variant humans. After all, variant humans stood on the opposite side of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Other than bringing in external Gu immortals, Feng Yuan's main method was to undergo immortal ascension. He would nurture Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. This had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that the Gu immortals' loyalty could be guaranteed. The disadvantage was that nurturing Gu immortals would take a long time. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench present thirst. But thankfully, Feng Yuan was more outstanding than the other venerables. His sovereign immortal aperture did not exclude time path, so he could easily change the flow of time. Among the venerable immortal apertures, the sovereign immortal aperture had the fastest flow of time. It was almost the fastest. In terms of nurturing Gu immortals, Feng Yuan had accumulated many excellent candidates. He had specially revived the Gu immortals who were sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave as mortals. But now that the two heavens were mixed, Providence was in chaos. Gu immortals would lose the chance to undergo immortal ascension now. This would not do. Feng Yuan knew his own limitations. His wisdom path deductions could not compare to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and he could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal either. Thus, Feng Yuan had to make good use of this chance of natural imitation. If he missed this chance, his deductions and modifications of killer moves would fall behind the other two venerables. If he could not bring in Gu immortals, or nurture Gu masters into immortal ascension, what should he do? Feng Yuan thought of human path. Feng Yuan's clone was still trapped in Divine Emperor City, but he used Shenshang to transfer his human path cultivation results to Feng Yuan's main body. Moreover, Feng Yuan had made a transaction with Shenshang. The latter contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Feng Yuan thus obtained Merchant Gu and Beggar Gu's Immortal Gu remnant recipes. If he had the complete Immortal Gu recipes, Feng Yuan could refine Merchant Gu and Beggar Immortal Gu. After activating them, he could add more manpower without worrying about loyalty. But Feng Yuan's human path attainment level was not high enough. Human path Immortal Gu recipes were not easy to deduce. Were there such wild human path Immortal Gu in the natural world? According to Feng Yuan's deductions, there was a high probability of none. Such Immortal Gu recipes needed to be created personally. After Feng Yuan thought about it, he did not try to deduce these human path Immortal Gu recipes. It would waste too much time and effort. Thus, Feng Yuan was looking forward to the development of human path in Central Continent. Not to mention anything else, just his soul Tao cultivation had to be driven by the human Tao. Like refinement path, the reason why it could reach its current level of prosperity was because of the development of refinement path itself, and also because of the various paths. The sea of people shook, creating huge waves. After the tides rose and fell, 2 Gu immortals were left on the beach. Where is this? I should have died on the battlefield. Feng Dongxi and Feng Enlei stood up in confusion. The scene in front of them made them uncertain. But soon, Feng Yuan's will descended and told them everything. Lord Fang Yuan actually has such an incredible method to revive us. Fang Clan's 2 Gu immortals were filled with excitement and joy of revival. Right at this time, a huge wave appeared in the sea of people. The scale of this wave was much larger than Fang Clan's earlier wave. The huge wave crashed onto the beach. It came quickly and retreated quickly. A young-looking Gu immortal stepped on the wave, walking towards the shore. He had rank 8 aura. The 2 Fang Clan Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They immediately recognized this newly revived Gu immortal's identity. It is one of Fang Yuan's original bodies, Zhan Budu. In the situation where bringing in external Gu immortals, nurturing immortals, and human path immortal Gu could not work, Fang Yuan chose to revive Gu immortals. Originally, when Gu immortals revived, they were mortals. But now, they had cultivation level. Fang Clan's 2 immortals had rank 7 cultivation level, while Zhan Budu was rank 8. Because of this, Human C had an unprecedented expenditure. According to the remaining numbers, 3 more rank 8 Gu immortals could be revived. There were gains and losses. Next, Fang Yuan needed to cultivate again and collect Human Qi to replenish Human C. But this was not urgent. The most important thing to replenish was Refinement C. At this point, Fang Yuan's Refinement C was about to dry up. After releasing the 2 Fang Clan Gu immortals, Fang Yuan gave the transformation path Immortal Gu to Zhan Budu. This way, as long as he used the transformation path killer move, Zhan Budu would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Zhan Budu went to deal with the situation, while Fang Yuan's main body expended the heavenly membrane to replenish the power of obscured heavenly secret. Next, he continued to dispel the truthful floating ice. Right now, Fang Yuan's transformation path, rule path, and other attainment levels had risen. The greatest increase was still in heaven path. Fang Yuan could already sense that his heaven path attainment level was approaching a qualitative change. Black and white heavens. A transparent pillar fell down. Most of the soul beasts below were killed by the pillar. From a desolate level soul beast's body, 2 Gu immortals flew out. One was a female immortal wearing an embroidered purple robe. She had snow-white skin and black hair that reached her waist. Her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her face was shrouded in sorrow. The other was a male immortal. He had an ordinary appearance. His eyes were pitch black. He emitted a soul path aura. They were Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia. What heaven path immortal material is this? When it fell, the soul beasts could not move, they could not dodge. Ing Wuxia asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle identified it. This is a heavenly pillar. Every heavenly pillar is a rank 9 heaven path immortal material. Back then, Central Continent's Tian-Ti Mountain was able to connect to Celestial Court because it had a heavenly pillar. There are no soul beasts to hide, but we obtained a rank 9 immortal material. Is this good or bad luck? Ing Wuxia sighed. What's the point of lamenting about this? The most important thing now is to find your true body, Lord Ghost. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2301. Western Desert, Fang Clan's Territory. Open for me! Mo Shada shouted loudly. As the killer move was activated, the immortal formation in front of them opened. It was completely empty. There were no resources left at all. It was like a desert. Nothing was left behind. This again. Many Gu immortals were furious. It's all gone, it's all gone. Another person muttered, his eyes somewhat absent-minded. Such a vicious Fang clan. Some Gu immortals' eyes were spewing fire, they gritted their teeth. Fang clan alone does not have so much manpower and methods. Heaven refining demon Venerable must have done this behind the scenes. These Gu immortals were helpless. This was Fang clan's last resource point. Like the previous resource points, nothing was left for the anti-Fang alliance. The Gu immortals discussed noisily. This was too different from their original expectations. Not only did Fang clan empty their resource points, they even left behind immortal formations. These immortal formations were created using natural Dao marks and immortal materials. The anti-Fang Alliance's Gu Immortals had to expend immortal essence to unravel the immortal formations. They expended a huge amount of immortal essence, but in the end, they gained nothing. Looking at the pits or the deserts, these anti-Fang Alliance's Gu Immortals had dark expressions. Xiao Yi, who did not even have the strength to be angry. He felt great regret. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this stupid matter. Xiao Yi, whose injuries had not healed yet, and most importantly, his immortal Gu House chamber pot was destroyed. It was not that he did not gain anything, but the battle spoils were too little, the losses were too great. Wan Gucho looked at this scene and sighed internally. She was helpless. In her first life, she had never seen such a bottomless superforce. This revival had broadened her horizons. She led the anti-Fang Alliance and did not see a single Fang clan Gu Immortal. They unraveled many immortal formations but did not gain any resource points. Some immortal formations were very devious. If the method to unravel them was not in place, they would explode. This was too damaging. Many Gu Immortals were injured because of this. As for Fang clan's headquarters, they had already moved it away. This was a public blessed land. Fang clan actually had such a method to move their immortal aperture. There was a saying on earth, a monk can run away, but the temple cannot. But now, Fang clan had moved their temple away. Wan Gucho did not know of this saying. But her mood was equally terrible. Even though they defeated Fang clan, Wan Gucho was not happy at all. She felt even more worried. Fang clan was gone, but they still had enough battle strength left. Now, it was one family and the other super forces' turn to worry. If one day Fang family attacked a certain resource point, the possibility of defending it was very low. Without these resource points, Fang clan did not need to send Gu Immortals to guard them. This was the clan's Gu Immortal Gu of them. Wan Gucho looked at the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. In this, Celestial Court and Clan, Fang clan, Gu clan was you. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already given the order to exterminate Fang clan. Thus, when Zhou Xiongxi noticed Wan Gucho's gaze, he immediately said without hesitation, Fang clan's actions are completely destroying their own foundation. It is equivalent to completely submitting to heaven refining demon venerable. This means that Fang clan and Fang Yuan are the same kind. They are both demons. They are the scourge of the world. Don't tell me this, what do we do now? The other Western Desert Gu Immortals did not buy it. Zhou Xiongxin smiled. Our Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already expected this situation, thus she sent me to search for clues and traces of Fang clan. Once we find them, the anti-Fang Alliance will go all out and destroy Fang clan. On the other side, Wan Zihong understood Fang clan's actions. Some time ago, she had suggested to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to recruit Fang clan, but her suggestion was rejected. Wan Zihong knew that Fang clan could not surrender. Celestial Court would definitely punish them as a warning to others. In this situation, she would do the same. The anti-Fang Alliance's actions were too slow. It gave Fang clan and Fang Yuan plenty of time to relocate their resources. The anti-Fang Alliance's best strategy was to attack Fang clan immediately. However, they spent too much time on internal discussions. Negotiations were time-consuming to begin with. The anti-Fang Alliance only began to act after they had confirmed the division plan. But Wan Zihong could understand. If they did not do this, the anti-Fang Alliance's Gu Immortals would not be able to send their Gu Immortals or determine their strategy. Benefits and risks were equal. Only after confirming the benefits, and then deciding who would take the lead and who would take care of the rear, would the anti-Fang Alliance have enough battle strength. This alliance was established too recently. The Gu Immortals participating in the alliance came from all sorts of super forces. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. The strength of an individual was not enough to influence them. Without benefits, the anti-Fang Alliance could not be formed. Like earlier, one clan had no choice but to take out all their assets to attract all the super forces to send people to form the anti-Fang Alliance. After Wan Gucho was exposed, they used Fang clan's assets to attract other Gu Immortals. And without a clear division of benefits, the anti-Fang Alliance had no battle strength. Once the battle began and Fang clan attacked, the Gu immortals would immediately retreat. Without clear benefits, no one was willing to take the risk. Fang clan, on the other hand, was forced into a desperate situation. They were united. In such a situation, Fang clan could only clench their fists. Even if the anti-Fang alliance had many people, they were in a state of disunity and had a high chance of failure. Thus, the anti-Fang alliance had to go through this process. However, just me alone is far from enough. Everyone should know the threat of Fang clan's remnants. If we want to get rid of these demonic path cancerous tumors, I hope everyone can send information path Gu immortals to hunt them down. Zhou Xiong Xian said. Fang clan is in the demonic path. They are no longer Western Desert's righteous path. Everyone has the right to kill them. Western Desert's Gu immortals nodded. But our efforts were in vain. Your Wan clan and Celestial Court need to give us an explanation. That's right, in this situation, we can't return empty-handed, right? If we return empty-handed, Wan clan will be too disappointed. If Fang clan invades us in the future, will anyone join this anti-Fang alliance? The Gu immortals started to argue again. Wan Gucho felt a headache. She thought about it and secretly transmitted to Xiao Yihu. Friend from Xiao clan, don't worry, my Wan clan will be the first to guarantee your gains. It is said that back then, Fang clan's first ancestor was the only Gu immortal in Fang clan. Back then, Fang clan occupied the movement rock crack and was the smallest superforce in Western Desert. When the Sand Calamity attacked, Fang clan's ancestor had to make a choice. He could have set up an immortal formation and sacrificed some Fang clan mortals to resist the Sand Calamity. But he chose to preserve Fang clan's people and directly retreated. He would rather give up on the movement rock crack. Such an extreme nature can be said to be of the same origin. Fang clan's action is not hard to understand. Friend, you have already obtained many Fang clan clansmen. Although they are only from a branch family, with Fang clan style, we can make use of them. Xiao clan was Wan clan's strongest superforce. Wan Gucho first had to appease such an existence. Everything depended on strength. Xiao Yi, whose expression eased after getting Wan Gucho's guarantee, he stopped making a fuss. Wan Gucho was trustworthy. This was how the righteous path worked. Moreover, even if Wan Gucho did not keep her word and refused to pay, what could Xiao Yihu do? So, I want to sell these Fang clan clansmen as slaves and humiliate Fang clan. We can also do something to these people. We might be able to find out the range of Fang clan's immortals. Xiao Yihu gritted his teeth. He was determined. Not long after, in jewel yellow skies. Where is this place? Wang Xiao Air cried out in shock. The surrounding people were also in a state of shock. Buzzing noises could be heard. These people were floating in jewel yellow skies. There was a formless force restraining these people. Thus, Wang Xiao Air felt very uncomfortable. He was not standing on solid ground. There were people above and below him. He was also being squeezed by the surrounding people. We were sold. This is the legendary jewel yellow skies. Some knowledgeable Gu masters spoke the truth. Fang clan's expressions turned extremely pale. This was the result of defeat. Fang clan Gu immortals, listen to me. You have defied the law and turned into the demonic path. You are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. Even if you escape now, you will be punished in the future. These people are your Fang clan clansmen and family members. They are actually innocent, but because of you, they became slaves. This is all your fault. Xiao Yi, whose will also entered jewel yellow skies, he continued to spread the news and humiliated Fang clan. These words made the Fang clansmen cry out in grief. Someone save us. Lord Ancestors, we are here. Why are you crying? Don't throw away Fang clan's face. To them, the best situation was for Fang clan's Gu immortals to buy them back. Wang Xiao Air was among them. He also cried out a few times. He was feeling very uneasy. He was thought to be a member of Fang clan, because the situation back then was too chaotic. Fang clan's people did not know that an outsider Gu master had mixed in with them. Different from others, Wang Xiao Air was not willing to be bought back by Fang clan's Gu immortals. Because Fang clan's Gu immortals knew they were different. In the previous period of time, not only did Fang Dongxi torture him, he even tried many strange and vicious methods to torture him. He was healed afterwards. Chaotic times are coming. Fang clan is a super force, but they actually fell to this state. They are courting death. Fang clan definitely did not want to take one clan's first supreme elder's life. They must have held back. In my opinion, it is all because one clan's first supreme elder was too useless. He was actually killed like this. The current Wan clan is different. With the revival of Wan Gucho, such a legendary expert, Wan clan will definitely return to its peak. Cooperating with Fang Yuan will allow us to trade immortal Gu. Cooperating with Celestial Court will allow us to revive Gu immortals. This is really tempting. Fang clansmen becoming slaves was a warning to many Gu immortals. The 5 regions' chaotic war had not started yet, but the super forces were already unstable. At once, there were people who grieved and some had other thoughts. How much are you selling these human slaves? Many people asked. Human slaves were actually getting rarer. In the last 100 years, there had not been such a large-scale sale of human slaves. After all, capturing humans for no reason and selling them as slaves was a proper demonic act. But now, these Fang clansmen were the losers. Their origins were justified. Chapter 2302. Among the Gu immortals who came to purchase Fang clan slaves, there might be Fang clan Gu immortals, but they could not be identified in jewel yellow skies. Xiao Yi who did not care. He stated the price expressionlessly. This was a normal price, neither high nor low. Immediately, a few deals were made. With this batch of Fang clan clansmen, I have filled the final gap. I can try to refine wealth Gu again. Shikong was very happy. Don't let Fang clan's Gu immortals buy me. Wang Xiao Air prayed internally. Let's go with this batch. They seem to be of good quality. The Gu immortal communicated with Xiao Yi Hu and chose a batch. Human slaves were of high quality too. Among them, rank 5 Gu masters sold the best. After them were young Gu masters who showed great talent. At once, cries could be heard. Fang clansmen were sold. Their families were separated. They were separated by life and death. Parting here would be the last time they would see each other. It was truly a tragedy. Here, the fates of Fang clansmen would change. The difference would be like heaven and earth. The pitiful Fang clansmen would be used as Gu refinement materials by Shikong. They would die immediately. The better ones would be chosen to be Gu immortal seeds. They would join sects or clans. If they succeeded in their immortal ascension, this investment would be huge. Of course, there were very few Gu immortal seeds that could be favored. Fang clan lost, but they have not lost yet. It seems that this battle will continue. In these 2 days, Fairy Myrtle had diverted some of her attention from jewel yellow skies. She was paying attention to the situation of the world. Right now, several days had passed since she and Ying Wuxie entered the 2 heavens. During this period of time, they had traveled with great difficulty. They experienced many dangers. The immemorial 2 heavens environment was dangerous to begin with. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. Now that the 2 heavens had merged, the environment became chaotic and unstable. The 5 regions were already affected. The 2 heavens were even more intense. From time to time, they would encounter roaming immemorial desolate beasts, or large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, or even immemorial desolate beast armies. Encountering wild beasts was not too bad. The scarier thing was that some dangerous areas with dense Dao marks were mixed together after the 2 heavens shattered, causing these dangerous areas and forbidden areas to move around. Once one fell into it, it would be like a mortal trekking through a desert and falling into quicksand. One could only despair and wait for death. Even someone as strong as Fairy Myrtle was in danger. Ying Wuxie, how much further? Fairy Myrtle asked. Right now, the 2 of them were hiding in a group of soul beasts. There were many ancient soul beasts in this horde, and they were all under Ying Wuxie's control. Ying Wuxie replied, according to my senses, it will be another 3 days before we can see the main body. During this period of time, if the main body were to move, the time might be shortened or even longer. Ing Wu Xie used Soul Path Killer moves to barely sense his main body. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's speed was not something they could match. Thankfully, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind now. He did not guard against detection, he was roaming around and destroying things. He did not purposely avoid these two. Thus, during this period of time, Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie were still getting closer to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The soul beasts that were moving ahead suddenly stopped, as if they had crashed into an invisible wall. They cried out in pain. What's going on? Fairy Myrtle immediately became alert. Be careful, stop. Ing Wu Xie also controlled the soul beast group to stop. They floated in the air. Over the past few days, they had relied on their soul beasts to explore many dangerous places. For this, they sacrificed 30% of the soul beasts. This is Heavenly Chasm? Fairy Myrtle recognized it and exclaimed in shock. Heavenly Chasm was a rank 9 Heaven Path immortal material. Its shape was not fixed, but it was huge. It was formless and looked like transparent air, but it could not be passed through. We are so unlucky to encounter this. Ing Wu Xie was very disappointed. Heavenly Chasm was not dangerous, but it was a huge problem for the two of them. Because they had to go around Heavenly Chasm, but they did not know the shape of Heavenly Chasm and how it was arranged in the sky. Both Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie's detection range was far smaller than the size of Heavenly Chasm. In other words, they could only rely on luck, choose a direction, and try to go around it. No one could estimate how much time they would have to waste. Without a choice, Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie could only take the long way around. After walking for a long distance, Heavenly Chasm was still in front of them, like a huge wall that connected heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sound entered Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie's ears. At first, they did not pay much attention, thinking it was just the normal sound of the wind. But soon, the sound became more and more pleasing to the ear. When the two immortals were naturally attracted to it, their movements unconsciously slowed down. After a dozen breaths, the entire soul beast group also stopped in the sky, completely immersed in this beautiful sound. There were no musical instruments in this sound. It was purely made up of wind, rain, thunder, birds, and so on. Yet, it formed such a wonderful music that Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie were both immersed in it. Oh no, this is heavenly music. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook. She wanted to warn them, but she only moaned as her body went limp and relaxed completely. Ing Wu Xie's cultivation level was lower than hers, but he was even more immersed than her. He had an intoxicated expression on his face, unable to extricate himself. Fairy Myrtle's heart continued to sink. She knew that they were in a desperate situation this time. At this rate, she, Ing Wu Xie, and the soul beasts would all be immersed in this heavenly music until their consciousness completely dissipated, turning into floating corpses in the sky. Fairy Myrtle wanted to save herself, but after several attempts, she could not activate any goo worms, not to mention any killer moves. If she had reacted immediately and retreated with all her might, she might have had a chance of survival. But now that she had been immersed in the heavenly music for so long, she was like a mortal struggling after falling into water. Her strength was getting weaker, and she was drinking more and more water. Am I going to die here? Fairy Myrtle felt her eyelids becoming heavy, her vision was turning blurry. She could not help but close her eyes. She wanted to listen to this heavenly music with all her might. This might be the most beautiful way to die in this world. As Fairy Myrtle gradually died, her heart was gradually filled with intoxication and happiness. When she died, she would not leave behind any negative emotions like sadness, despair, pain, or anything else. But right when Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie were about to die, the heavenly music started to weaken. A goo immortal was flying towards them from afar. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long, his eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. His lips curled into a smile, giving off a warm and confident feeling. It was the current rank 8 Sound Path Great Expert Feng Jioge. What a heavenly music! Feng Jioge laughed heartily as he looked at the Soul Beast group, as well as Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie, who were unable to guard against detection. The heavenly music that trapped the two members of Shadow Sect did not do anything to Feng Jioge. Instead, he used some mysterious method to collect it. Feng Jioge? Fairy Myrtle gradually recovered. She was moved when she saw the Gu Immortal in front of her. Ever since the Battle of Fate, Feng Jioge had vanished without a trace. Was he in the two heavens all this time? If he could collect a rank 9 immortal material like heavenly music, did this mean that his strength had risen again? Did he retain pseudo-venerable battle strength? These were all mysteries. Feng Jioge collected the heavenly music while activating a killer move. Two lumps of profound white light shot towards Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie, enveloping them and gradually seeping into their bodies. Fairy Myrtle was still unable to move because of the heavenly music. She could only let Feng Jioge do whatever he wanted. What killer move is this? What are you trying to do? Fairy Myrtle slowly recovered her ability to speak. Feng Jioge said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. After the Battle of Fate, our changes are actually very similar, isn't that so?" Feng Jioge said as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle could not chase after him. She could only watch as he flew away. What happened? Ying Wuxie also gradually recovered. He could only see Feng Jioge's departing figure far away. We were hit by the heavenly music. We were already in a desperate situation. But Feng Jioge suddenly appeared and collected the heavenly music. He also used some mysterious method on us. Fairy Myrtle explained everything in a concise manner. Ying Wuxie stared with wide eyes. This? Feng Jioge did not kill us? He is also a member of the demonic path. He betrayed the celestial court. Why would he want to kill us? Fairy Myrtle sighed. If he wanted us to die, he could have just stood by and watched. He would have obtained our corpses, immortal apertures, and immortal goo. Other than collecting the heavenly music, his motive was also the killer move he planted on us. The two used all sorts of methods to investigate their bodies, but they did not find any clues or abnormalities. It was as if Feng Jioge's killer move earlier was just an illusion. It had never happened. Regardless of whether he still has pseudo-venerable battle strength, his methods are getting more profound. Fairy Myrtle sighed. What killer move is this? Ying Wuxie frowned. Is he trying to use us as bait to harm his main body? Fairy Myrtle shook her head. There are too few clues now, but my intuition tells me that Feng Jioge does not care about Lord Spectral Soul. Maybe your guess is correct. But are we going to stop here? Ying Wuxie thought about it before nodding. Of course we have to move forward. Even if Feng Jioge wants to harm the main body, he is only rank 8, how can he deal with the main body? The two immortals continued on their journey. The Soul Beast group had lost half of their numbers because of the heavenly music. There were no replenishments around the heavenly chasm. This time, to guard against the heavenly music, the Soul Beasts were spread out. They were very far apart from each other. Main body, I can sense the main body. Not long after, Ying Wuxie suddenly shouted in shock. Following the feeling, the two immortals adjusted their direction and saw Spectral Soul Demon Venerable after 15 minutes. So the main body was separated from us by the heavenly chasm, but because of the Heaven Path rank 9 immortal materials interference, I thought that we were far away. Ying Wuxie realized at once. He shouted, I am here. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw the clone, he roared. Boom boom boom. With a series of loud sounds, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hundreds of fists landed on the heavenly chasm. The heavenly chasm shook intensely. It was on the verge of collapse. Ying Wuxie and Fairy Myrtle had pale expressions. Why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become so fierce after seeing the clone? It was as if they were mortal enemies. What was going on? Chapter 2303. Qin Ding Ling and Jun Shenguang flew carefully in the two heavens. This old immortal Hua Yu is really crafty. He actually made us instigate flickering light grotto heaven first. Jun Shenguang complained. After they received the mission to instigate old immortal Hua Yu, they had secretly approached profound literature grotto heaven. While old immortal Hua Yu was driving away beast groups, they secretly contacted him. Do you think old immortal Hua Yu is purposely trying to fool us? When we instigate flickering light grotto heaven, what if there is already a trap set there? Jun Shenguang suddenly said. Qin Dingling sighed. This is not likely. Old immortal Hua Yu has been hesitating for a long time, but why is his attitude so ambiguous? He is worried that if they betray him, they will be hunted down by Fang Yuan. In this situation, he naturally hopes that there will be less hostility towards him. Thus, he hopes that more Grotto Heaven forces will betray Fang Yuan. That way, profound literature Grotto Heaven will not be conspicuous. But the situation you mentioned cannot be ruled out. Jun Shenguang said with difficulty, what should we do? Flickering light Grotto Heaven's Gu immortal leader Liang Jingjing is different from old immortal Hua Yu. We do not understand her and cannot determine her true intentions. Qin Dingling pondered, we do not understand her, but old immortal Hua Yu has some confidence. Otherwise, he would not have singled out this Grotto Heaven for us to instigate. Maybe it is time to use this move. Qin Dingling slowed down, her expression became resolute, she had made up her mind. Jun Shenguang had a puzzled expression. Qin Dingling said, flickering light Grotto Heaven is not far away, but before we take the risk, let me use luck path methods to make some preparations. Jun Shenguang asked worriedly, isn't the price of this move too high? Qin Dingling shook her head. Even though I need to expend some luck path Dao marks, for the sake of the celestial court, this is nothing. The reason why I am hesitating is because this move has a huge flaw. It is like moving my future luck to the present. It might have the effect of helping the enemy. So it was like that. Jun Shenguang nodded. Qin Dingling continued, but thinking about it, the matter of persuading old immortal Hua Yu is quite important. Now that the three venerables are facing off, there will be a long period of balance. Western Desert Fang clan has already become a stray dog. If old immortal Hua Yu and the rest betray Fang Yuan, then heaven refining demon venerable's reputation will fall to the lowest of the three venerables. Whether or not Fang Yuan pursues old deity Hua Yu, he will suffer a loss. We rank 8 Gu immortals can influence the battle of venerables, isn't this very valuable? Jun Shenguang was convinced. Indeed. Lord Qin Dingling, please do as you wish. I will protect you. Not long after, Qin Dingling finished preparing and activated her killer move. But this time, it took an hour to activate the killer move before it ended. Qin Dingling's face was pale and covered in sweat. Her gaze was extremely strange. Is there a problem? Jun Shenguang had already noticed that something was wrong and quickly asked. Qin Dingling didn't hide anything and answered, when I activated this move this time, it actually triggered a mysterious change, as if heaven and earth were responding to me. Originally, a killer move only needed a dozen breaths of time to activate. But in that situation earlier, with the help of heaven and earth, I tried to persevere and activate it continuously. I didn't expect that this would last for an hour. Jun Shenguang frowned. I've heard of the secret of the Dao Lord's might. When a venerable refines natural Dao marks, their every action will be amplified by the Dao marks, that is the response of heaven and earth. Lord Qin Dingling, how did you have such a fortuitous encounter? Qin Dingling shook her head. I can't comprehend it for now. But it doesn't matter. In this trip to flickering light Grotto Heaven, we will definitely receive a huge boost. Let's go. The two immortals of the celestial court continued on their way. On the other side, boom, with a loud sound, the heavenly chasm could no longer hold on, its weakest point was pierced by spectral soul demon venerable's arm. Both sides communicated at this moment. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie's pupils shrunk at the same time. At that instant, they felt boundless killing intent surging out of spectral soul demon venerable's body. This killing intent was so dense that Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie felt an illusion. It was as if they were mortals facing a huge wave. Helplessness, despair, and panic rose in their hearts, filling up their chests. Quickly leave. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert after all. She reacted quickly and activated a killer move. Ing Wu Xie also regained his senses after receiving help. Bam bam bam. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms pierced through the heavenly chasm and reached towards the two. The rank 9 heavenly chasm could not stop Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie, but it could only cause some trouble to the mindless Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie quickly retreated. But all of a sudden, a black arm sped up and grabbed Ing Wu Xie. At the moment of life and death, Ing Wu Xie quickly used a method. Immortal Killer Move, Change Soul Technique. At the next moment, he switched places with a soul beast. This ancient soul beast replaced him and was captured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Meanwhile, Ing Wu Xie appeared far away, escaping in panic. During this period of time, Ing Wu Xie had cultivated hard and created Change Soul Technique. This Change Soul Technique had its own advantages and disadvantages compared to Feng Yuan's Soul Swapping Dream method. Ing Wu Xie managed to escape. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared. With a loud sound, his claws squeezed and turned the ancient soul beast into powder. The ancient soul core was instantly absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even more claws broke through the heavenly chasm and extended towards him. Close to 10 claws opened up, a terrifying suction force burst out from their palms. Ing Wu Xie's soul beasts were unable to resist, they were all sucked in. The claws closed, but this time, they did not crush these soul beasts, they continued to squeeze. The soul beasts, be they desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, all of them cried out in pain. After a few breaths of time, the claws opened up again, releasing all of these soul beasts. The released soul beasts not only changed in appearance, their strength also rose by a lot. 3 immemorial soul beasts were created. These soul beasts were completely loyal to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They howled as they attacked Ing Wu Xie. Ing Wu Xie coughed out blood. He was extremely shocked. His method of controlling and enslaving soul beasts was completely destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He suffered a backlash as a result. Fairy Myrtle brought Ing Wu Xie along as they escaped. Purple smoke rose up, trapping these soul beasts temporarily. They flew in circles inside the smoke. After flying for a while, the two immortals heard a loud sound. The surrounding 100 li started to shake. The heavenly chasm was broken through by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The two immortals had pale expressions. They tried their best to escape. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was extremely fast. He soon caught up to the two immortals. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head roared loudly. The silhouette of Dang Hun Mountain appeared, descending towards the two immortals. The two immortals could not dodge. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Will Birth. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle used her killer move. Her body shook as she turned into purple smoke that enveloped Ing Wu Xie, vanishing on the spot. After a few breaths of time, purple smoke appeared out of nowhere at a certain place tens of li away. The purple smoke turned back into Fairy Myrtle. Ing Wu Xie fell out of it. Fortunately, they encountered the heavenly melody earlier. After Feng Joga left, Fairy Myrtle set off. She set up a method at a fixed distance. This method was originally used to defend against the heavenly melody. Fairy Myrtle did not expect to use it to evade Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Now that she used this killer move, the two immortals managed to survive. But the killing intent was still thick. The two immortals were definitely not out of danger yet. Bring me away. There is a huge backlash from using this killer move. I need to get rid of the purple will in my mind before I can use it again. Fairy Myrtle said anxiously. Ing Wu Xie quickly used a soul path method to fly away with Fairy Myrtle. After the two immortals escaped for a while, Ing Wu Xie was shocked to find that his speed was getting slower. The immortal essence expenditure of every soul path killer move was increasing. I was hit. It was when the main body grabbed me earlier. What kind of method is this? It seems to be a killer move that targets all soul path. Ing Wu Xie soon became a cripple. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to take action again. She escaped with Ing Wu Xie. As Spectral Soul Demon Venerable approached, Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to use Purple Will Survival again to stall for time. Let's split up. Ing Wu Xie gritted his teeth and suggested. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, rejecting him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to kill Ying Wuxie. If they split up, Fairy Myrtle could survive, but Ying Wuxie would not. Fairy Myrtle was hit by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method. She was extremely loyal to him. Spectral Soul's main body was clearly not in a good condition. Fairy Myrtle was more loyal to Spectral Soul's clone. She would risk her life to protect Ying Wuxie, even if she had to sacrifice herself. However, right at this time, 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The one on the left had a round head and large ears, his robe was fluttering, he had a dense chi path aura, he was Celestial Quartz Goo Immortal 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. The one on the right had a golden circlet, he was Golden Hooped Great Immortal. The Goo Immortal in the center had a kind expression, his eyebrows were long and extended to his chest, he was one of the 3 dukes, Duke Mei. Fairy Myrtle is here after all. Oh, there is also Ying Wuxie. Duke Mei, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and Golden Hooped Great Immortal were here on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders to capture Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture was given to Celestial Court. With such an obvious clue and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction, the 3 immortals followed the clues and intercepted Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie's expressions changed. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. They were in a desperate situation again. What do we do? Ying Wuxie had a pale expression. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply, her life and death were at stake, she shouted, "Feng Joga, I know you are nearby. If you lend us a helping hand, we will definitely repay you tenfold in the future." Feng Joga, is he that traitor of Celestial Court? Golden Hooped Great Immortal frowned slightly. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch snorted coldly, "Good, let's deal with him together." Duke Mei was about to speak when his brows suddenly rose, his long eyebrows shook intensely. "Oh no, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is here." Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like figure appeared in the immortal's vision. Chapter 2304. At once, the situation became very complicated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable broke through the heavenly chasm and chased after them. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie were among them. The 3 immortals of the Celestial Court, Golden Hooped Great Immortal, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and Duke Mei blocked the path of the 2 Shadow Sect immortals, while Feng Joga was truly hiding far away like Fairy Myrtle had said. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his own consciousness, Feng Joga would not do this, it was too risky. Fairy Ziwei was only probing him a little more. She was not sure of Feng Joga's location, she only deduced the possibility. After all, Feng Joga did not kill the 2 Shadow Sect immortals, he planted some method on them instead. This proved that the 2 Shadow Sect immortals were useful to Feng Joga. Fairy Myrtle was in a desperate situation, she had to make use of everything she could. In this situation, Feng Joga became Fairy Myrtle's hope. But Feng Joga did not have any intention to move. He squinted as he looked at the 2 Shadow Sect immortals far away, sighing internally, "It is useless, I can already hear the cries of your destiny, even though it has its ups and downs, it is sliding into the abyss, the outcome is already set." While he was missing, he had been cultivating Destiny Song, he had made a lot of progress. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head suddenly roared, a large number of soul balls appeared out of nowhere. The soul balls dragged their tadpole-like tails as they swam towards Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie, before exploding intensely. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie resisted with difficulty, their souls shook, they were about to be shattered on the spot. Attack! At the other side, Duke Mei activated a killer move first. Golden Hooped Great Immortal and 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch followed closely behind. "My life is over." Ying Wuxie's expression was ashen. How could this be? At the next moment, Fairy Ziwei showed a shocked expression. Because the 3 immortals of the Celestial Court did not attack the 2 Shadow Sect immortals while they were down, instead, they targeted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, blocking the Soul Ball method while helping the 2 Shadow Sect immortals defend. Why did the Celestial Court take the initiative to rescue the 2 immortals of the Shadow Sect? Even a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Don't tell me, because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, I can return to the celestial court and abandon my loyalty to Master. Or perhaps, they want to capture Ing Wu Xie, the key avatar, and use some means to suppress and target Master? Although the clone technique was very convenient, it also exposed its weakness. Nothing in the world was perfect. Where there are advantages, there are disadvantages. There were actually quite a few drawbacks to cloning. Most importantly, he could use the connection between his doppelganger and the main body to do tricks. The weakness of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone was exposed long ago. That was the sharing of attainment levels. This was an advantage, but also a huge disadvantage. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, expending a vast amount of attainment levels to create a dream realm. This caused Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body's attainment level to fall. Regardless of the true intentions of the three immortals of the Celestial Court, the two Shadow Sect immortals were able to survive because of them. Far away, Feng Jioge shook his head inwardly. Be it the two immortals of the Shadow Sect or the three immortals of the Celestial Court, their efforts were futile. As expected, the number of soul balls increased sharply, reaching a level that the five immortals could not resist. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Duke Mei, or the rest, they fell into despair. This is the might of a venerable? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is clearly unconscious. He is also heavily injured. Damn it. The three immortals of the Celestial Court could not save the two Shadow Sect immortals. They were implicated and became Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's targets. At the next moment, the terrifying soul balls were about to explode and take the lives of the five immortals. But at this moment, Feng Jioge's expression changed. At this moment, he felt a vast power suddenly invading the battlefield. This was the power of Luck Path. It was so grand and majestic. Luck Path is a variable. This power was only a small variable at first, but because of the two heavens Luck Path Dao marks, it became a huge variable. The source seems to be man-made? Feng Jioge analyzed carefully. The power of Luck Path was so huge, it could rival rank 9 killer moves. Crack crack. The power of Luck Path changed the two heavens. It changed the entire battlefield. Originally, the two heavens were mixed together. The fragments of immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven were intertwining. The five immortals were inside a fragment of White Heaven. Right at this moment, the immemorial Black Heaven fragment that was right in front of them crashed into them. White Heaven had abundant light path Dao marks, while Black Heaven had mostly dark path Dao marks. The Dao marks repelled each other. As the immemorial Black Heaven fragment crashed into each other, the immemorial White Heaven fragment shattered. A large number of black and white fragments of the two heavens formed a huge flood. The flood poured down and enveloped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, sweeping him away. Without Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control, the soul balls floated quietly on the spot. Let's go. Using this chance, Fairy Myrtle brought Ing Wu Xie and flew away, entering the immemorial Black Heaven at the side. The three immortals of the Celestial Court quickly chased after them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was struck by the two heavens fragments along the way. The power of the flood slowly weakened, allowing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to escape. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was covered in injuries now. Heaven Path Dao marks were all over his body. His body was pierced by countless tiny fragments of the two heavens. It was like countless black and white glass shards. The distance was too far. With the obstruction of Injury Mountain's Heaven Path Dao marks, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not sense Ing Wu Xie's presence. His mind was not clear. He could not use any investigative or tracking methods. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared in anger. After venting his anger for a while, his attention was drawn to a distant Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven was Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. The Gu immortal leader of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, Liang Jingjing, was in extreme fear. Her entire body was trembling. If this was in the past, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven could be stored in the void and condensed to a point. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not be able to find it while he was unconscious. But now, the fusion of the two heavens was at its peak. Flickering light grotto heaven was one of the heaven vein nodes. It was affected by the commotion and was forced to appear. Lord Alliance Leader, save me. Liang Jingjing did not hesitate. She immediately sent a message to Fang Yuan. I am willing to hand over light heaven in exchange for a huge amount of contribution points. I only hope that Lord Alliance Leader can save my flickering light grotto heaven. Liang Jingjing had a pitiful expression. Light heaven. Fang Yuan quickly received Liang Jingjing's message. He was currently undoing the truthful floating ice. From the message, Fang Yuan also learned about the details of light heaven. Flickering light grotto heaven devoured many fragments of the immemorial nine heavens, but its internal space was still too small. A certain generation's flickering light grotto heaven proposed a grand plan to construct a grotto heaven. It was to create another heaven. That was the origin of light heaven. From then on, generations of Gu immortals in flickering light grotto heaven worked hard. They made many contributions to this grand plan. They gathered heavenly light and refined it, making the light heaven in flickering light grotto heaven bigger and bigger. The current scale had already greatly surpassed the original space of flickering light grotto heaven. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it. His original plan was to let Zhan Budu stabilize his immortal aperture, then create resource points and create Dao veins. Finally, he would take in the primordial domain and raise his attainment levels. With these attainment levels and a stable sovereign immortal aperture, he could annex the two heavens grotto heavens. But now, flickering light grotto heaven's destruction was imminent. Fang Yuan's plan could not keep up. Fang Yuan's current light path attainment level was only master. If he wanted to protect flickering light grotto heaven, Fang Yuan would have to fight spectral soul demon venerable. If the battle was too intense, obscured heavenly secret would not be able to conceal it. He would be exposed. Giant sun immortal and star constellation immortal venerable would work together to suppress him. Most importantly, against venerables, Fang Yuan did not have much of an advantage. Even though he had two rank 9 immortal Gu, he did not create a killer move that complemented them. At the same time, he cultivated refinement path. It was not specialized in fighting. If venerables fight, I will have some immortal essence advantage at most. But if they work together to suppress me, my immortal essence advantage will be offset by the enemy's numbers. Flickering light grotto heaven cannot be saved. Fang Yuan decisively gave up on flickering light grotto heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, this light heaven is priceless. If you place it in the sovereign immortal aperture, it will add to your glory. Liang Jingjing urged. The only thing she could offer to move Fang Yuan was this light heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, can you hear me? Quickly reply to me. Liang Jingjing stomped her feet anxiously. Spectral soul demon venerable arrived in front of her. With a loud sound, the grotto heaven entrance was destroyed. Hundreds and thousands of arms entered the immortal aperture. Everywhere they went, countless people were slaughtered. Nobody could resist the might of a venerable. Liang Jingjing could only retreat into light heaven, crying and begging for Fang Yuan's help. Fang Yuan had an indifferent expression. He knew that this would cause him to lose the support of his subordinates, but fighting against spectral soul demon venerable would result in greater losses. These subordinates were only tools for him to fight against the venerables. He would not sacrifice his own benefits for the safety of one or two tools. Pawns were pawns because they could be used and discarded when necessary. Fang Yuan, I hate you, I hate you. What kind of great love immortal venerable are you? I was wrong about you, you did not save me, you are not fit to be the alliance leader. Liang Jingjing cursed in despair before her death. Fang Yuan had a joyful expression. There was a qualitative change in the truthful floating ice. His heaven path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. There was a huge increase in heaven path Dao marks. His attainment levels of other paths had also increased. And most importantly, he obtained the rank 9 immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu? This was an unexpected surprise for Fang Yuan. Even someone like him could not help but have bright eyes. It was a wise decision not to save flickering light grotto heaven. So close, if I had protected flickering light grotto heaven, it would have caused the venerables to fight. And I was just one step away from obtaining the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. This Immortal Goo recipe came at the right time. It was very useful to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately decided to advance his third rank 9 Immortal Goo, Heavenly Secret Goo. Chapter 2305. Qin Ding Ling and Jun Shenguang traveled rapidly. Ever since Qin Ding Ling used her Luck Path Killer move, the two's journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any setbacks. Jun Shenguang praised this many times. Qin Ding Ling explained, "This power is far beyond what I can unleash normally. I have also figured out the reason behind the resonance of heaven and earth." Back then, Giant Sun Immortal placed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace in Northern Plains Black Heaven for over 300,000 years. Over these 300,000 years, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been in operation. It slowly created Luck Path Dao marks, almost covering the whole of immemorial Black Heaven. Because of such a terrifying accumulation, Central Continent once attacked Northern Plains to seize fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, but suffered heavy losses halfway through the march. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected that the two heavens would fuse, so he moved Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace away and used it for the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But over 300,000 years of Luck Path creation, Luck Path Dao marks have already been carved in immemorial Black Heaven above Northern Plains. Furthermore, the scale of these Luck Path Dao marks is unimaginably huge. After the two heavens fused, immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven split into countless fragments. Some were big and some were small, black and white. The Luck Path Dao marks also spread out. Jun Shenguang asked, "Then why did Lady Qin Ding Ling's Luck Path Killer move get amplified by these Luck Path Dao marks? Did Giant Sun Immortal help you?" Qin Ding Ling's expression sank. "If that is the case, I'm afraid Giant Sun Immortal is involved in this. But this possibility is not high, because I have already sent a message back to ask Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told me clearly that these Luck Path Dao marks have already returned to natural Dao marks. They are not Giant Sun Immortals." Jun Shenguang was even more confused. "Then why did it respond?" Qin Ding Ling shook her head. "Let's not investigate this for now. The most important thing now is to recruit Flickering Light Grotto Heaven." Jun Shenguang was even more confident in this. "Lady Qin Ding Ling, your Luck Path Killer move is truly powerful. In my opinion, we will succeed this time." A moment later, the two immortals of the Celestial Court finally arrived near the Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They were shocked to see that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was rampaging outside Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not enter Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He broke the Grotto Heaven's entrance and stretched out his countless arms, rampaging inside the Grotto Heaven, slaughtering countless living beings. He killed humans and immortals alike. He was extremely cruel. Qin Ding Ling was dumbfounded. She had never expected such a thing to happen. The Supreme Ancient Two Heavens were too powerful. The probability of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finding trouble with Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was very small. Jun Shenguang also opened his mouth wide, staring at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before slowly turning around to look at Qin Ding Ling with a strange and complex expression. Jun Shenguang seemed to be saying, "Lord, is this caused by your Luck Path Killer move?" Qin Ding Ling coughed and said awkwardly, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a venerable. Even if my Luck Path methods are resonated with heaven and earth and are amplified by Luck Path Dao marks, it should not be to this extent, right?" Jun Shenguang was also at a loss. "Then what should we do?" The two of them originally wanted to instigate Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but in the end, old Immortal Hua Yu fully displayed the specialty of an information path expert. He vaguely told the two immortals of the Celestial Court without leaving any evidence that if the Celestial Court could persuade the Twinkling Grotto Heaven to surrender, then old Immortal Hua Yu would follow. But now, Qin Ding Ling and Jun Shenguang had gone through a long and arduous journey to reach the Flickering Light Grotto. In the end, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was going to be destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Go quickly, Cave Master." Let us attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven is destined to be destroyed, but there are still our clansmen in your immortal aperture. Please think of the big picture. Right at this time, 6 Gu Immortals came out of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 Light Path Gu Immortal Liang Jingjing was already heavily injured. She was escaping in tears under the protection of the other Gu Immortals. However, even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in his right mind, he was still a Venerable. He was filled with killing intent. Seeing that these Gu Immortals were about to escape from under his nose, he followed his instincts and attacked. The Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven were in danger. Chance. Jun Xinguang blurted out. So that's it. Qin Ding Ling realized at once, so my luck path killer move is here. Huge opportunities were often hidden in danger. Let us lend you a hand. Qin Ding Ling shouted, taking the lead to attack. Jun Xinguang followed closely behind. The Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven were initially terrified. After all, according to the current situation, they were enemies. But when they found out that the 2 Immortals of Celestial Court were truly helping them, these Gu Immortals felt even more joy and gratitude. Eventually, with the help of Qin Ding Ling and Jun Xinguang, the Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven successfully broke out of the encirclement. Of course, they had paid a huge price. Qin Ding Ling was lightly injured, Jun Xinguang was heavily injured. There were only 3 Gu Immortals left in Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. 1 was unconscious and 2 were heavily injured. This is the power of a Venerable. We could not retaliate at all. Jun Xinguang sighed. Even though he was safe now, he still felt some lingering fear. He was a rank 8 expert, but under the pursuit of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was as weak as a baby. And this was when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind. His actions were similar to a soul beast. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased us with his full strength, we would not have survived. Thankfully, his attention was still on Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He only chased us for a short while before returning to Flickering Light Grotto Heaven to wreak havoc. Qin Ding Ling said. Sigh. Our homeland, of the 3 Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, 1 was unconscious. The other 2 had pale expressions, their hearts were heavy, they could not conceal their grief, anger, helplessness, and other emotions. My condolences, my 3 friends. Venerables are invincible, we rank 8s are still ants. It is already a great fortune that we were able to escape. Qin Ding Ling consoled. Liang Jingjing suddenly bowed towards Qin Ding Ling and Jun Xinguang. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. We were enemies, but you 2 risked your lives to save me. Such righteousness and magnanimity, I am truly moved by it. It is truly shocking. Celestial Court is indeed the leader of humanity since ancient times, the #1 super force forever. Compared to you, our alliance leader actually calls himself Great Love Immortal Venerable and created the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It is the greatest irony in the world. Liang Jingjing was filled with anger and hatred at the mention of Fang Yuan. Qin Ding Ling and Jun Xinguang looked at each other, seeing the joy and surprise in each other's eyes. The other Gu Immortal from Flickering Light Grotto Heaven who was awake said, Friends of Celestial Court, our Grotto Heaven leader is not a traitor, it is Fang Yuan who has gone too far. We had already asked him for help, we took the initiative to stuff Light Heaven into jewel yellow skies and transacted it to him. But he took the Light Heaven and ignored us, he did not even think of helping us. He directly abandoned us. We are his subordinates, we are members of his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Such actions are truly too disappointing and despicable. To think that we thought he had truly turned over a new leaf after becoming venerable, he had turned over a new leaf. Qin Ding Ling and Jun Xinguang heard this and were overjoyed. Even without their persuasion, the Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven had already taken the initiative to surrender. Lady Qin Ding Ling's luck path killer move is truly profound. Jun Xinguang praised in his heart. Qin Ding Ling said solemnly, Friends, I will not hide it from you, we have our own reasons for coming to help. Next, Qin Ding Ling explained the reason in detail and asked Liang Jingjing to help her persuade old immortal Hua Yu to surrender. Liang Jingjing and the rest were overjoyed after hearing this. They had no choice but to turn to Celestial Court and betray Feng Yuan. They felt very uneasy. If Feng Yuan came to settle the score with them, they would be in deep trouble. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could block Heaven Refining Demon Venerable for a while and protect them. But was there a reason to guard against a thief for a long time? If Feng Yuan harbored hatred in his heart and wanted to kill these traitors, he would definitely have the initiative. He could attack whenever he wanted. If he attacked one day, the Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven would not be able to resist for long enough to wait for reinforcements. This was something that they were absolutely certain of. Because earlier, they had experienced the terror of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And this was a venerable without sentience. With sentience, if Feng Yuan replaced Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would be extremely terrifying. These Gu Immortals would not have any hope of escaping. The Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven had already decided to betray them. They hoped that there would be as many traitors as possible to divert their attention. Thus, Liang Jingjing ignored her injuries and decided to go with Qin Ding Ling to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to rebel against Old Immortal Hua Yu. The group met up with Old Immortal Hua Yu in secret. Qin Ding Ling had a powerful explanation. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already deduced the result. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to be casually roaming around and destroying things, but there is a pattern to it. Everything he destroyed was the pillar that supported immemorial white heaven. For example, the heavenly chasm, the heavenly pillar, or the heaven vein node of immemorial white heaven like Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Your tribe's Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is the same as Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They are both heaven vein nodes in immemorial white heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will definitely come to destroy Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, just like how he destroyed Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Liang Jingjing immediately added, Old Immortal Hua Yu, we have known each other for many years. You have seen my situation. Feng Yuan did not save me and even devoured my tribe's light heaven. His actions are not only cruel, they are also despicable and shameless. Are you still placing your hopes on such an alliance leader? Oh friend, please make a decision quickly. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable comes, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven will not have the time or opportunity to relocate. Chapter 2306. Old Immortal Hua Yu was moved. He gritted his teeth. I wonder if Celestial Court has a way to transfer my Grotto Heaven? Qin Ding Ling smiled. Of course we do. Our Celestial Court's foundation is not something that Longevity Heaven or Feng Yuan can compare to. Trust me, it is a wise choice for you to side with Celestial Court. Old Immortal Hua Yu sighed deeply. This is a serious matter. Please allow me to return to the Grotto Heaven and hold a meeting to discuss with the other Gu Immortals. Then we will wait here for your good news. Qin Ding Ling was very magnanimous. Old Immortal Hua Yu returned to the Grotto Heaven and gathered the Immortals, explaining the situation. The Immortals were shaken. After discussing for 3 days and 3 nights, they all decided to side with Old Immortal Hua Yu to side with Celestial Court. Li Xiaobai was among them. He also expressed his allegiance to Celestial Court, but he was feeling uneasy internally. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected him, she might discover the relationship between Li Xiaobai and Feng Yuan's main body. But he could not do anything alone. Joining Celestial Court had already become the consensus of the Immortals. Old Immortal Hua Yu led the Immortals out of the Grotto Heaven's entrance, greeting Qin Ding Ling and Jun Xinguang. Good. Qin Ding Ling smiled as she accepted them. Everyone, not only will your future benefit by joining the light, you will also be able to fight for a bright future for your clan. Old Immortal Hua Yu said, That's right, such a good thing should be shared. I hope that Lady Qin Ding Ling and Lord Jun Xinguang can help us. I am willing to take the risk and save more friends from the demonic nest that is the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Qin Ding Ling and Jun Xinguang heard this and laughed heartily. With Old Immortal Hua Yu leading the way and Liang Jingjing as an example, of course, with the help of Qin Ding Ling's Luck Path Killer move earlier, Qin Dingling's following persuasion was very smooth. Several days later, almost all of the human forces in the two heavens grotto heavens betrayed Fang Yuan. They joined Celestial Court. The truth was, Qin Dingling only wanted to make old immortal Hua Yu defect, but after taking action, she did not expect the results to be so good. Unsurprisingly, this news could not be concealed. Once it spread, the whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world was shaken. The Celestial Court is indeed the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan is at a disadvantage again. Previously in Western Desert, it was the Celestial Court's victory that forced Fang clan to sell all their resource points and flee. Right now, Fang Yuan's influence in the past 2 days has almost been uprooted by the Celestial Court. Although Fang Yuan is a venerable, he mainly cultivates refinement path. Celestial Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable is a wisdom path expert. She is most skilled in making arrangements and making use of people's hearts. To be honest, I can understand why the two heavens forces would side with the Celestial Court. After all, Fang Yuan did not do anything and allowed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to invade and slaughter. This was not the behavior of a responsible alliance leader. There are even rumors that Liang Jingjing clearly offered Light Heaven to Fang Yuan, but he accepted it and did not make a move. The Gu immortals discussed among themselves. Every action of a venerable, no matter how small, was a huge matter in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. It would attract the attention of the entire world. Many people started to guess what Fang Yuan would do next. Would he take revenge? Would he personally chase after those grotto heaven forces that betrayed him? Or should he swallow this loss in silence? If it were me, I would definitely take action. Traitors must be punished. If they live better lives, what would the other members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance think? Betraying them just like that, they are clearly looking down on Great Love Immortal Venerable's reputation. Maybe they are bullying Lord Fang Yuan for being the newest venerable. How can the dignity of a venerable be challenged like this? Soon, a wave of public opinion rose. It became the mainstream voice in jewel yellow skies. Southern Borders Wu Yong snickered. He did not need to guess to know that Longevity Heaven was behind this. If Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight personally, it would be extremely beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan will not take action. I know him too well. Wu Yong looked towards Eastern Sea as he sighed deeply. If it were him, he would not help either. Once he took action, Fang Yuan would have to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was more disadvantageous than advantageous for Fang Yuan. Looking at the confrontation between the 3 venerables, it is clear that Giant Sun Immortal is ahead of them. He has the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both have bases to defend. Fang Yuan's foundation is the weakest. He has the least immortal essence. In this situation, we need to be even more careful. If we act rashly, our opponents might widen the gap. The rumors should be true. Fang Yuan accepted Light Heaven but did not help. In this aspect, I am inferior to him. Wu Yong compared himself to Fang Yuan, then reflected on himself. He felt that he needed to learn more from Fang Yuan in terms of shamelessness. What were reputation and face? They were just a factor that was beneficial to survival and victory. If reputation and face were not beneficial to survival and victory, then he would discard them. When it was time to be shameless, he would be decisive and shameless. It is time. It is time to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with bright light. When almost everyone looked down on Fang Yuan, when they thought that Fang Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables, Wu Yong made a different choice. Fang Yuan accepted it, of course. When news spread, Southern Borders Gu Immortal World was in an uproar. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. Fang Clan, who joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, became a stray dog. A large number of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heaven super forces left the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Under such a situation, Wu Clan went against the flow and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It was truly suspicious and disdainful. Southern Borders Gu Immortal World was shaken. People started to doubt Wu Yong's decision. Wu Clan, who was at the center of the wave, was still united like a reef. No matter how strong the waves were, they did not move, they did not show any flaws. Western Desert. Southern Borders Wu Yong. I have heard of his name long ago, his courage is truly admirable. Fong Gong sighed. Fong Dichang nodded. I wonder, he used the entire Wu clan as a bargaining chip to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. How many benefits did he obtain from Fong Yuan? No matter what the result is, this is a hero with wild ambitions. Wu clan has been the #1 superforce in Southern Border for a long time, but they still took such a risk. My Fong family's original status is far inferior to the Wu family, so what is there to be worried about? Fong Hua Sheng said with a smile. What Third Supreme Elder said is extremely true. Right now, our Fong clan has finished recuperating. We have traded many immortal goo in all kinds of resource points. Seniors Fong and Lei and Fong Chen have also returned. The immortal goo house has also been modified and replenished. We should make a move. Fong Lung called out with a fervent expression. Fong clan had completely lost their territory. They had become a nomadic force without a foundation. But this situation instead allowed youngsters like Fong Lung to grow rapidly. They became more proactive and worked harder. Fong Dichang slowly looked at the other Gu immortals. What are your thoughts? I also think we should make a move. My bones are rusting from staying here all the time. Those super forces that attacked our Fong clan, it is time to let them know the price of offending our Fong clan. Seeing that the clan's Gu immortals had high morale, Fong Gong was happy and gratified. Very good, then let's give them a memorable lesson. First Supreme Elder made his stance clear. The eyes of Fong clan's immortals shined. They became even more excited. Fong Dichang nodded with a smile. He threw out an information path Gu worm that turned into a map in the air. Then let's set this as our target. The immortals took a look and their expressions changed. They did not expect Fong Dichang to go so far. This is Earth Flame Forest? This is Dong Clan's #1 resource point. The defense is quite tight. Isn't it a little too aggressive? Fong Dichang smiled. Everyone listen to me. Earth Flame Forest is not made of trees, it is made up of surging underground flames. After breaking through their limits, they burst out of the ground and formed a tree-like flame. The root is the underground fire path Dao Vein. However, after the 5 regions were united, the regional walls disappeared and the earth vein migrated. The influence was very widespread. Right now, the fire path Dao Vein there has also migrated. The immortal formation that Dong clan set up earlier was based on the environment at that time. They did not use any immortal goo. Right now, it is already at the end of its tether. It is like a thin sheet of paper that can be pierced with just a slight poke. Most importantly, Lord Alliance Leader's mission board has already changed. The contribution points that can be exchanged for Earth Path resource points are much lower than before, while the value of Wind Path and Fire Path resource points has increased. If we attack this place, we can exchange for even more contribution points. After hearing this, Fong clan's immortals understood that Fong Dichang had already made sufficient deductions and bargaining chips. As expected of Lord Fong Dichang, Fong Chen sighed. Since Second Supreme Elder said so, we will believe you. Fong and Lei also expressed her stance. Then let us take this Earth Flame Forest. Old Ghost by June was a slave Gu immortal of Fong clan. He did not want to fall behind. I can't wait anymore. Fong Dong Shi rubbed his palms. Even though he revived and his cultivation level was still rank 7, his immortal aperture was empty and needed to be developed. Earlier, when the Fong clansmen were sold, he went to Xiao Yi Hu to trade but found that Wang Xiao heir had already been bought. As for the other Fong clansmen, under Fong Dichang's persuasion, Fong clan's Gu immortals did not buy them back just in case. Several days later, Fong clan moved out and successfully attacked the Earth Flame Forest. The Fong clan was powerful, but the Dong clan had just lost the Red River Wheel. Dong clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate. He immediately asked for help from other super forces. When Dong clan finally gathered many Gu immortals and several immortal Gu houses to reinforce them, there was only a huge crater and ruins. It was a scene of devastation. Not only did Fong clan retreat calmly, they even moved the entire Earth Flame Forest into jewel yellow skies. Western Desert's Gu immortal world was shocked. The 5 regions' Gu immortals were stunned. Just as Dong clan's first supreme elder was hesitating about whether to form a second anti-Fong alliance, Fong clan's Gu immortals moved out again. Attacking the resource points of other superforces, they succeeded and retreated calmly. The 5 regions were shaken. Western Desert's superforces were panicking, everyone was in danger. Fong Yuan did not move out to investigate the betrayal of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. But Southern Border's Wu clan and Western Desert's Fong clan's actions were like 2 slaps on Celestial Court's face, creating 2 loud slaps. Chapter 2307. Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of turbid air. Her expression was pale, weakness and exhaustion filled her body and mind. I finally completed this formation. Human path will advance by leaps and bounds now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the derivation formation in front of her, feeling gratified. After she refined all the wisdom path Tao marks in Celestial Court, she did not set off immediately. Instead, she used this period of time to complete the derivation formation's construction. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated wisdom path primarily and star path secondarily, setting up immortal formations was not her weakness. In fact, she was even more formidable than most formation path rank 8 experts. Of course, star constellation Immortal Venerable's formation path attainment was still lacking compared to those legendary formation path great experts. All in all, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already completed the derivation formation with all her might. The core of this formation was rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu. This was a legendary Immortal Gu. It was recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. After Limitless Demon Venerable obtained it, he had been using it as the core of the Crazed Demon formation. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, star constellation Immortal Venerable obtained a piece of truthful floating ice, which contained derivation Immortal Gu. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results to break the truthful floating ice and take derivation Immortal Gu out. Next, she used derivation Immortal Gu as the first core, surrounding it and creating this formation. Limitless Demon Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu and the primal chaos in outer space to deduce and create the truthful floating ice that did not belong to this world. Meanwhile, star constellation Immortal Venerable used the essence of the Crazed Demon formation to create the derivation formation, which was used to promote the development of human path. The development of a path usually required countless elites to put in their effort, as well as hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years of continuous development. But with the derivation formation, the path's development seemed to have grown wings. It could leap into the sky and soar into the sky. After inspecting the derivation formation, star constellation Immortal Venerable inspected the wisdom path killer moves that she had activated earlier. These wisdom path killer moves could defend against investigations, conceal the derivation formation, and strengthen the defense of Celestial Court. Even though the core Immortal Gu of these wisdom path killer moves were only rank 8, with the amplification of Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, even if other venerables attacked with full strength, they could last for some time. After doing this, star constellation Immortal Venerable chose to rest for once. She had expended too much immortal essence. Even though she was developing her immortal aperture, the production of rank 9 immortal essence could not keep up with the expenditure. Furthermore, star constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate formation path after all. She had to expend a lot of her mental energy to set up this rank 9 formation. Speaking of which, ever since star constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she had not had such a good rest. The confrontation between the venerables gave her a heavy pressure. After 3 days, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately started to deal with the matters of the Celestial Court. The immortals, wills, of the Celestial Court gathered again for a meeting. Qin Dingling came to report everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Star constellation Immortal Venerable encouraged her. Qin Ding Ling and Jun Shenguang had indeed made great contributions this time. They had actually instigated more than half of the two heavens grotto heavens. As for the mysterious amplification of Qin Ding Ling's luck path killer move, star constellation Immortal Venerable also decided to take some time to deduce it. Northern Plains was fine. The lone and demonic cultivators had already gathered under the influence of Giant Sun Immortal. They were either recruited by the Huang Jin tribes or gathered around Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, and Fairy Black Moon. In Western Desert, Fong clan was in chaos. They attacked Western Desert's super forces everywhere and succeeded many times. Western Desert's righteous path was in a terrible situation. One clan and other forces were actively seeking help from the Celestial Court. In the southern border, Wu Yong had stirred up trouble. The Celestial Court that was close to the Celestial Court suddenly changed its attitude and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable rejected the suggestion of sending a large number of reinforcements to Western Desert's righteous path. She sent almost all of the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to set up the star array calculation formation. Western Desert's side was still led by Zhou Xiong Xin and Wan Zihong. Fong clan is only a small problem. How many resource points can Fong clan plunder alone? It is not much for the sovereign immortal aperture. The more Fong clan makes a move, the more clues they will leave behind. One day, we will find out their location. Western Desert's righteous path's losses are not our Celestial Court's losses. As for southern borders Wu Yong, let him be. Right now, it is not time for the Celestial Court to mobilize their troops. He has great ambitions, but he is not even a pseudo-venerable. How many ambitious Gu immortals are there in this world? There will be more in the future. The fusion of the two heavens has reached the most crucial moment. This is the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already lost his humanity. His every action is based on his nature. I have already deduced that there will be a huge change soon. My central continent needs to set up the star array calculation formation in time to prepare for this huge change in the heavenly Tao. After star constellation Immortal Venerable said this, a Gu Immortal asked, "The scale of setting up this formation is unprecedented. It is definitely the first in history. I am very worried that if we do it so openly and without concealment, Venerables will attack us." Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. "No worries, I have a plan." On the same day, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent a large number of Gu immortals to the sky above Central Continent to set up the stars and start setting up the star array calculation formation. The number of Gu immortals involved and their cultivation levels were unprecedented in the history of humanity. Such a huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the 5 regions Gu immortals. Evidently, other than star constellation Immortal Venerable herself, no one had such a huge rallying power. Many Gu immortals tried to guess what kind of power this formation that star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to set up would have. Giant Sun Immortal had already returned to Longevity Heaven. His gaze pierced through the ground, reaching the Blood Sea below. The Blood Sea was boiling, huge waves were surging, a huge whirlpool was formed at the center of the Blood Sea. The time is ripe. Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. This Blood Sea had always been hidden in Longevity Heaven. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal's former clone, Blood Sea Ancestor. His intention was to create a blood path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Blood Sea Ancestor had left behind countless blood path inheritances, including 9 true inheritances. He naturally left behind even more essence for Longevity Heaven. The Blood Sea was one of them. Initially, this Blood Sea was not large and of low quality, but after so many years, it had already reached a considerable level. Before Giant Sun Immortal revived, he had already started to make arrangements for the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea was extremely important to Giant Sun Immortal. For this, he did not hesitate to send Yao Huang, who was the most skilled in Gu refinement, here to take charge of the situation. Immortal Killer Move, Birth of Time. Giant Sun Immortal activated the killer move. This luck path method combined with the Blood Sea had the power to revive Gu immortals. Under the amplification of longevity heaven's luck path Tao marks, golden light shone down on the world, penetrating deep into the blood sea. Every drop of blood was dyed in golden light. Rumble, blood waves surged to the sky. The sound of the waves was deafening. The whirlpool was rotating rapidly and violently. Yao Huang looked haggard. He had been guarding this place these days. He had to use refinement path methods from time to time. He could be said to be racking his brains. He did not dare to relax at all. He had a strong look of anticipation on his face as he pondered. The blood sea itself has the power to revive, while Ancestor used a luck path killer move to create it. With the combination of these two, the first Gu Immortal to revive will definitely be the greatest help to my longevity heaven and northern plains. Who in the world is he? Boom. After the blood wave reached its limit, it suddenly exploded and set off a terrifying tsunami. The surging tides surged into the huge whirlpool in the center from all directions, instantly filling up the whirlpool. The blood sea surface became strangely calm. It was extremely violent a moment ago, but now it was as calm as a mirror. It gave off an intense feeling of abruptness. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the sea. Next, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of pillars of light pierced through the sea like giant swords that were tens of li long. A huge lump of light rose up from the blood sea like a small sun. This light was so dazzling that Yao Huang squinted his eyes and activated a killer move, but he still felt his eyes turning bright. A light path Gu Immortal expert. In history, who has the Huang gene bloodline? Almost instantly, a name appeared in the mind of the medicine sovereign. The dazzling light faded. A Gu Immortal floated in the air. He had no hair. Every part of his body was emitting intense light. He was like a man of light. He pointed at the sky and the ground, shouting, "In this world, I am the brightest." Yao Huang's mind and body shook intensely. That's right, this aura, it is him. Ancestor's eldest son, a legend who cultivates light path, a great expert who left his mark in history. Pseudo-venerable, Light Emperor. At this moment, Light Emperor reacted, looking at Yao Huang. I actually revived. Who are you? I am the current South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. You revived me? Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded. Father. Light Emperor was shocked. He quickly blinked his eyes. Then it seems that other than father, I am the brightest in this world. Yao Huang interrupted. The truth is, Lord Light Emperor, in the current world, there are 4 venerables and 3 venerables. Light Emperor was stunned. He rubbed his chin. Is that so? Then other than the 4 venerables, I am the brightest person in this world. You are not the only pseudo-venerable, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded again. Mama. Light Emperor rubbed his bald head. He did not have eyebrows and could not frown, but his expression was clearly troubled. It seems that there are many shining people in this era. But it does not matter. I am Light Emperor. You were born at the right time. I have already investigated. Your fortuitous encounter is in the immemorial 2 heavens. Go, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice gradually weakened. He was already far away. Dad, don't leave in such a hurry. Give me some immortal goo, otherwise, how can I shine? Light Emperor shouted. Lord, don't worry, old ancestor has already prepared immortal goo for you. Yao Huang said as he flew forward, handing over several light path immortal goo. Light Emperor was annoyed. Just these few immortal goo? No wonder his father left so quickly. This time, it's going to be very difficult. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2308. To think that Celestial Court would place us here. Where else do you want to be placed? In Celestial Court? Everyone, the situation is already set in stone. Since we have already joined Celestial Court, we have no other way out. Any infighting is a foolish act. Old Immortal Hua Yu, Liang Jing Jing, Granny Skeleton, and the other Grotto Heaven Gu Immortal leaders gathered together. Some of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After joining Celestial Court indeed used a method to relocate their immortal aperture, even though their grotto heavens had devoured immemorial 9 heavens fragments before. But these 2 heavens grotto heavens suffered huge losses because of the forced relocation. And after the relocation, they were all concentrated in the 2 heavens above their respective races. According to Celestial Court's notice, their grotto heavens had to resonate with Central Continent's starry sky calculation formation. They were the formation cores of this formation. Fellow immortals, how have you all been? Qin Ding Ling smiled and flew over. The grotto heaven lords were expressionless, some even snorted coldly. Eventually, old immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jingjing welcomed them together. Qin Ding Ling understood the emotions of these rank 8 Gu immortals. After these people joined Celestial Court, not only did their grotto heavens suffer huge losses, they were also immediately used by star constellation Immortal Venerable as the formation cores of the starry sky calculation formation. This meant that when the 3 venerables fight and someone tries to break the formation, these grotto heavens would be the first to be attacked. They would become the first line of defense against the enemy. They could be sacrificed if they were careless. Qin Ding Ling smiled as she conversed with old immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jingjing. Before her tone turned cold, she said in a reprimanding tone, "Everyone, we have already explained. Celestial Court's justice has a price. If we did not take action and remove the Heaven Vein Node status from your grotto heavens, would your homelands still exist?" The other immortals' expressions changed. Qin Ding Ling's attitude had not been revealed at all when she had tried to recruit them. Now that it was exposed, the grotto heaven lords could only endure it. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under the eaves. Especially Granny Skeleton and the other Gu immortals, their grotto heavens were located in immemorial Black Heaven. They were instigated by the situation. They joined Celestial Court together with old immortal Hua Yu and the rest. Looking at the other variant human grotto heavens left in the immemorial 2 heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only destroyed the grotto heavens in immemorial White Heaven. He did not attack the grotto heavens in immemorial Black Heaven. Granny Skeleton and the others were naturally frustrated, but what else could they do now that things had come to this? After reprimanding these grotto heaven lords, Qin Ding Ling saw that the immortals had respectful expressions. She snorted coldly. "It seems that everyone has recognized the truth. Now, follow me to pay respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer in the Celestial Court. She refined all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the Celestial Court and used Wisdom Path methods to conceal the great amplification formation that had already been constructed. She left the grotto heaven and started to refine the natural Wisdom Path Dao marks of Central Continent. But because of the lack of immortal essence, the immortal aperture origin cores could not produce enough immortal essence to keep up with the expenditure. She spent her free time helping the Central Continent immortals construct the starry sky calculation formation. Under Qin Ding Ling's lead, the 2 heavens human grotto heaven lords met Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in the sky above Central Continent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She personally engraved Wisdom Path and Star Path Dao marks, using the surrounding 10,000 li as a piece of cloth to weave and paint. After the Fate War, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's trump card was obtained by Feng Yuan. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she started to modify and repair Embroidered Tower. Right now, Embroidered Tower was not only complete, it was even more powerful. Seeing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mystical methods, the 2 heavens grotto heaven lords were shaken. They paid their respects to her. Seeing them kneeling in the air, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects who were setting up the formation saw this. These members of the Celestial Court became excited. Their morale rose greatly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked down and sensed the complex emotions of the 2 heavens human grotto heaven lords. Most of them felt uneasy, but there were also some who felt resentful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable consoled them expressionlessly. "Everyone, you are all humans. Leaving Eastern Sea Demon Cave is part of humanity. Since ancient times, the Celestial Court has been the sacred land of all humans in the world. It is the highest homeland. No matter what reason your ancestors once hid in the immemorial 2 heavens, Celestial Court will let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. Don't worry, Celestial Court treats everyone equally. From now on, anyone who makes contributions will be rewarded fairly by Celestial Court. In fact, in the future, the glory of joining the Heavenly Court and becoming one of them will also fall on the shoulders of you and your juniors. Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest were still kneeling. After hearing these words, they expressed their gratitude and praised the righteousness of Celestial Court, expressing their loyalty and confidence towards Celestial Court. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan looked at the rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe of Heavenly Secret Goo and let out a breath of air. This Immortal Goo recipe was different from before. The original rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe of Heavenly Secret Goo came from the truthful floating ice. It was Limitless Demon Venerable's own foundation. He had digested the chaos in outer space. That was to say, according to the current Heavenly Tao, there was no rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. In order to seek eternal life, Limitless Demon Venerable digested the chaos in outer space. He had many achievements that surpassed the current Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Secret Goo's rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was one of them. This was indeed a great achievement, but there was still room for improvement. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable had died long ago. Even if he revived, he was not a refinement path venerable. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan was the number 1 person in history. The other venerables could not compare to him. Thus, Fang Yuan used his own refinement path attainment to modify this Immortal Goo recipe. It was even better than before. It was so excellent that it was beyond the limits of the heavens. Right now, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of Heavenly Secret Goo's essence. Heavenly Secret Goo was a Heaven Path Goo worm, but Fang Yuan had once thought that it was a Wisdom Path Goo worm. This Immortal Goo was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He already had Heaven Path attainment back then. Afterwards, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was refined by one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, Inkstone, but it was destroyed in the Battle of Tian Mountain. Eventually, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was refined by Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan still remembered that he used the Refinement Path Killer move Heavenly Light Will back then. Activating Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo could detect the thoughts of providence. It could probe the contents of calamities and tribulations. It could allow the Goo Immortal to ask heaven and earth for answers. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. As the saying goes, heaven and earth know, you and I know. Being able to leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Goo Immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. But Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo had a flaw in its usage. 8 out of 10 times of activating Heavenly Secret Goo would fail. Once it failed, one would suffer a backlash and lose 10 to 70 years of lifespan. This flaw was a manifestation of people's misunderstanding of Heavenly Secret Goo's essence. Heavenly Secret Goo was a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Only those who cultivated Heaven Path had enough Heaven Path Tao marks to use it normally. Activating Heavenly Secret Goo not only required immortal essence, it also required a certain amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials. Like Fang Yuan's obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, it expended Heaven Path Immortal materials. Without using Heaven Path Immortal materials, Heavenly Secret Goo could barely be activated, but the price was that the Heaven Path Immortal materials needed would be expended. It would be delayed until the next time it was used. This was the weakness of the Goo cultivator losing lifespan after the backlash from failure. Lifespan Goo belonged to Heaven Path. The lifespan of a Goo cultivator was actually Heaven Path Tao marks. Looking back, Old Man Inkstone did not recognize Heavenly Secret Goo's essence back then. However, this situation was very normal. Sects were constantly developing, and the nature of Goo worms was also gradually explored when they were being used. Understanding things required a process. With this Immortal Goo recipe, I can officially refine Heavenly Secret Goo. Fang Yuan did not lack Heaven Path Immortal materials. This was all because of the fusion of the two heavens. An unprecedented amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials was produced. Shen Shang, who was in charge of collecting Heaven Path Immortal materials, was working very hard. Because earlier, Fang Yuan clearly wanted to collect his human path cultivation results. He only handed over a portion of them. This made him very uneasy. For the sake of the clan, And also for himself, he needed to perform better. As long as I refine rank 9 heavenly secret goo, obscured heavenly secret killer move's power will rise sharply, the two venerables will continue to be deceived. But before that, I need to make an announcement. Almost all of the 2 heavens human grotto heavens had joined Celestial Court. The variant human grotto heavens left in immemorial white heaven were all destroyed by spectral soul demon venerable. Regarding this, Feng Yuan had to make a statement. Friends of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, I am great love immortal venerable. Firstly, I want to congratulate all of you who joined Celestial Court. Don't worry, I will not pursue this matter. How can I, great love immortal venerable, be such a person? I am very sorry about the destruction of the grotto heavens in immemorial white heaven. Not long ago, I was ambushed by star constellation immortal venerable. I could not fight spectral soul demon venerable personally. I have already mobilized people to evacuate the grotto heavens. I firmly believe that the world needs love and harmony. War hurts everyone. Not just humans, but variant humans and all living beings as well. Why can't we live together in peace and happiness? Precisely because of this belief, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entrusted all of his inheritance to me. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was established with this belief in mind. It is not a super force to fight for supremacy, it is everyone's home, it is an attempt to allow everyone in the world to coexist peacefully. The actions of the 2 heavens grotto heavens have made me reflect deeply on myself. I know I was wrong, but my thoughts are still restricted by history and tradition. I have decided. From today onwards, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will open its doors, we will abolish all binding agreements, everyone can join and leave freely. I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, swear to the world that I will not pursue this matter. I will still refine goo for those who did not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. This is a fair transaction. Those who join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will receive a 20% discount on goo refinement. Yes, 20%, a full 20% discount, you did not hear wrongly. As for how to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, it is simple. You just need to pay a joining fee. Furthermore, this joining fee will still be yours, it will be converted into contribution points for the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. When you refine goo in the future, you can use these contribution points to exchange for large amounts of goo refinement resources. O Liang Jing Jing, I am not greedy for your light heaven. Your light heaven will be converted into contribution points for the Great Love Alliance. Fellow human goo immortals who joined Celestial Court, I hope you will be well. I also welcome you to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. I will not mind your identities. Because the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance has always been free, open, and peaceful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The 2 heavens human goo immortals. Jewel Yellow Skies. Chapter 2309. In the sky above Central Continent, the starry sky calculation formation was taking shape. Large numbers of Central Continent goo immortals were moving around. Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Little Swan Z set up the formation as he muttered, clearly thinking about the problem. Sister Bai Qing, do you think we can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? Not far away, Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xin transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing wore a white dress with a green jade sash around her waist. She smiled. Kai Xin, are you moved? How can I not be moved? There is a 20% discount, and there are no restrictions on entry and exit. Such a huge benefit. If I were not a member of Spirit Butterfly Valley, I would have joined long ago. Is sister not moved? Han Kai Xin said. Colorful butterflies flew around Han Kai Xin, placing countless goo worms at the designated locations. Fairy Bai Qing pondered. Even though she was a goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House, she had a good relationship with Han Kai Xin. They were close in nature, they called each other sisters in private. She knew why Han Kai Xin was asking her, because Fairy Bai Qing's daughter was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had a closer relationship with Celestial Court. Fairy Bai Qing shook her head. I am not sure about this. Maybe we can ask He Fengyang. If it were before, Fairy Bai Qing might have directly said her opinion, but after Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioga's betrayal, Fairy Bai Qing could only act cautiously. Little 9, get to work. After setting up this star path immortal goo, we will leave immediately. Far away, He Fengyang transmitted to 9 Palace Crane Little 9. He had had enough. Ever since Feng Yuan made the announcement, all the Gu immortals in the world knew that joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance had huge benefits. They could enter and leave freely without any restrictions. He Fengyang became the target of all the immortals' gazes and questions. After all, He Fengyang had received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions to trade immortal Gu with Feng Yuan publicly. Forget about what the members of Celestial Court were thinking, just the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were moved. Who did not lack immortal Gu? Especially after the 5 regions were unified, the realm walls disappeared, the chi tides swept through the world, and the earth veins and heaven veins were all connected. All kinds of immortal materials overflowed, simply gushing out. Among them, Earth Path, Chi Path, and Heaven Path were the most powerful. The Gu immortals had more immortal materials, transactions in jewel yellow skies became more frequent, but the Gu immortals still did not have many immortal Gu. Everyone had their own specializations. If one was not a refinement path Gu immortal but another path, the chances of success in refining immortal Gu were too low. From ancient times until now, in the 3 million years of human race's rise and dominance, it was all the blood and tears of Gu refinement. Countless heroes and heroes had sunk into the bitter abyss of Gu refinement. The radiance of just a few refinement path great experts could not shine on everyone. The Gu immortals were all heartbroken by Gu refinement, but they had to try again and again. It was unbearably bitter, but there was nothing he could do. But now, a refinement path venerable had appeared, and this refinement path venerable was different from other Gu immortals. He was very special. He created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and even conducted public transactions in jewel yellow skies, conducting immortal Gu refinement businesses. This made all the Gu immortals who were tormented by Gu refinement see hope. They felt a sense of warmth. Most of the Gu immortals were moved. No matter how fake Feng Yuan's declaration of great love was, the benefits were right in front of everyone. But the identity of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was a form of restriction. These Gu immortals were worried about the Celestial Court's thoughts. Thus, they asked He Fengyang about it. Because He Fengyang was the first Gu immortal of Central Continent's righteous path to conduct public transactions with Feng Yuan. According to rumors, he had even received instructions from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He Fengyang had indeed received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders, but what could he say? Some things could be allowed to happen, but they could not be said out loud. Once it was put on the table, the nature would change. Thus, He Fengyang could only give vague answers. The more vague he was, the more others would want to get to the bottom of it. For example, now Vicious Lightning Fiend took the initiative to ask. Vicious Lightning Fiend had rank 7 cultivation level, and he had been famous for a long time. Compared to him, He Fengyang could only be considered a minor character in the past. But now, because of his transaction with Feng Yuan, He Fengyang became famous in Central Continent and was the focus of attention. Facing Vicious Lightning Fiend, He Fengyang naturally had to lower his head. He Fengyang spoke vaguely, hinting at him repeatedly. However, Vicious Lightning Fiend wanted a clear answer. He Fengyang was under a lot of pressure. Right at this time, another Gu immortal asked. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. This expert had been rank 7 for a long time, and now, there were rumors that he was about to advance to rank 8. When Feng Jioga was still in Central Continent's righteous path, Immortal Monkey King Shirley was an expert second only to him. Brother He Fengyang, is it true or not? Tell me directly. Shirley was very direct. This time, He Fengyang felt even more pressure. Fairy Bai Qing and Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine transmitted at the same time. Fairies, I don't know either. He Fengyang felt a headache coming on. Brother He Fengyang, why don't you ask him? Vicious Lightning Fiend said. He Fengyang wanted to cry, Brother, Please forgive me, I am just a pitiful person. Vicious lightning fiend chuckled. You have been in contact with Feng Yuan for a long time. Your relationship is different. How could I not know? Feng Yang was extremely depressed. He almost wanted to roar out loud. I really don't know this demon. Feng Yang was still thinking of a way to reply to vicious lightning fiend without offending him. On the other side, Shirley urged, I have a good idea, brother. If you join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance now, I am sure Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not punish you. Feng Yang's eyes rolled. He would rather faint on the spot. Feng Yang was in a difficult situation. Liang Jingjing was also going through a test. Her divine sense had already entered jewel yellow skies, communicating with Feng Yuan's will. After knowing that Light Heaven had been exchanged for a large number of Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance contribution points, she felt very conflicted. She felt very uncomfortable. Because this amount of contribution points was huge, it would be very painful for her to give it up. Liang Jingjing had 2 Gu Immortals with her. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was already destroyed. In her current situation, she needed cultivation resources even more. But Celestial Court would not support her for no reason. She needed to save every cultivation resource and start from scratch. Thus, the contribution points that Light Heaven had been exchanged for became the greatest temptation. Liang Jingjing was not worried that Feng Yuan would go back on his words. After all, Feng Yuan had already announced it to the world. If Liang Jingjing joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again, Feng Yuan would definitely do his best to protect her and announce it to the world. Liang Jingjing was worried about Celestial Court and the other Gu Immortals in the world. She had just betrayed Feng Yuan and joined Celestial Court. Now she wanted to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. What would Celestial Court think? What would the world think of her? At this moment, Liang Jingjing had to admit that she was a little regretful. Of course, her hatred and anger towards Feng Yuan was still the main factor. It did not waver. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Feng Yuan started to refine Heavenly Secret Gu. This was his 3rd rank 9 Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was much more confident in this Gu refinement than before. Because for this Gu refinement, he had made the most ample preparations in his life. While refining Gu, Feng Yuan thought about the big picture. Now that he had lowered the requirements for joining, it had already caused a huge commotion. The impact would become more obvious in the future. Lord Great Love Immortal Venerable, I am Shang Beggar Fan. I wonder if I can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? A Southern Border Gu Immortal contacted Feng Yuan's will, who was inside jewel yellow skies. Actually, during this period of time, many Gu Immortals had contacted Feng Yuan's will, but this was the first person who expressed his desire to join the alliance. You can join as long as you pay a fee. Feng Yuan's will replied plainly. Naturally, the entry fee for joining a guild alone and a guild with a superpower would be different. Shang Beggar Fan asked, is it possible to join secretly? Feng Yuan's will nodded, expressing his agreement. Then I am willing to join. Shang Beggar Fan agreed. He made an agreement with Feng Yuan's will about the time and place to exchange the resource points. That's right, the fee to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was resource points. Shang Beggar Fan is a marginal character in Shang Clan, but this time, he was sent by Shang Clan as a representative to join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Feng Yuan immediately understood Shang Clan was behind this. The resource points that he requested earlier were already beyond Shang Beggar Fan's capabilities. But Shang Beggar Fan agreed. It was clear that he had the support of the entire Shang Clan. Even though Southern Border's Shang Clan is not as bold as Wu Clan, their thoughts are very flexible. Feng Yuan smiled. This was just the beginning. Soon, as Feng Clan continued to provoke them, and Wu Clan continued to take the lead, more super forces would come to probe them. These super forces would probably do the same thing as Shang Clan. They would send one person in first to make use of the benefits of being a member of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But all of this was within Feng Yuan's plan. He would let them have a taste of the benefits first. When these super forces could not stop themselves, Feng Yuan would start to restrict the number of Gu Immortals they could refine. Next, these superforces would send even more Gu immortals to join secretly, or even their entire clan. Of course, Fang Yuan would not restrict them, they could leave the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance at any time. While refining immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used information path methods to contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how have you been? Fang Yuan greeted with a warm attitude. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly replied, I am fine, but dirty water fell from the sky and landed on me. Great love, do you have anything to say? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. To speak the truth, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am here to help you. I heard that you have been working hard recently, setting up a super formation that covers the whole of Central Continent. A formation of this scale will definitely need many immortal Gu. And in this aspect, I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, am most proficient. Why don't you join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and enjoy a 20% discount? That is the best way to save money. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable laughed. She was laughing out of anger. Chapter 2310. Towards Fang Yuan's shamelessness, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was convinced. She had no choice but to admit, Fang Yuan's declaration of taking action was a brilliant move. Fang Yuan lowered the requirements for joining and leaving the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to the lowest level. He did not care about the loyalty of these members, he immediately opened up a whole new situation. He used benefits to fully display the advantage of refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not stop him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain, right now, all the Gu immortals in the world were restless. Even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were considering whether to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could order these Gu immortals not to join this Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, she could not change their minds. People's hearts were fickle. But what did Fang Yuan lose in this? Almost nothing. Originally, the subordinates he recruited in Eastern Sea and the two heavens did not have much loyalty. It was only because of the situation that they had no choice but to join Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not hope for them to attack Central Continent and other places in the future. From the fact that Qin Ding Ling successfully incited a large number of Grotto Heaven forces to defect, these people's loyalty towards Fang Yuan could be seen. If Fang Yuan was the only venerable in the current world, everyone would be loyal to him. But now, there were 4 venerables and 3 venerables. These Gu immortals had a choice. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart. She knew that Fang Yuan purposely contacted her. It was not just to show off his strength. Fang Yuan's suggestion of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was just a joke. He was clear that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to build up support for him. Fang Yuan's true motive was to threaten Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the moment, Zhongzhou State was carrying out an unprecedented formation. At this crucial moment, if Great Love Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal made a move, it would be easy for the formation to fail. Fang Yuan has little immortal essence. He does not want to destroy the Starry Sky calculation formation, nor does he want us to succeed easily, so he contacted me. Fang Yuan had been acting crazily. He did not mind using immortal Gu to exchange for resource points, as if he was trying to increase the foundation of his immortal aperture origin core to increase his immortal essence. Star Constellate Immortal Venerable had also investigated, but like Giant Sun Immortal, she could not find anything wrong with Fang Yuan. Thus, in her mind, Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence all along. This left a deep impression. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised that Fang Yuan contacted her. She agreed to transact with Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court would pay resource points, primordial domain, and immortal materials in exchange for Fang Yuan refining immortal Gu for Heavenly Court. Star to do, Star Constel Immortal Gu to do, the transaction, Star to do, Celestial Sect Imto exchange would be Clan's great deal. Fang Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was protecting their formation. This was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. According to the current incomplete formation, star constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not out of the ordinary, it was within the range that Fang Yuan could endure. Fang Yuan gave up on attacking and destroying, in exchange for a peaceful deal that was more beneficial to himself. It was a win-win situation. Especially now that he was refining heavenly secret goo. At this juncture, Fang Yuan could not resort to force at all. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not know this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used primordial domain as a bargaining chip. It was a small surprise. Fang Yuan had been negotiating with the celestial court for the origin domain all this time. Primordial domain's value to him was much higher than to Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not relented, but now, she finally revealed a small portion of primordial domain to tempt Fang Yuan to accept this transaction. Maybe in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's view, I have not taken back the primordial domain in jewel yellow skies because I lack the method to do so. Thus, giving me a portion of primordial domain in a short period of time will not give me an advantage. To think that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would give me primordial domain first, I thought that I would obtain this breakthrough in the blood path transaction with Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan thought of this and got distracted. He contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is making such a huge move. The formation that she wants to set up must be extraordinary. She is the #1 wisdom path goo cultivator in history. If she has the help of the formation in the future, we might not be able to detect it even if we fall into her trap. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, replying, "What do you think?" Fang Yuan said directly, "I am willing to work together with Giant Sun to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and destroy her formation. Wisdom Path is no small matter, it can be seen from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cannot let her set up the immortal formation smoothly." Giant Sun Immortal said ambiguously, "This is a good suggestion." Then, "Great Love, have you considered Heavenly Lord Baizu's suggestion?" Fang Yuan chuckled, "That can be discussed. I have many blood path research results and blood path immortal goo." Giant Sun Immortal had been looking to purchase blood path resources. Now that Fang Yuan took the initiative to give in, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly, immediately contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has just contacted me. We are going to attack your formation together. I wonder what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinks?" Giant Sun Immortal directly sold out Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart, using the same method to transact with Giant Sun Immortal. The three venerables negotiated and schemed against each other. As a wisdom path goo cultivator, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was superior. She had the initiative. Eventually, she gave up on a portion of the benefits and settled the issue between Fang Yuan and Giant Sunday. We finally managed to stabilize these two. But if our formation was stronger, it would not have been so easy to deal with. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have stronger immortal formations, but she could not set them up. Once she set them up, the two venerables would destroy them. There was no agreement. The Starry Sky calculation formation was carefully chosen by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was above the bottom line that the two venerables could accept. The two venerables would rather let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up the immortal formation so that they could exchange for some benefits. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis of the three venerables. Of course, the main reason is because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that the two venerables were cheating because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not worth mentioning. The three venerables were paying close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. As they expected, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable got rid of the white heaven grotto heaven that he could sense, he charged towards the sun. In the mixed two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like black figure charged towards the sun. This was within Fang Yuan's observation. He thought about it. Back then, I expended White Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral soul demon Venerable could not directly control immemorial White Heaven. He only has Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. He can only represent immemorial Black Heaven to annex immemorial White Heaven. Right now, among the two heavens Grotto Heavens, White Heaven Grotto Heaven no longer exists. The heaven vein nodes in the Grotto Heavens were all destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As for Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, they are heavily guarded. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind. He cannot investigate them. Therefore, his only remaining target is the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged towards the sun. This time was different from before. He roared and shouted with unprecedented determination and killing intent. However, the closer he got to the sun, the more obstructions he faced from fire path and light path Dao marks of a terrifying scale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body started to melt like wax. Small flames started to appear on his body. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the immemorial two heavens. He had been paying attention to this matter. He evaluated. The sun has existed since ancient times. It has immense power. It is the largest heaven vein node in the world. It is also the largest light vein and fire vein node in the two heavens. Even in my previous life, when I was at my peak, I could not deal with the sun. Now that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind, it will be even harder to deal with. In the previous life, Giant Sun Immortal was invincible in the world. He was invincible in the universe. He could naturally destroy the sun. But there were no benefits to doing so. It would cause great harm to all living beings. Giant Sun Immortal did not do that. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally charged into the sun. Countless pitch-black pillar-like arms grabbed at the sun. His mountain-like body rampaged in the sun, creating huge currents of light and fire. But at the same time, he suffered even greater damage. His body quickly melted. A vast number of light path and fire path Dao marks were engraved on his body. The soul path Dao marks that he had accumulated were collapsing rapidly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's three heads roared in pain. Their gazes were filled with even more anger and hatred. Following his instincts, he activated a defensive killer move. His entire body was covered in a layer of eerie light. Pitch-black smoke surged out crazily, resisting the boundless power of the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stabilized his footing for now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed in embroidered tower, watching from the window. The sun is only a lump of heaven path, light path, and fire path Dao marks that has a form but no substance. It can be seen as a tribulation, but this tribulation has lasted for countless years. It has been accumulating since the beginning of the world. Thus, even if it is not a chaotic tribulation, it is not easy for venerables to deal with. This time, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fights the sun, both sides will suffer heavy losses. At that time, it will be time for me to make a move. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can be eliminated, it will be greatly beneficial to our celestial court. By then, we can even compromise with the other venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew the principle of being flexible. For celestial court, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge threat. Because celestial court was located in immemorial White Heaven, it had the largest heaven vein node in the world. It was just that celestial court was concealed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path methods. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not sense it. However, at the next moment, a change occurred. A giant beast the size of a hill, with a trace of the aura of a rank 9 immortal goo, escaped in panic. There is a legendary immemorial desolate beast inside the sun? And a rank 9 immortal goo? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal stared with wide eyes. No, not just one rank 9 immortal goo, there is another one. Under the three venerables' observation, the rank 9 wildfire goo inside the sun was no longer concealed. After a few breaths of time, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable reached the center of the sun. He stretched out his remaining dozens of arms. Ignoring the intense pain, he sucked the fire goo into his hands. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head opened its mouth and swallowed the fire goo. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable screamed in pain. His left head immediately burned like a torch. Without the support of two goo, the sun self-detonated with a loud sound. Heaven and earth could hear it. At this moment, all living beings looked up in fear as the sun turned into countless lumps of light and fire, scattering in all directions. The sun was gone. Chapter 23:11. This change happened too quickly. Even the three venerables were unable to act in time. The original plan of the three venerables was to wait for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the sun to fight until both sides were heavily injured. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable followed his nature, he had survival instincts. Once they were heavily injured, they would retreat. At this time, the three venerables attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable while they were both heavily injured. In the confrontation of three venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still a huge variable. They could not completely eliminate the possibility of him regaining his consciousness, so the three venerables had a tacit agreement to eliminate this variable first. Like in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to eliminate all the pseudo-venerables first. What surprised the three venerables was that the sun was the first to collapse. Different from what people thought, the truth was that the sun was actually hiding two rank 9 immortal goo and a mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast. The foundation of the sun was far beyond their estimation. According to this foundation, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not have sentience. It would be even harder to deal with him. He would definitely lose first. However, the legendary primordial desolate beast hiding in the sun was scared away. It was fine if it was scared away, but the important thing was that it took away a rank 9 immortal goo. Once this immortal goo left, the sun lost its core, its stable state disappeared and it collapsed. Even the strongest and sturdiest goo house can be easily destroyed from the inside. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. A saying of the goo cultivation world appeared in her mind. This sudden change had disrupted her plans. Among the three venerables, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the most. Because she was the clearest about the threat Spectral Soul Demon Venerable posed to the Celestial Court. Originally, she wanted to make some sacrifices to lure the other two venerables to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and eliminate him. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? Fire Goo was a legendary immortal goo recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. It was a rank 9 immortal goo, but was devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This could be ignored for now, but that mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast also had a rank 9 immortal goo. This meant that they had to give chase. This concerned a rank 9 immortal goo, and a legendary immemorial goo was not a problem for venerables. Precisely because it was too easy to succeed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to seize every second. There were three venerables in the world. She did not want this immortal goo to be obtained by another venerable. Be careful, there are flames coming like a storm. Fairy by Qing warned. Oh heavens, what do we do? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine looked up at the sky and saw countless fireballs falling down. The level of these flames was too high. Bright Splendor Ring Fire occupied the majority. This was one of the three fires in the world, Heavenly Fire, a rank 9 Fire Path Immortal material. Those who were not rank 8 Fire Path Goo Immortal experts could not deal with it. However, there was a huge immortal formation in the sky above the central continent. The central continent Goo Immortals had to defend the formation. They had to deal with these flames. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, please give the order. Shirley shouted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She left behind a portion of her will and rank 9 immortal essence to control Embroidered Tower and control the situation here. As for her main body, she resolutely abandoned this place and rushed straight for the two heavens. E.C. Fang Yuan was currently using his investigative techniques to observe the entire 5 regions. The sun disintegrated, turning into countless immortal materials that scattered in all directions. Among them, most of the light path resources are still scattered in the two heavens, while most of the fire path resources are in the 5 regions. The fire rain is mostly in Western Desert, while Eastern Sea has the least. The reason was simple: conflicting Dao marks. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had more water path Dao marks, while Western Desert had more fire path Dao marks. Thus, the fire rain favored Western Desert more. These flames are all high-level resources. After collecting them and accumulating to a certain extent, we can create fire path resource points. Especially bright splendor ring fire, this rank 9 immortal material can only be found by chance. It is very rare. This time, their numbers have increased sharply. This is a good opportunity. We need to grasp it. Feng Yuan immediately gave the order to send Gu immortals to various places to collect these fire path resources. Regretfully, he had the most water path Gu immortals under him. He did not have many fire path Gu immortals. There were also very few rank 8 Gu immortals. Regarding this, Feng Yuan used the will in jewel yellow skies to announce, "Good news, good news. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance is holding a new activity. As long as you collect fire path immortal materials and come here to trade, you will be able to exchange for a certain amount of alliance contribution points. After accumulating a certain amount of alliance contribution points, you will be able to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It will no longer be resource points. And after joining, the contribution points that can be exchanged with immortal materials will still be there." Feng Yuan's will tossed out a list with the details of the various exchanges. Bright Splendor Ring Fire was at the top of the list. It could be exchanged for the most contribution points. Gu immortals in the world heard this news and became restless. Originally, joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance required resource points, but now, they only needed to collect these fire path immortal materials. For most Gu immortals, the difficulty of joining the alliance had fallen again. Feng Yuan's will revealed, this activity will only last for a short period of time, first come first serve. Once the fire path immortal materials are collected, this activity will stop. Fire path immortal materials? Unfortunately, other than Bright Splendor Ring Fire, the other fire path immortal materials I collect cannot compare to the heaven path immortal materials. In these 2 days, Xin Shang continued to search for resources. Are we not going to chase after Fong clan? Chase for what? Let Celestial Court's Zhou Xiong Xen chase after them. Quickly gather these fire path immortal materials, use a portion and sell the rest to Great Love Immortal Venerable. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. More and more Gu immortals in Western Desert started to move around. Southern border. Wu Yong led a large group of Wu clan Gu immortals and started to move. It was a swift and decisive action. Benefits were the main attraction. At once, countless Gu immortals of the 5 regions were mobilized by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan himself was also heading towards the 2 heavens. Spectral Soul Destructive Sun also affected his plan. Originally, he was thinking that if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the Sun were both heavily injured, if he succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Gu, he would be able to take action in time and gain some benefits from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, he had to refine Heavenly Secret Gu while continuing his disguise. Thus, he had to enter the 2 heavens and act like he was chasing after a rank 9 immortal Gu. This was the most normal behavior and reaction. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were very astute. Feng Yuan had to do this to not expose any flaws. The sun was extinguished, the entire world of the 5 regions dimmed. The mortal Gu masters were shocked. The other living beings were also panicking. Panicked beast roars and bird cries could be heard everywhere. This was an unprecedented change. It was inevitable that it would cause a large-scale panic. Starlight flickered. A legendary immemorial desolate beast broke out of the encirclement while bathed in blood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the first to arrive. She waved her hand as the remaining blood chi and scales in the air flew into her hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her Wisdom Path Killer move and deduced. It is Yu Tianguang. She quickly deduced the origin of this legendary immemorial beast. She could not help but feel shocked. Yu Tianguang and Zui Yihui had once wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, creating a bloodbath. They were very crafty and often worked together. Whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide. It was hard to find them. But eventually, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable conquered the world and killed Yu Tianguang. This was recorded in history. But Yu Tianguang is still alive now. Did he fake his death? Could he fake his death in front of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Or, is this also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement? At once, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of many things. The situation immediately became a little confusing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chased as she analyzed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's backup plan. According to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revived and became venerable using Heaven Path, he would have a huge advantage in the 2 heavens. Especially after he refined the Heaven Path Tao marks of the 2 heavens, he would be able to control all of the Heaven Vein nodes. By then, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would face a huge threat from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The Sun was also a Heaven Vein node. Back then, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable purposely placed Yu Tianguang in the Sun, he was clearly planning to subdue the Sun. Thankfully, Paradise Earth died and did not revive. From this, it seems that I should thank Feng Yuan? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just thought of Feng Yuan when Feng Yuan appeared in her vision. Star Constellation, we meet again. Feng Yuan smiled as he greeted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind, but she nodded with a smile on the surface. She was very graceful. The 2 had a warm attitude, but their movements were not slow at all. They moved even faster. The 2 venerables were on guard against each other as they chased after Yu Tianguang. This Yu Tianguang was also in human form. He had a hunched back, his forearms were long, he had a horn on his head, his body was covered in scales. They were like countless mirrors, shining brightly. Under the pursuit of the 2 venerables, Yu Tianguang actually managed to escape time and time again. As I expected, this Yu Tianguang took away rank 9 light goo. And it has not been refined by him, it is still a wild immortal goo. Feng Yuan saw some clues. He grumbled internally. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement had reached a crucial moment. He did not want to snatch this rank 9 light goo. Once he obtained it, he would face the frenzied attacks of the other venerables. A rank 9 immortal goo could completely break the balance between the 3 venerables. Nobody wanted such an immortal goo to fall into someone else's hands. But Feng Yuan still had to say what needed to be said. Yu Tianguang, your master, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and I were good friends. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, he gave all of his resources to me. As for you, I did not have the time to tell you. Quickly leave with me, I will do my best to ensure your safety. Yu Tianguang coughed out blood as he cursed. Paradise Earth, that old scoundrel, I was almost killed by him. I had to hide under the sun to recuperate. After sleeping for so many years, I finally regained my senses. He caused me so much trouble, I will not surrender to him. That means, it was not Paradise Earth's arrangement? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came to a realization. She could clearly sense Yu Tianguang's emotions. He was not lying. This Yu Tianguang can fake his death and escape from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He is quite capable. Light Emperor, who was hiding in a corner, sighed. He was hiding in the black clouds. He did not want to shine at all. Chapter 23:12. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Feng Yuan's body shook as 100 evil dragons appeared around him. The evil dragons flew and surrounded Yu Tianguang in groups. He had already used this compound killer move. If he used it against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a risk of it being broken or countered. But now, Feng Yuan used it to trap Yu Tianguang. The evil dragons pounced at Yu Tianguang from all directions. Some opened their mouths to bite, some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, some used their claws to tear, and some even opened their mouths to roar, shooting out sharp sword qi from their tongues. In a moment of desperation, Yu Tianguang also erupted with legendary immemorial level strength. He waved his arms as his body moved like lightning. The horns on his head were extremely sharp. After fighting for a while, 3 evil dragons were cut in half. He had killed several evil dragons with much difficulty, but these evil dragons produced dragon souls and modified the battlefield. The more evil dragons were sacrificed, the more dragon souls there would be, the more soul path Dao marks there would be on the battlefield, the stronger the dragon souls would be. The situation was getting more dangerous. Yu Tianguang charged left and right, fighting a bloody battle, but he could not escape from the evil dragons. Sensing the danger of its host again, the wild rank 9 light goo on Yu Tianguang burst out with power again. Piercing light shone on the entire battlefield. At the next moment, it was about to bring Yu Tianguang away. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Star Constellation chased after Yu Tianguang, they were stalled by this move. They failed repeatedly. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared. Starlight specks flew and instantly enveloped Yu Tianguang's body. Rank 9 Wild Light Goo's power was mostly restrained by the starlight specks. It caused Yu Tianguang's escape to fail. Yu Tianguang was heavily injured instead. Rank 9 Light Goo was still wild. It did not cooperate well with Yu Tianguang. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found a flaw. But this was normal. Even though Yu Tianguang and Wild Rank 9 Light Goo had been together for so many years, Yu Tianguang was almost always asleep. Even if he was awake, with his Rank 8 cultivation level, he could not refine a Wild Rank 9 Immortal Goo. Back then, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became venerable, she spent 100 years to refine Wild Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Giant Sun Immortal tried to refine Rank 9 Love Goo, but he still failed. Yu Tianguang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into despair. The enemy he was facing was too strong, and his injuries were too heavy. His entire movement slowed down. But he was still struggling. He was fighting for the glimmer of hope that remained in his heart like a mirage bubble. Don't come over, don't come over. Light Emperor Lord hid in the dark clouds and watched Yu Tianguang approach him. He grew increasingly anxious and terrified. The direction in which Yu Tianguang was fleeing was coincidentally in his direction. Could this be where my opportunity lies? Light Emperor's body suddenly shuddered as he recalled Giant Sun Immortal's words. He instantly realized that his fortuitous encounter was with Rank 9 Light Goo. But, Dad, you've gone too far this time. Light Emperor quickly took a glance at Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not even dare to look at these 2 venerables for too long, lest they discover him. Light Emperor Lord's bald head subconsciously shrunk into his neck. All along, his body had been shining with radiance, but he had concealed it with all his might. Only a thin layer of light was left on his body now. But Yu Tianguang was escaping crazily. He was almost coming straight for him. At this moment, Light Emperor hated this huge fortuitous encounter like never before. What he did not know was that Fang Yuan also had similar emotions. The timing is not right. If this happens after I refine Heavenly Secret Goo, I might be able to fight for this Wild Rank 9 Light Goo with all my strength. Fang Yuan chased after Yu Tianguang while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Thankfully, he had spent a lot of effort to modify Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. Using 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool and the help of other Hairy Man Refinement Path Goo Immortals, Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement continued in an orderly manner. Next is the most difficult part. But at this time, I have to chase after some Rank 9 Light Goo. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. As for the Rank 9 Light Goo, he did not covet it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's value to Fang Yuan was much higher than Light Goo. But now that things had reached this stage, Fang Yuan had to show an intense competitive intent. Fate Goo is destroyed. This situation should be caused by the entanglement of the luck of the other 3 venerables. Fang Yuan had a vague understanding. Once Fang Yuan succeeded in refining heavenly secret goo, his strength would rise again. It would not only bring the convenience of obscured heavenly secret, it would also bring many other benefits. This way, Fang Yuan's advantage would be too huge. Precisely so, the other three venerables were greatly threatened by Fang Yuan. The three venerables themselves might not have sensed it, but their luck was already resisting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck, and Giant Sun Immortal's luck were entangled with each other. They mixed together and attacked Fang Yuan. Thus, at the crucial moment of refining heavenly secret goo, Fang Yuan encountered a huge change. 4 venerables coexisting, 3 facing each other. This is the crucial point of a qualitative change. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo, I cultivate Refinement Path as well as Heaven Path, Obscured Heavenly Secret. All these factors have given me a huge advantage. My luck is equal to the other 3 venerables combined. The sum of the 3 venerables here was unknown to them. They had expended a lot of effort to reach the same level as Fang Yuan. Once the venerables understood the situation and saw through the truth, they would work together and reduce the internal conflict. By then, the 3 venerables' combined luck would rise rapidly and surpass Fang Yuan's. Without the 3 venerables knowing, once I get past this obstacle and obtain rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo, my luck will be higher than the 3 venerables combined. After the qualitative change, I will not face this difficulty in refining other rank 9 Immortal Goo. After Fang Yuan analyzed, he realized that this was a crucial battle. If becoming a Refinement Path Venerable was the foundation to fight against venerables, then, after successfully refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan would be able to shorten the gap between him and the other venerables. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo would shorten the gap again. It would also deepen Fang Yuan's Refinement Path specialty. And now, refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo could be said to be the turning point of the 3 venerables' confrontation. Once he got past this crucial point, Fang Yuan would vaguely surpass the other venerables. He would have a true advantage. The star mist rose and blocked Yu Tingguang's path forward. Evidently, this was the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use a battlefield killer move to trap Heavenly Light and Wild Rank 9 Light Goo before making her move. Fang Yuan had never seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable use a battlefield killer move. He hesitated. Was he going to destroy it? It was not impossible for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take Wild Rank 9 Light Goo. It was difficult to refine Rank 9 Light Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Light Path. After obtaining it, before the refinement, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's positive luck would fall sharply. And looking at the situation, to prevent Fang Yuan from destroying her plans, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely give more benefits to Fang Yuan. This was very advantageous to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately activated his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, 7 Kills Rainbow. Metal Paths Yellow Light, Wood Paths Jade Light, Water Paths Light Blue Light, Fire Paths Red Light, Earth Paths Brown Light, Wind Paths Green Light, Lightning Paths Dark Blue Light. These 7 paths lights intertwined and shot out in a spiral towards Heavenly Light. Heavenly Light immediately faced a fatal crisis. If he was hit by this attack, he would die for sure. The rank 9 Light Goo on him would also be destroyed. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already on guard against Fang Yuan. What are you trying to do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shouted. Starlight flew out and formed into a stardust veil. It was like a huge wall that blocked Fang Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow. Fang Yuan's thoughts were almost dried up. He had to refine Heavenly Secret Goo while maintaining his defensive killer moves and movement killer moves. He had barely managed to activate 7 Kills Rainbow earlier. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not show any flaws on the surface. Star Constellation, you want to obtain rank 9 Light Goo, aren't you thinking too easily? On the surface, Fang Yuan looked like he was not going to give up. He was going to pester her, but he had already made up his mind. Destroy this Wild Light Goo first, If he failed, it did not matter if star constellation Immortal Venerable obtained it. With Feng Yuan's current condition, he definitely could not snatch it. First was to destroy rank 9 Light Gu, second was to let star constellation Immortal Venerable get it, and last was to let Giant Sun Immortal get it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were not Light Path Gu cultivators, but if Giant Sun Immortal obtained rank 9 Light Gu, the scale of his luck would rise sharply. This was very advantageous to Giant Sun Immortal. He was very skilled in the aspect of luck, he would be able to gain a huge boost. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal has not arrived yet. Is it really good for us to fight like this? Feng Yuan smiled coldly. What's not good about it? If I don't make a move now, wouldn't I be letting you obtain this rank 9 Immortal Gu? Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought. Feng Yuan dealt with the incomplete Star Fog Battlefield Killer move at times. He attacked Yu Tianguang at times, while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at other times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed a Wisdom Path Venerable. Her mind was filled with thoughts. She took care of all aspects and defended herself well. Even though the situation was in a deadlock, it was clearly tilting towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In the fight between the Venerables, Yu Tianguang was already heavily injured. Rank 9 Light Gu tried to break out of the encirclement but was obstructed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Seeing that the star fog was about to close and form the complete battlefield killer move, Light Monarch could not sit still anymore. Shine for me! He suddenly attacked, using his most powerful technique at the moment. Dazzling white light filled the entire battlefield. Light Monarch risked his life and created a hole in the star fog. Escape, escape, escape! Light Monarch escaped frantically. He did not care about that rank 9 Immortal Gu. He had waited for a long time. Finally, the killer move Star Fog was weakened by Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no time to replenish it. Thus, after he attacked, he created a hole in the star fog. If he did not make a move and the star fog battlefield was completed, he would have no hope of escaping. Chapter 23:13. Light Emperor's sudden appearance made Star Constellation and Feng Yuan slightly shocked. They did not expect someone to be hiding right under their noses. This person has a profound luck path method. He is definitely closely related to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk. The star fog quickly closed up. Feng Yuan also quickly attacked Light Emperor. Light Emperor stared anxiously. He shouted in his mind, "What does this have to do with me? Why are you targeting me? I am only passing by." But at the next moment he turned around and saw that wild rank 9 Light Gu was shining with white light, wrapping around the light of Yu Tianguang as it chased after him. Light Emperor wanted to cry. He finally understood. Wild rank 9 Light Gu had an intense survival instinct. It was attached to Yu Tianguang. Firstly, because this legendary immemorial beast had many light path Dao marks, it was naturally close to him, and secondly, Yu Tianguang did not have the strength to refine it. But if it landed in the hands of a venerable, it would be different. Light Emperor opened the only gap in the star fog. He also cultivated light path and only had rank 8 aura. Wild Light Gu naturally chose to get close to him and escape. "Father, save me." On the brink of life and death, Light Emperor shouted resolutely. "Don't worry, my son." Giant Sun Immortal flew over from the horizon, rapidly approaching. Before he arrived, his killer move had already arrived, successfully blocking Feng Yuan's offensive method. Feng Yuan did not have enough thoughts. He could not change his attacking methods flexibly, otherwise, Giant Sun Immortal would not have blocked him so easily. Of course, this was not a flaw in the other two venerables' eyes. In this battle between the three venerables, Feng Yuan chose to save his thoughts for a backup plan. It was normal for him to fight conservatively. After all, in the two venerables' view, Feng Yuan had the least immortal essence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had already recognized Light Emperor's identity. She immediately activated Star Fog and chased after Emperor Shiguang. The distance between them rapidly shortened. Giant Sun Immortal activated his killer move again. Golden Aurora appeared behind Light Emperor, blocking the star fog. Can I really escape by myself? I might need to borrow the power of Wild Rank 9 Immortal Goo Light to have any hope of escaping. Father, you've caused me so much trouble. The Light Emperor was a decisive person. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and grabbed Yu Tianguang. Follow me if you don't want to die. Light Emperor Lord shouted loudly, bringing along protective heavenly light and the Wild Rank 9 Immortal Goo as they escaped towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang was already on the verge of death and was on the verge of fainting on the spot. It was difficult for him to resist the Light Emperor, so he just let him do what he wanted. After all, the Light Imperial Monarch and he both cultivated the Light Tao, so they were naturally close. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stomped her feet lightly, her body turned into starlight as she chased after them. He stretched out his hand and threw out the constellation chessboard. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal flew over and slapped his immortal aperture. The door opened and closed as he flew out of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Countless chess pieces flew down from the constellation chessboard like a torrential downpour. Golden light swirled around the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace as it tried its best to conceal the Light Monarch. However, it was penetrated by the chess piece and turned into a sieve. There were still a large number of agile chess pieces that attacked. The Light Emperor struggled with all his might. His expression was ruthless. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks, he dodged left and right, but he could not dodge them, he could only take them head-on. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks had already been weakened by more than half by Giant Sun Immortal's golden light. Meanwhile, the Light Emperor had pseudo-venerable battle strength after all. Even though he was heavily injured and blood was spurting out of his mouth and nose, his speed did not decrease. Persevere! Giant Sun Immortal shouted. The situation was urgent, it concerned his son's life and death, he used all his strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth, Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength, each move was grand and mighty, she immediately felt immense pressure. Seeing that the Light Emperor was about to escape, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked with all her strength while shouting at Feng Yuan, "Great love Immortal Venerable, how long are you going to watch?" Giant Sun Immortal appeared, Feng Yuan only attacked a few times, they were all small skirmishes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already very displeased. Feng Yuan being so restrained was a huge threat to her. If Feng Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal secretly contacted each other and set up an ambush for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her full strength to deal with Giant Sun, Feng Yuan would suddenly attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be in a passive situation. Feng Yuan had no way to explain it. He had already used all his strength. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement had reached the most difficult stage. It involved a huge amount of thoughts and mental energy. Feng Yuan was only skilled in Wisdom Path defensive methods. In terms of generating thoughts, he was far inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. And his compound killer move also had a huge requirement in this aspect. Persevere. Feng Yuan could only grit his teeth and encourage himself. Giant Sun, take this. At the same time, Feng Yuan shouted as he flew rapidly towards Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan did not use any offensive killer moves, he only used his movement methods. But just this small action made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. Giant Sun Immortal started to feel fear. Because Feng Yuan was far away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and was close to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wariness was greatly reduced. And Giant Sun Immortal had to protect his son from the attacks of the two Venerables. He felt immense pressure. He shouted he had no choice but to use even more trump cards. For example, this move, Shifting Silver Hook. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk, he sensed the incoming killer move, the Windfire Lightning wheels under his feet spun rapidly as he instantly retreated from the spot. At the next moment his original spot flickered and turned into a pure silver hook. The curved hooks quickly flashed and then disappeared. It was as fast as lightning, but also like an illusion. Fang Yuan continued to move. His figure was like a phantom. He did not stop at his original spot for even a breath of time. Meanwhile, the silver hook continued to flash and attack Fang Yuan. It was only a few millimeters away from him. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was furious. In her opinion, Fang Yuan was still playing tricks. He had cooking luck pot to protect him. He could take on the silver hook and attack Light Emperor, but he chose to dodge everywhere. He fell into Giant Sun Immortal's trap. Giant Sun Immortal was very relaxed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was completely unaware of Fang Yuan's true situation. Giant Sun Immortal has never used this luck path killer move before. If I get hit by this move, my luck will be greatly damaged. At the crucial moment when the three Venerables' luck are attacking together, it will be a fatal blow. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. He could not use offensive methods to begin with. He was completely focused on refining Heavenly Secret Goo. But the two Venerables were not easy to deceive. His disguise was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan used all sorts of methods. He almost squeezed his brain dry, but his thoughts had already fallen to an extremely dangerous level. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement took up most of his thoughts. The current situation was also very tense. Fang Yuan did not even want to touch these silver hooks. He was walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would lose everything. Star constellation Immortal Venerable charged towards Giant Sun Immortal. She helped Fang Yuan out of his predicament. At this moment, Light Emperor was already very close to Giant Sun Immortal. Star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to attack him, but Giant Sun Immortal blocked her with all his strength. Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable urged. Then let me take a gamble. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He almost squeezed his brain dry. He activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal in an extremely dangerous manner. Fang Yuan carried Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he dove down like an eagle, creating intense sounds of wind and thunder as he pounced towards Light Emperor. Father, save me! Light Emperor was scared out of his wits by Fang Yuan's actions. He could only shout for help. Giant Sun Immortal took on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's fierce attacks head-on. He activated a killer move. Golden light shot out like a pillar, obstructing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He got close to Light Emperor. You dare to snatch an immortal goo in front of me? Hand over your life. Fang Yuan sneered. His mind was completely blank. Light Emperor stared angrily. He gritted his teeth as his body stiffened like a rock. At the crucial moment, Wild Rank 9 Light Goo also erupted. A blinding white light swept across the entire battlefield. Fang Yuan was first hit by the white light. Before being attacked by the golden light pillar, his entire body fell towards the ground like a meteor. Thoughts continued to appear in his mind. They were all placed into the goo refinement. He also had to maintain his defensive killer move. He could not support Fang Yuan's thoughts at all. After a few breaths of time, Reverse Flow Protection Seal showed signs of instability. Once this move broke, not only would Fang Yuan suffer a heavy backlash, the other Venerables would also notice something amiss. Fang Yuan's situation was very dangerous. If he was attacked by a Venerable, he would not be able to resist at all. But everything was within Fang Yuan's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were fighting for Rank 9 Light Goo. It was already a crucial moment. They had no time to care about Fang Yuan. Under Giant Sun Immortal's full protection, Light Emperor finally flew to his father's side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were not light. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The two Venerables confronted each other. Their gazes were like lightning as they collided in the air, fighting fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth. He did not act rashly. He wanted to open his immortal aperture's entrance a little and place Light Emperor, the unconscious heavenly blessing light, and Rank 9 Wild Light Goo into his Rank 9 immortal aperture. But he knew that he could not act rashly at this moment. As time dragged on the other side, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the hairy man Goo Immortals cheered loudly. The most difficult step of Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement had been passed. The difficulty of the following refinement was simply falling like a waterfall. It was a piece of flat land. The thoughts supporting the refinement decreased rapidly. Fang Yuan soon had enough thoughts to think about. He immediately realized that he was falling. He turned around and flew towards Giant Sun Immortal again. When he saw Light Emperor standing beside Giant Sun Immortal, he shouted anxiously, "We cannot let Giant Sun obtain the rank 9 Light Path Immortal Gu. If worst comes to worst, we will destroy it." Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, staring at Fang Yuan with killing intent. "Come at me, I will make you pay a terrible price." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. Fang Yuan accelerated the refinement of Heavenly Secret Gu while looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Star Constellation, this is a rank 9 Immortal Gu." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression. She was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. "If Great Love Immortal Venerable used your full strength, how could you have ended up like this?" Chapter 23:14. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. His expression was grim. "I just did not expect Light Gu to erupt so suddenly. It cooperated perfectly with the golden light pillar." Giant Sun Immortal smiled smugly. "My soft gold pillar killer move was created specifically for your reverse flow protection seal. How does it feel?" Fang Yuan nodded. "This move's power is hidden internally. It actually has a mystical impact force. When it collided with reverse flow protection seal, it actually penetrated and shook my reverse flow river, thus disrupting the entire reverse flow protection seal's operation. But unfortunately, this move still has room for improvement. It has not been fully created yet. Otherwise, I would not have calmed the chaotic reverse flow river so quickly." Giant Sun Immortal nodded. He felt some regret about this. Maybe if he gave up on Light Emperor and kept this move, it might become a killer move against Fang Yuan in the future. But Giant Sun Immortal would not make such a choice. He would rather expose himself in advance to protect his son's life. "I was rash this time, to think that a rank 9 Immortal Gu would be involved." Giant Sun Immortal said to Light Emperor. "Father, what is the point of saying this now? Let's quickly think of a way to escape. All the hairs on my body are standing on end." Light Emperor quickly replied. Even though he returned to Giant Sun Immortal's side, his legs were still trembling. He was on guard. "Didn't you create the light body inheritance? Your entire body is covered in light path Dao marks. You don't even have a single hair?" Giant Sun Immortal asked curiously. The Light Emperor rolled his eyes and shouted, "Dad, now is not the time to care about this. The situation is bad. We need to think of a way to escape." Giant Sun Immortal suddenly laughed loudly. "Then let's go." Saying so, he grabbed Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang as he retreated rapidly. "You want to leave? Not so easy. Giant Sun, please leave your Immortal Gu behind." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable attacked. The Giant Sun Immortal roared and clashed with the two Venerables, causing the two fragments to explode. At the center of the explosion, under the terrifying power of the killer move, nothing existed. Even the supreme ancient two heavens were destroyed, forming a void. In the next moment, the surrounding fragments of the two heavens instantly filled up the void like seawater flowing backwards. Using this chance, a golden path flew out from the depths of northern plains. This was Calamity Luck Alter's strongest technique, luck-changing golden light path. Giant Sun Immortal purposely left Calamity Luck Alter in Longevity Heaven and left his will and a batch of 9 revolutions immortal essence. At this moment, with the amplification of a vast number of Luck Path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, Luck Golden Light Great Path Killer move's power rose sharply. It shot from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven to the battlefield. Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang with him as he stepped onto the path. His speed increased explosively, and in the blink of an eye, he had already flown to the horizon. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable were not willing to let this go. But their attacks were constantly running out of energy due to all sorts of accidents around the Golden Path. Even if a Venerable attacked alone, under the chaotic situation of the two heavens, they would either be obstructed by soul-beast groups or black-white overturning clouds. This was the power of Luck Golden Light Great Path. Fang Yuan had attacked several times, but he almost caused an accident in the refinement of Heavenly Secret Goo. Fang Yuan had seen Luck Golden Light Great Path killer move before, but this killer move was so difficult to deal with because it was amplified by Longevity Heaven's vast number of Luck Path Dao marks. Boom! The two venerables chased into northern plains, but they still destroyed Luck Golden Light Great Path in the end. But at this moment, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang down. From start to finish, he did not find a good opportunity to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Giant Sun Immortal had been attacking with all his strength, protecting Luck Golden Light Great Path and blocking all sorts of attacks from the two venerables. The intensity of the battle was clear to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fully displayed the power of Wisdom Path. She did not give Giant Sun Immortal even a chance. There was another reason. Giant Sun Immortal did not dare to rashly put Yu Tianguang into his Immortal Aperture. The wild rank 9 light goo was on Yu Tianguang's body. It sensed that Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura was very close to it. It was very uneasy. Once Giant Sun Immortal made a move, light goo would immediately jump up in agitation. It would act against Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to bring Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang towards Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement is already at the final few steps. Fang Yuan was secretly happy, but he became more anxious on the surface. He shouted, "Giant Sun, leave behind the rank 9 Immortal Goo. I will not let you succeed." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely resolute. She did not say anything, but her attacks became sharper. The battle of the three venerables had finally extended to the vicinity of Longevity Heaven. Light Monarch laughed loudly. Victory was in sight. He shouted, "Father, you are so powerful." Longevity Heaven opened the Immortal Aperture's entrance. At the final moment, Giant Sun Immortal had a solemn expression. He did not show any carelessness or flaws. The moment he entered the Immortal Aperture's entrance, rank 9 Wild Light Goo sensed something amiss. It suddenly exploded and wanted to escape. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He was already prepared. He immediately used his methods to suppress it. But right at this time, Fang Yuan also activated a Refinement Path Killer move. Giant Sun Immortal defended against it, but this Refinement Path Killer move had already been prepared by Fang Yuan for a long time. Its power was profound. The killer move affected rank 9 Light Goo. With a soft sound, Light Goo's surface cracked. Oh no! Light Monarch cried out. But thankfully, Light Goo was only injured. It survived and was not destroyed by Fang Yuan's attack. Giant Sun Immortal finally stepped into Longevity Heaven. He looked at Fang Yuan angrily. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Good method. What is the name of this move?" Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "You have soft gold impact pillar. I will return you an incomplete refinement move." Giant Sun Immortal said good 3 times. He glanced at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable before closing the door and vanishing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan with a dark expression. She criticized, "Fang Yuan, since you have an incomplete refinement killer move, why didn't you use it earlier?" Giant Sun Immortal succeeded in the end. She finally sensed that something was amiss with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His expression was dark. "If I did not make deductions during the battle, I might not have been able to use this move even at the last moment. I can injure Light Goo. What about you, Star Constellation? If I did not fight for the opportunity for you, would you have such results?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a displeased expression. She did not want to talk to Fang Yuan. She turned around and left. From start to finish, the two did not try to enter Longevity Heaven. It is really convenient to have a base. Fang Yuan sighed as he left. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were actually quite severe, but with Longevity Heaven, he was invincible once he entered. Longevity Heaven is like this. Celestial Court is even more terrifying. Fang Yuan deduced the power of luck-changing golden light great path. He felt a chill in his heart. He did not stay in northern plains, he quickly returned to eastern sea. His obscured heavenly secret killer move's effect had been greatly expended after the intense battle. There was not much left. Longevity heaven. Father, how is Light Gu? Light Monarch was very concerned. Don't worry. That scoundrel Fang Yuan became venerable in refinement path after all. He heavily injured rank 9 Light Gu, but I also took the chance to suppress him. Giant Sun Immortal coughed twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Father, are you all right? Light Monarch asked again. In his memories, Giant Sun Immortal was so grand and strong, he was an invincible existence. But now, he saw Giant Sun Immortal's fatigue and injuries. Times had truly changed. Light Monarch recalled the entire process. He had a dejected expression. He found that he, a great pseudo-venerable, was just a mascot. At most, it could only be used as a bait to lure the Light Gu to his side. Most of the process was because of Giant Sun Immortal. Father, you should quickly heal your injuries. Light Monarch was very worried. This was the first time he had seen his father so heavily injured. But Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. I need to watch them leave northern plains and prevent them from destroying and slaughtering the Huangjin tribes. Light Monarch was shocked. They are venerables, they won't be so shameless, right? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might not, but I cannot guarantee that Fang Yuan will not be shameless and crafty. Most importantly, we unexpectedly obtained a rank 9 Immortal Gu this time. Our gains are truly huge. Oh great light, you are truly my son. Giant Sun Immortal's praise made Light Monarch's spirits rise. He patted his chest. Father, I will work harder. Cuff cuff. He patted his chest with too much force. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Father and son looked at each other as they coughed out blood, smiling bitterly. Giant Sun Immortal waved his hand. Your injuries are also severe, go and heal them. We gained the most this time, we need to recuperate and digest our gains. When our strength rises in the future, we will return today's injuries several times over. Light Monarch hesitated. Father, this Light Gu is injured, what do we do? That celestial court spent a lot of time and resources to repair Fate Gu. Hearing this, Giant Sun Immortal could not help but frown. Let's talk about it later. In the sky of Central Continent. All kinds of fire immortal materials were gathered by Star Constellation Immortal Venerables methods. They were all stored in Celestial Court's secret treasury. The starry sky calculation formation was not disrupted too much. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied with this. To her, this battle was very sudden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence, but she also had many gains. Even though Giant Sun obtained rank 9 Light Gu, it is an injured immortal Gu. Giant Sun cultivates Light Path and Blood Path, he cannot use Light Gu. Rank 9 Light Gu is not great development Gu, the latter does not need to be refined, while the former can only be used after refinement. Giant Sun needs to expend some immortal essence. It is possible that Fang Yuan created the remnant refinement killer move during the battle, but it is more likely that he was restricted by his immortal essence, thus he did not use it much. But in the end, he was in a rush to destroy Light Gu and exposed the remnant refinement killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the two heavens again. Without the sun, the two heavens were dark and gloomy. In the depths of the two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in fire, he screamed in pain. Rank 9 Fire Gu was not so easy to swallow. This might be another opportunity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight, she paid closer attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Chapter 23:15. Spectral Soul Annihilation. The fight between the three venerables started and ended abruptly. The influence of this fight was spreading to the whole 5 regions. Southern border. Such a huge free fire. The rank 4 Gu Master Xiao Yan was dodging with all his strength. A huge lump of orange fire surged towards him. It was as large as an elephant, trying to devour him. Just as Xiao Yan was about to take action and collect this free fire, a Gu master suddenly attacked. With a loud explosion, Xiao Yan was sent flying. "Who is it? This is Shang clan's territory." Xiao Yan shouted. Not only did he fail to collect the free fire, he was also heavily injured. You are so proud of being a dog of Shang clan?" A demonic Gu master walked out of the shadows. He also had rank 4 cultivation. Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk. "So it is you, fiery star Bao Tong." He immediately understood why Bao Tong attacked him. He also cultivated fire path. He was definitely interested in this free fire. Bam bam bam. The two fought intensely, sparks flew and explosions occurred continuously. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but gradually, Xiao Yan gained the upper hand. Bao Tong became angrier as he fought. Xiao Yan was only a rising star. To think that he could fight to a draw with him, and even show signs of suppressing him. This was the benefit of having a large force behind him. A moment later, Bao Tong spat out blood as he retreated, holding his chest. The soot on his face could not hide his ugly expression. "It seems that the rumors are true. You actually have so many rank 4 Gu. You are a subordinate that Shang clan leader Shang Xnci slept with, right?" Xiao Yan was furious. "Scoundrel, you dare to slander clan leader." Xiao Yan had wanted to let Bao Tong go. He did not want to pursue him, but now he was filled with anger. He pounced at Bao Tong. Bao Tong thought to himself. He was forced to retreat under Xiao Yan's ferocious attacks. The situation was dangerous. In another dark corner, there was another Gu master quietly observing this battle. This Gu master had rank 5 cultivation. His face and body were blurry. He was shrouded in fog. Shang Xnci. The rank 5 Gu master gritted his teeth. He had deep hatred towards Shang Xnci. A will occupied his mind. "Little Tian, don't be impulsive. Shang Xnci is a Gu immortal seed of Shang clan. It was not easy for you to escape and hide your identity. What he needed to do now was to hide in the dark and cultivate diligently. I will strive to break through the limits of mortals and become a rank 6 Chi Path Gu immortal." The rank 5 Gu master was Kong Ri Tian, and the will in his mind was Kong Sheng's will of providence. Back then, when Kong Ri Tian inherited Sheng Tian's true inheritance, Wu Ji, Shang Xnci and the others fought over it. He swore that he would take revenge in the future. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. "But ancestor, I'm very confident that I can ascend to immortality. But didn't you advise me not to ascend as an immortal for the time being and not to miss the exceptional opportunity to learn from nature?" Kong Sheng explained. Spectral Soul succeeded in destroying the sun and destroyed a large number of white heaven path nodes, heaven pillars, heavenly chasms, and so on. The primordial white heaven would be rapidly swallowed by the primordial black heaven. The confusion of the two heavens and the chaos of providence would not last for long. Once providence stabilizes, it will be time for you to undergo your immortal ascension. "So that's it, I really can't wait." Kong Ri Tian snickered. At the next moment he suddenly attacked. "Since I can't take revenge on Shang Xnci for now, I'll find her subordinates and kill her lover, Xiao Yan. I'll let her have a taste of pain." Kong Ri Tian's mind was filled with killing intent. "Don't worry, after I kill Xiao Yan, I will frame Bao Tong. I am very familiar with this method." Kong Ri Tian secretly pounced towards Xiao Yan, but the latter was completely focused on Bao Tong and did not sense anything. "Then you must end this quickly." Kong Sheng Tian's will sighed helplessly. That night, golden flames burned the entire mountain. Countless living beings were buried in the sea of fire. The flames soared to the sky and were near Shangliang Mountain. Shang Xnci quickly discovered them. Oh no, something happened on Xiao Yan's side. A pure natural fire does not have such power. Shang Xnci's heart sank. She could not help but worry about Xiao Yan's safety. Even though she only had rank 5 cultivation level now, she had great foresight. She could tell that this was an immortal material flame from the flames. Shang Xnci did not send reinforcements to Xiao Yan, because immortal materials were no longer mortal matters. Shang clan's Gu immortals would definitely go and deal with them. Shang Xnci looked at the sky. Without the sun, the sky was pitch black. This gentle and kind woman sighed deeply, her expression was filled with worry. I wonder how many people are suffering and torment at this very moment? Even though I am Shang clan's leader, I am still too weak. The change in the world caused people's hearts to tremble. In southern borders Gu Master World, the demonic path became very rampant. Shang Xnci had already tried her best to save them, but against natural and man-made disasters, her efforts were just a drop in the bucket. Eastern Sea. White Crane Sea Area. Nangong Yuan was trying his best to gather the crane group. Far away from where the sky and sea intersected, vast frost energy swept over, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly. White Crane Sea Area was originally owned by Eastern Sea lone immortal Qin Baihe. After Qin Baihe was killed by Fang Yuan, White Crane Sea Area was taken over by the nearest superforce, Nangong Clan. Nangong Clan invested a lot of resources and built a formation. They wanted to manage it properly, but the sun was destroyed by Spectral Soul. Once the sun went out, the 5 regions' temperature continued to fall. White Crane Sea Area was next to ICC Area. It suffered even more. In the last few days, ICC Area had already expanded by 4 times. White Crane Sea Area was about to be devoured by ICC Area. The world is changing. This is truly an unprecedented chaotic era. Nangong Yuan sighed. Nangong Clan's situation was still good. Su Clan controlled Lightwave Sea. Once the sun went out, the value of the entire sea area plummeted. Su Clan was extremely busy. Of course, there were also superforces that took the chance to make huge profits. For example, Eastern Sea's Hua Clan. Hua Clan's rank 8 Immortal Gu House Jade Cloud Fireworks warship entered the 2 heavens many times, collecting a vast amount of cloud path resources. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path was very envious. The world was changing, not to mention mortals and Gu Masters. Even superforces and Gu Immortal experts were affected. They were in a state of unrest. Some were overjoyed, some were worried, some decided to leave their homes and start anew. In the darkness of the night, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had already flown to the border of Northern Plains and Western Desert. They were originally 2 of the traveling 3 elites, but after Han Dong's death, there were only 2 elites left. They were Northern Plains lone immortals, but they were not willing to join the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, or Fairy Black Moon. In the huge Gu cultivation world, people had their own hearts. There will always be people who prefer more freedom. As Longevity Heaven continued to work hard, Northern Plains living space for lone cultivators became smaller and smaller. The situation forced Lu Qingming and Su Guang to leave Northern Plains. They were not willing to go to Central Continent or Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Southern Border were more suitable for them. Because Lu Qingming cultivated Wind Path, while Su Guang cultivated Light Path, they were more suited for Western Desert's environment. Sigh, we have to leave Northern Plains after all. At this moment, I feel that it is hard to leave my homeland. Lu Qingming sighed deeply. Su Guang said, Western Desert is in chaos, and Fang Clan attracted its attention. It is more suitable for us to cultivate. Let's go. The 5 regional walls have vanished. The 2 heavens have fused into one. Heaven and earth are our home. Lu Qingming laughed. You are more carefree than me. But at the next moment, their expressions changed. A terrifying pitch-black darkness suddenly descended. The 2 immortals could not resist. They were grabbed by the mysterious expert, unable to move. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were filled with fear. Because the one who captured them was not a Gu immortal, but a legendary immemorial desolate beast. This legendary immemorial beast was like a giant. Its body was black as ink. A head of jet black, thick hair hung down to his waist like a cloak. Its eyes were huge, emitting a bloody light. At this moment, 2 huge claws were grabbing Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It was Zui Yihui. Zui Yihui's voice was deep and hoarse. 2 Northern Plains Gu immortals, you can lead the way. Tell me, Longevity Heaven, how do I infiltrate it? Lu Qingming and Su Guang heard this and their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. Western Desert. An extremely short confrontation had come to an end. Flower petals fell and gathered, forming Wan Zihong's complete immortal body. She looked at Ling Husu's disappearing figure as she smiled. Ling Husu, huh? Interesting. Zhou Xiongxian's expression was ugly. This Ling Husu deserves to die. If he did not use Fong clan's name to steal, would we have been misled by him? Zhou Xiongxian wanted to find Fong clan's hiding location, but to think that he followed the wrong clues. Ling Husu was a rare theft path Gu immortal. He had once stolen Fong Dongshi's soul core in Sand Heap Blessed Land. Evidently, he did not just obtain the soul core, he even used it to disguise himself as Fong clan's item. While spectral soul destruction was in a state of panic, he committed crimes everywhere, purposely leaving behind clues and placing the blame on Fong clan. In the end, Zhou Xiongxian exposed him. Back then, the pursuit was very short. Ling Husu only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he used a strange theft path method to escape from the 2 rank 8 experts of Celestial Court. In the sky of Central Continent, many Gu Immortals' gazes were gathered on Gu Immortal Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji successfully placed the final Immortal Gu. Good, prepare to activate the formation. Inform the Gu Immortals of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens to pay attention to the Grotto Heavens formations. Friends in the formation cores, please check again. After arranging everything in an orderly manner, the Starry Sky Precision Calculation Array was finally activated. First, a star shone with dazzling starlight, then the second star, the third star. After more than 10 breaths of time, millions of stars shone brightly in the sky of Central Continent, forming a beautiful star chart. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is finally complete. Li Xiaobai sighed internally at this sight. Not long ago, Fong Yuan's main body had secretly contacted him. As Profound Literature Grotto Heaven turned to Celestial Court, this move of Li Xiaobai's became extremely valuable. But at the same time, Fong Yuan had to be careful. Li Xiaobai was his clone after all. If his identity was exposed and he was captured, it would become a huge weakness of Fong Yuan's main body. Chapter 23:16. Millions of stars filled the sky, forming a sea of stars that floated above Central Continent. The blue radiance of the stars interweaved, creating a dreamlike scene. If one looked at the 5 regions now, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert were all shrouded in darkness. Only a few special areas were shining brightly. In stark contrast to the 4 regions, only Central Continent was shrouded in light. Central Continent, which was filled with stars. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation very well. She had already made arrangements. Even Fong Yuan was lagging behind Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He was gradually understanding Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true state. This was Wisdom Path's forte in preparing for a rainy day. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She was multitasking now. She was refining Central Continent's natural wisdom path Tao marks while healing her injuries. She was controlling the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, and a portion of her attention was placed inside Celestial Court. This was also the advantage of Wisdom Path. Thoughts were plentiful. The Starry Sky Actuarial Array was operating slowly. Everything was normal. This formation only had some basic offensive and defensive abilities. It was not even at pseudo-venerable level. But precisely because of this, Great Love Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal gave up on them. They chose to transact with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and seek their own benefits. Giant Sun Immortal had a strong need for Blood Path, while Fong Yuan obtained a batch of Primordial Domain. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's main ability was to cover the whole of Central Continent. It could gather information from all over Central Continent and make deductions to mobilize Central Continent's Gu Immortals to cooperate more precisely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was number 1 in Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path was created by her. She was still the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the current world. No one understood the essence of Wisdom Path better than her. Wisdom Path emphasized control. It was the research of fixed numbers. Wisdom path had three essential elements: thoughts, will, and emotions. Thoughts were ever-changing, wills were fierce, and emotions were disturbing. Wisdom path cultivation advocated for Gu cultivators to control these three aspects. This was the most basic. Thus, Wisdom path Gu cultivators were usually very calm and self-disciplined. They knew how to control and adjust themselves. On this foundation, Wisdom path Gu cultivators were good at memorizing information and understanding the current situation. This was controlling the present. Furthermore, Wisdom path Gu cultivators could use all sorts of clues and information to deduce certain possibilities based on the rules of heaven and earth and common sense. This was controlling the future. This was the essence of Wisdom path. Precisely because of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable was the only venerable in history to become one with the Tao. She interfered with providence and affected fate Gu because fate was the greatest determinant in the world. In this aspect, star constellation Immortal Venerable was the most unique. Countless pieces of information flowed out of the starry sky calculation formation like streams, entering star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. This information included the most basic topography of mountains and rivers, weather changes, the distribution of the various Gu cultivation forces, and even the specific locations of Gu immortals, their current conditions, and so on. A vast amount of information poured into star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like rivers flowing into the sea. If it was Giant Sun Immortal or Great Love Immortal Venerable, they would not be able to handle it. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was different. She mainly cultivated Wisdom path. Her mind was vast, far surpassing other venerables. She received this vast amount of disorderly information with ease. She had more than enough ability to handle it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable felt a faint sense of joy in her heart. Her control over the whole of Central Continent was rising rapidly. The more information a Wisdom path Gu cultivator had, the more they could display the advantage of Wisdom path. Why else would Information path and Wisdom path be the most compatible? With the starry sky calculation formation, I can monitor the whole of Central Continent at all times. It is like mini heaven overseeing tower. Central Continent's mood is rather stable. The morale of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is higher than before. It seems they have compared the situation of the other 4 regions. However, the starry sky calculation formation is only at the most basic level now. It still has a lot of room for improvement. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought to herself. For example, in terms of collecting information, her investigative methods were not good. Not to mention Gu immortals, even mortal Gu master experts could conceal their own secrets to a certain extent. For example, in the starry sky calculation formation, there were few information path Immortal Gu that stored information. They needed to be replenished. Of course, the best arrangement was to directly insert the Qian Kun crystal wall. For example, the starry sky calculation formation's deduction, thinking, and deployment abilities could also be raised. But this also required a large number of related Immortal Gu. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Computer Gu, Wisdom Brain Gu, Light Brain Gu, and others. Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable created a special immortal plant, Brain Gu. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable once had Monkey Brain Gu, Dragon Brain Gu, Phoenix Brain Gu, as well as Brain Gu that could be used with Strength Path methods. There was also Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Food Path research, Brain Gu. These Gu worms were suitable for the starry sky calculation formation. Other than that, the starry sky calculation formation's basic offensive and defensive abilities also had huge room for improvement. However, the starry sky calculation formation has already reached the bottom line of the other venerables. Any improvement in any aspect will attract the venerable's attacks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable observed the world. The starry sky calculation formation was mainly restricted by external pressure. It also needed a large number of Immortal Gu. Thus, it could only stop here for now. Next, I will gather the information of all the Gu immortals in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lifespan, cultivation level, path, immortal goo, killer moves, immortal aperture situation, path attainment level, and so on, will be sent to the starry sky calculation formation for allocation. As for the goo immortals in the two heavens grotto heavens, star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down. This matter could not be rushed. Spying on a goo immortal's information was a taboo to begin with. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was forcefully pushing it, and because Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinates of the Celestial Court, it was possible to do so. Even so, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would feel uncomfortable, they might even hide it secretly. But these were minor details. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to force it. Forcing it was going against the will of the people, it was going against the grain. How could star constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? When the immortals start to taste all sorts of benefits, their mentality would gradually change, they would even take the initiative to cooperate with the starry sky calculation formation. In this situation, star constellation Immortal Venerable would force the goo immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens to report their complete information to the starry sky calculation formation. She could not do so now. Many super forces of the two heavens grotto heavens had just joined the Celestial Court after all. If star constellation Immortal Venerable did this, not only would she disappoint them, she would also let the world see the plight of the foreign goo immortals who joined the Celestial Court. In the long run, it would be disadvantageous to the Celestial Court and the future situation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable first refined the Celestial Court and interfered with Western Desert, obstructing and interfering with Feng Yuan's arrangements. Then, she created the Great Development Immortal Formation and instigated Feng Yuan's two heavens grotto heavens forces to defect. Afterwards, she worked together with Feng Yuan to defeat Giant Sun, creating the most basic starry sky calculation formation. She made all sorts of moves, she countered them as they came, but she also did it steadily. Right now, the Celestial Court's situation was clear, the dark clouds of their previous defeats were swept away, their future was bright. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries are more severe than mine, he is also repairing and refining rank 9 light goo. As for Feng Yuan, he lacks immortal essence, be it refining natural Dao marks or fighting venerables, he is unable to do anything. The biggest variable is still Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Thinking of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked afar again. In these 2 days, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in flames, his mountain-like body was melting and recovering rapidly, his 3 heads had twisted expressions as they screamed in pain. Spectral Soul. Star constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Intense killing intent surged in her heart again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan's heart shook, joy filled his heart, but his expression did not show it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was refined successfully. Ever since the battle for Light Goo, Feng Yuan had passed the most difficult period of raising Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement. Next, Feng Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He did not refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. He acted like he was accumulating immortal essence while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Just now, Feng Yuan finally succeeded. He refined rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. It was very rare. This was only his first attempt, and he had already succeeded. The main reason was because of rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo, it helped Feng Yuan a lot. Furthermore, Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe was outstanding to begin with. After Feng Yuan's modification, it had reached a certain extreme. But looking back at the entire process, the difficulty was quite high. If not for Feng Yuan risking his life, he might have failed miserably. With rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo completed, Feng Yuan's next step was to modify Obscured Heavenly Secret. This step was not difficult at all. Feng Yuan was very confident. He had already accumulated a lot of experience in modifying Heavenly Secret Goo. Obscured Heavenly Secret was also outstanding enough. It was the most stable foundation. I need to find a chance to meet Li Xiaobai and use the rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move on him. That way, he will be able to hide peacefully. Maybe I can use this chance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal was doing his best to heal his injuries. Using the vast amount of luck path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, he was slowly whittling away at his Star Path, Wisdom Path, and Refinement Path Dao marks. Even though he obtained rank 9 Light Gu, he felt an even greater sense of urgency. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable swallowed a wild rank 9 Fire Gu. He is truly foolish. His mind is not clear, there is no way he can refine Fire Gu. Right now, Fire Gu is fighting desperately in his body to protect itself. It is whittling away at the Soul Path Dao marks in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable weakens to his limit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will definitely take action. There will be another intense battle by then. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his investigative killer move. He needed to start storing Immortal Essence. This time, in order to protect Emperor Light and rank 9 Light Gu, he had to fight against 2 Venerables at the same time. He expended a lot of Immortal Essence. If they fought against 3 Venerables because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, because of the advantage of rank 9 Light Gu, he might be targeted by the other 2 Venerables. Rank 9 Light Gu was obtained by Giant Sun Immortal, but it was a hot potato. Chapter 23:17. Celestial Court. 10 rank 5 Gu masters excitedly arrived at an important place in the depths of Celestial Court. They were the 10 children of human path. This is the Great Yen Formation? Shao Qi Xing walked at the front. Behind him were Sun Yuan Hua, Fairy by Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wushang, Ying Xingji, Chen Dejiang, Tang Ruqi, Sun Yao, and Zhao Shuyi. These 10 were the most outstanding Gu masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were heavily nurtured by Celestial Court and became rising stars of human path after cultivating painstakingly in Divine Emperor City's painting world. They bore a heavy burden. It was the desire of the past venerables of Celestial Court towards human path. It was the germination of Central Continent's grand plan to dominate the 5 regions. The 10 looked over and saw a gray-white light that was like a mountain or a sea in everyone's vision. This light was constantly changing, sometimes winding like a dragon, sometimes dancing like a butterfly, sometimes standing tall like a wall, and sometimes rippling like water. The Great Yen Formation was personally set up by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is the greatest secret of Celestial Court. How honored are we? We are actually the first batch of Gu masters to enter the formation to cultivate. Black Heaven annexing White Heaven is already a foregone conclusion. Providence will stabilize and no longer be chaotic. Not long later, it will be time for us to become human path Gu immortals. So, the Great Yen Formation is our greatest fortuitous encounter before we become immortals. We must grasp this peerless opportunity. That's right, after entering the formation to cultivate, our relevant memories will be erased. We don't know when we will be able to come again. The 10 children of human path discussed for a while and finally arranged the order of entering the formation. Sun Yuan Hua was the first to enter the Great Yen Formation. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he staggered out of the changing light and shadow. How was it? What did you experience in the formation? What gains did you get? Quickly tell us. The other 9 quickly gathered around and asked. Sun Yuan Hua's expression was still a little dazed, but he quickly recovered. He recalled, after I entered, all I could see was a vast white fog. I tried to step into it and vaguely saw a figure. I chased after it. The more I chased, the further I went. I don't know how far I went, but more and more people appeared in the white fog. At first, there were 5 or 6 of them, then 50 or 60, then 600 or 700. When I finally came to my senses, I was already in a sea of people, surrounded by people. I wanted to ask, but I couldn't make a sound. I tried to smile and connect with these people. In the end, I discovered that they were all smiling at me. Their smiles are fake, like a picture drawn with lines. Can you imagine it? Tens of millions of people surrounded me with this kind of fake smile, crowded around me, and squeezed tighter and tighter, making it hard for me to breathe. I used all my strength to push them away, but my strength was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, I was drowned by countless people with fake smiles. By the time I reacted, I had already stepped out of the formation and met you all again. At the same time, a skin figure Gu's immortal Gu recipe appeared in my mind. After Sun Yuanhua finished narrating his experiences, there was still lingering fear on his face. He revealed the truth. It would be very helpful to the others. Why does it feel like I had a nightmare? This formation is truly profound and extraordinary. Currently, it seems that after going through the De Yen formation, a human path immortal Gu recipe will appear. We can't make a conclusion with just one person. Who will be next? The other human path 9 children discussed for a while, but they could not find anything. The second choice was Gu Ting. Gu Ting slowly walked into the fog under everyone's gazes. After a few minutes, Gu Ting walked out of the formation with a dazed expression, similar to Sun Yuanhua earlier. But soon he recovered. Everyone gathered around him, listening to him narrate his experiences. Gu Ting's experience was different from Sun Yuanhua. He did not see anyone. In fact, he felt that he did not even open his eyes. His greatest feeling was the music. The music produced by a certain instrument was constantly lingering in his mind. When the music stopped, Gu Ting walked out of the immortal formation. I received an immortal Gu recipe. It is my modified vital Gu, musician Gu. The 10 children of human path discussed among themselves. Skin figure Gu and musician Gu were human path Gu worms. They were also Sun Yuanhua's and Gu Ting's vital Gu. This means that the gains are related to vital Gu? More accurately, it should be the immortal Gu recipe of vital Gu? This is too useful to us. That's right, who knows, we might be able to use the excess tribulation chi to refine our vital immortal Gu when we undergo tribulation. The 10 children of human path were very excited. They were going to cultivate human path. This was the arrangement of the celestial court. There were advantages and disadvantages to cultivating this path. The advantage was that it was a brand new path. They could dominate the world with one move. Once human path developed, they would have a natural advantage over other paths. The disadvantage was that because they had just started developing on a large scale, the road ahead was dark, there were almost no inheritances to support them. The 10 children of human path had to forge a path for themselves. As for the celestial court, even though the venerables had human path killer moves, these killer moves were too high level. They were related to secrets. The 10 children of human path could not come into contact with them. The 10 children of human path knew clearly. It was extremely difficult for them to create human path immortal Gu recipes. The amount of time, resources, and manpower they would expend was immeasurable. Even during the tribulation transcendence, using the peerless opportunity of nature imitation to ask the heavenly will might not yield any results. Because they were developing human path, it was likely that the entire world did not have the corresponding human path immortal Gu. However, when the third person, Ying Xingji, entered the immortal formation, he did not obtain the immortal Gu recipe. I obtained a brand new human path Gu recipe from rank 1 to rank 5. It is called Pill Refinement Master. Ying Xingji's vital Gu had already been changed to Dr. Gu, but after entering the formation he obtained a different human path Gu recipe. Ying Xingji was somewhat disappointed. After all, his immortal ascension was imminent. Without Dr. Gu's immortal Gu recipe, he would not be able to use human path immortal Gu for a long time in the future. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had been paying close attention to the 10 children of human path. After Sun Yuanhua entered the formation, his comprehension and experience towards human path formed a profound connection with the inheritance of the former shadow path Gu Immortal of the Celestial Court, Immortal Lord Guing. Eventually, he obtained the immortal Gu recipe of Skin Shadow Man Gu. Immortal Lord Guing was a person after star constellation Immortal Venerable's first life. But after star constellation Immortal Venerable looked through the records of the Celestial Court, she had a deep impression of this person. Immortal Lord Guing had mentioned in his inheritance, even though Shadow Path was only a branch of Dark Path, it had greater potential. Shadow Path was not just a branch of Dark Path, it was also a branch of Light Path. Without light, how could there be shadows? Because of this, if they developed the shadow path, they might be able to use it as a foundation in the future to merge the dark path and the light path, forming a brand new and enormous path. After Gu Ting entered the formation, he formed a connection with the sound path inheritance. That was how the musician Gu immortal recipe was created. As for Ying Xing Ji, after he entered the formation, he did not form a connection with the inheritances of those healing Gu immortals. Instead, he formed a connection with Ruan Dan's pill path. Pill refinement Master Gu. Different from Ying Xing Ji, star constellation Immortal Venerable felt that Ying Xing Ji's gains were greater this time. Human path was the path that the celestial court focused on developing, while pill path was also a brand new path. The small spark created by the collision of these two paths was Pill Refinement Master Gu. It was Ying Xing Ji's human path achievement. He absorbed a portion of the essence of the pill path inheritance and turned it into his own achievement. Pill Refinement Master Gu's Gu recipe ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. After refinement, a large number of Pill Refinement Masters can be created. And these Pill Refinement Masters are most proficient in refining Pill Gu. Pill Gu were mostly expendable Gu, and from the many Pill Gu that Ruan Dan refined, their effects were very strong. Star constellation Immortal Venerable acutely realized, if Pill Refinement Master Gu was popularized, it would change the current situation of Gu Masters at the bottom level. It would have a huge impact. After Sun Yuan Hua, Gu Ting, and Ying Xing Ji, it was Shao Qi Xing's turn. This person was vaguely the leader of the 10 children of human path. After entering the derivation Immortal Formation this time, he actually obtained the corresponding Immortal Gu recipes of Soldier Gu and Squad Leader Gu. But regretfully, Shao Qi Xing's Vital Gu was Martial Gu. Chen Dejiang was the 5th person to enter the formation. His Vital Gu was Capture Gu, but he did not obtain the corresponding Immortal Gu recipe. I obtained Fandor Gu. I have Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 6. They are 1 Fandor Gu, 2 Fandor's Gu, all the way to rank 6 Immortal Gu, 6 Fandor Gu. Fandor Gu are connected to each other. After they are established, my Capture Gu can turn into a constable and quickly teleport from one door to another. After Qin Dejiang was Zhao Shuyi. Her Vital Gu was Craftsman Gu. And after entering the formation this time, she had a connection with a certain metal path inheritance, forming the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of Blacksmith Gu. The 10 children of human path entered the derivation Immortal Formation one after another. Their gains were huge, but there was a huge difference between them. No matter what, this derivation Immortal Formation is too amazing. In just half a day, because of it, the whole of human path in heaven and earth experienced a huge breakthrough and development. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is indeed the #1 wisdom path person in history. The eyes of the 10 children of human path shined. They were willing to submit. They really wanted to enter the formation again, but they were not allowed. It was not that the derivation Immortal Formation's power was limited, but that they themselves had reached their limits. The essence of the derivation Immortal Formation was to fuse the human path research results of the 10 children of human path with the inheritances and thoughts left behind by generations of Gu immortal experts, then create sparks and create brand new human path research results. The 10 children of human path had only cultivated human path for a short period of time. They were also mortals who were only rank 5 Gu masters. Their foundation was very limited. They had already squeezed out all of their potential. If they entered again, they would be corroded by other inheritances and thoughts. It would severely affect, restrict their original path and hopes. They were like seedlings. After being stimulated once, they needed to rest for a long time. Otherwise, they would be pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. They would no longer have their own unique thoughts in human path. Their originally unimaginable future would become dim and unworthy of any expectations. Chapter 23:18. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. Everything happened silently. But Fang Yuan knew clearly how much immortal essence he expended after activating this rank 9 killer move. 360 beads of rank 9 immortal essence. After Heavenly Secret Gu advanced to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Fang Yuan into a complete rank 9 killer move. Compared to the original rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 killer move expended a lot more immortal essence. The activation time was 10 times longer, the activation steps were also 5 to 6 times more complicated. Fang Yuan's thoughts were also expended more intensely. After paying a huge price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret's power had become much stronger. This strength was not a quantitative change, it was a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could form a fishnet-like temporary heaven path Dao marks. They were layered and complex, covering Fang Yuan's entire body. For example, it was like a silkworm using silk threads to weave a thick, dense, and bloated cocoon. Right now, the heaven path Dao marks were still in the shape of a fishnet, but they were denser, they were not layered, there was only one layer. This layer of fishnet heaven path Dao marks were not temporary Dao marks, they were fixed, forming a certain state. Fang Yuan knew about this, he used investigative killer moves to observe and barely sense this layer of heavenly secret fishnet. It was almost like it existed and did not exist. This fishnet's shape made Fang Yuan immediately think of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ghostly concealment killer move. Truthfully speaking, Heavenly Secret Fishnet was still inferior to ghostly concealment. But Fang Yuan could clearly sense that the two had a certain similarity. Ghostly concealment did not expend immortal essence, it could be maintained for a long time. Heavenly Secret Fishnet was the same. But Heavenly Secret Fishnet was slightly inferior to ghostly concealment. Even though it could be stabilized, it could be expended. As long as the outside world surveillance was strong enough, the Heaven's Fate fishing net would be damaged in order to resist the surveillance. This damage would be greater than the net's self-recovery speed. Then, the balance of the Heaven's Fate fishing net would gradually be broken, like a sinking ship. Of course, ghostly concealment had its weakness too. However, its recovery speed and defensive capabilities were much higher than the Heaven Fate fishing net. But because Fang Yuan had ghostly concealment, his enemies already knew about it, they targeted and countered him. The true value of ghostly concealment was far inferior to Obscured Heavenly Secret. Even though ghostly concealment was much better than Obscured Heavenly Secret, it was already outdated. Other than the increase in power and qualitative change, Obscured Heavenly Secret had another benefit, that was the consumption of Heaven Path immortal materials to activate it fell drastically. All of a sudden, it was reduced to the previous 20%. This reduction in the consumption of Heavenly Law immortal materials would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future accumulation of Heavenly Law immortal materials. Heavenly Law immortal materials were not that easy to obtain. It was only during the past 2 days that Fang Yuan had such a good opportunity. In fact, the reason why Heaven Path immortal materials could appear in such a large scale was also because of the delirious spectral soul demon venerable. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo and the Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move were extremely important to Fang Yuan. This was a sprint. If the sprint failed after Fang Yuan was exposed, he would be attacked by the two venerables. Just look at how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Giant Sun Immortal because of Rank 9 Light Goo. She was very forceful and aggressive. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Emperor to hide in Longevity Heaven, only then did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stop. Once Fang Yuan was exposed, he would be using 2 Rank 9 Immortal Goo. He did not have headquarters like Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court. But if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal worked together, they would be even more terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path controlled fate. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path controlled variables. The two could be said to be restraining each other, but once they worked together, they could complement each other. Fang Yuan could not resist their combined strength. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any Rank 9 offensive methods. Even if Fang Yuan resisted them, the external situation of the three venerables would be extremely disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have enough strength to wipe out Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were in an invincible position. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would create some trouble. One could say once Fang Yuan was exposed, he would fall into a very passive situation. But now, everything was fine. With rank 9 obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, he stabilized the situation at the final juncture. Raising the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was not hard, but Fang Yuan risked his life to succeed. He succeeded in raising the rank 9 Immortal Gu on the first try. There was some luck involved. This was the turning point of the three venerables' confrontation. Right now, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Foundation was at Grandmaster attainment level. He had all sorts of killer moves like Heaven's Jealousy of Heroic Geniuses, Heavenly Net, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Order and Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and so on. He also had Immortal Gu like Heavenly Secret Gu, Heavenly Web Gu, Heaven's Envy Gu, and Heavenly Birth Gu. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. By now, the Truthful Floating Ice had already cleared a little more than half of its inventory. What was worth mentioning was that after Fang Yuan became a Heaven Path Grandmaster, the speed at which he cleared the Truthful Floating Ice also increased greatly. This was easy to understand. Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose, his foundation also rose. He could understand and comprehend the other Heaven Path profundities in the Truthful Floating Ice even faster. Back then, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice. He digested it very quickly and almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, I only managed to raise my Heaven Path attainment level to Grandmaster after consuming more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. The remaining portion will be very difficult for me to reach Great Grandmaster. The higher the cultivation level of a Gu cultivator, the greater the gap between their cultivation levels. Attainment levels were the same. About half of the Truthful Floating Ice could help Fang Yuan advance from ordinary attainment level to Heaven Path Master level, and then Grandmaster level. But the same half of the Truthful Floating Ice made it very difficult for Fang Yuan to advance from Heaven Path Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. Even so, Fang Yuan was already very satisfied. The Truthful Floating Ice, the spoils of war in Crazed Demon Cave, brought too much value to Fang Yuan. Not to mention anything else, just the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's Immortal Gu recipe did not exist in the original Gu cultivation world. Fang Yuan was very clear about this. This Immortal Gu recipe was the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon formation. It absorbed the chaos outside the world and used rank 9 derivation Gu as the core, operating for millions of years. This was far ahead of the entire world. It was very difficult to achieve such an achievement. Fang Yuan's Human Path attainment level was not weak, he was at Grandmaster level. But why did he not try to create a Human Path rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe? It was very difficult. This attempt would expend too much time, energy, manpower, and resources, and the results could not be guaranteed. Because in the current world, there were very few Human Path Immortal Gu. Creating a Human Path rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe was doing something that did not exist in the world. It was expanding the boundaries and upper limits of Human Path. It was also expanding the boundaries and upper limits of the entire world. From 0 to 1, from nothing to something, it was a qualitative change. It was very difficult. From 1 to 2, from something to more, it was a quantitative change. The difficulty would fall drastically. Human Path rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe was already very difficult. Then Heavenly Secret Gu's rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe was at least 10,000 times more difficult. Fang Yuan was almost certain that this rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe was the essence of the largest Truthful Floating Ice. Now, I need to find a chance to interact with Li Xiaobai and secretly use Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. The rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move could fool Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The rank 9 killer move was even more likely. Of course, this was based on the fact that Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have the corresponding rank 9 Immortal Gu. If there was no chance, he would create one. But it was not easy to make the two Venerables not suspect him. Fang Yuan looked into the distance, looking at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. Different from star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was filled with killing intent, Feng Yuan wanted to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a cover to conceal his true actions. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's entire body was enveloped in fire. Rank 9 Wildfire Goo was at the brink of life and death. It unleashed its strongest attack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had been tortured for dozens of days. He was in a terrible state. His body, which was originally as huge as a mountain, had now shrunk by 30%. Even though his rank 9 aura was still berserk, he was showing signs of fatigue. Out of the tens of thousands of thick black arms, only a few hundred remained. One of the 3 heads had already been burned off. However, Fire Goo's aura was not as strong as before. Its aura had clearly fallen by several levels. A rank 8 Goo Immortal quietly got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still had his consciousness, it would be easy to deal with Fire Goo. Unfortunately, his mind is not clear. He cannot even seal off the natural primeval energy, allowing Fire Goo to unleash its terrifying might for no reason. This Goo Immortal had a deep gaze. He was continuously comprehending some sort of mystical thing from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was Feng Jioge. At this moment, a soul beast army was advancing over 100 li away. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the soul beast army. He had a ruthless expression as he roared and pounced forward. The soul beast army was easily dispersed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his 2 mouths and continued to devour. In just a few breaths of time, he had devoured over 10,000 soul beasts. These soul beasts melted. Their soul path Dao marks were all transferred to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries recovered rapidly, but soon he was burned by fire. New injuries were created. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has the instinct to eat, he was just lucky. He encountered a soul beast army and managed to stall for some time. Then let me give you a helping hand. Feng Jioge activated an immortal killer move, Destiny Song. The song was ethereal and heavy. It was filled with contradictions. Initially, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. But soon, the stream seemed to turn into magma. It expanded into a long river. It was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. At the same time, the mountain range beneath the enormous river of lava turned into waves that rose and fell without end. The magma and the waves collided and interacted, creating a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds. The azure clouds rose up. It was as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The lightning pierced through the azure clouds. The immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds. Their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times, they were in high spirits. At times, they were wandering aimlessly. At times, they bent their backs. At times, they spread their wings and soared. Feng Jioge's expression turned pale. His current Song of Destiny was far more powerful than before. Furthermore, the song was extremely beautiful. It contained the charm of heaven and earth. Evidently, Feng Jioge had gained a lot from collecting the heavenly music earlier. Destiny Song only lasted for a dozen or so breaths of time. Feng Jioge stopped this move and quickly retreated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still engulfed by the terrifying flames. He screamed in pain. It seemed like Feng Jioge's Destiny Song had no effect. However, 3 days later, the red flames on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body suddenly turned from a blazing red to a gray-blue ice-cold color. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable calmed down. He was like an injured beast that had finally gotten some time to rest. He did not refine the wildfire goo, but the fire goo no longer attacked or repelled him. Instead, they formed a strange symbiotic relationship in his body. They were helping each other. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breathing slowed down. The grayish-blue flames around him gradually retracted until there was nothing left. His entire body seemed to have turned into a tombstone, emitting an endless sense of deathly stillness and coldness. At the next moment, rumble! The flames surged and suddenly erupted. In an instant, They swept out for thousands of miles and rapidly expanded in all directions. Everywhere it went, all living beings disintegrated and burned to ashes. Their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by spectral soul demon Venerable like rivers flowing into the sea. Spectral soul demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly. His body grew larger and larger. Chapter 23:19. In these two heavens, spectral soul demon Venerable's shocking transformation foiled the Venerable's plans again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan raised his head as he activated his investigative killer move. The ice blue fire had already covered most of the immemorial two heavens, destroying all living beings wherever it went. Even immemorial desolate beasts could not last for long. This was an absolute massacre. Spectral soul demon Venerable benefited greatly from this. His body had expanded to 100 times the size when he was in Crazed Demon Cave. There were more than 10,000 pitch-black pillar-like arms. A terrifying aura and killing intent filled the entire sky. He was unmoving in the two heavens, like he had replaced the sun in the day, becoming the absolute overlord of the night sky. Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. He had already found out that the reason for spectral soul demon Venerable's transformation was because of Feng Jioge. After the Fate Destruction battle, Feng Jioge had betrayed the celestial court and vanished. To think that when he appeared again he would have such a shocking move. What made Feng Yuan suspicious was that Feng Jioge probably had pseudo-venerable battle strength. Only with such strength could he influence spectral soul demon Venerable and retreat successfully. Be it Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they could not investigate spectral soul demon Venerable continuously. Maintaining an investigative killer move expended immortal essence and thoughts. This was also the reason why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up a starry sky calculation formation to inspect the whole of Central Continent in her place. Destiny Song. It can allow spectral soul demon Venerable and Wildfire Gu to come to an agreement and coexist peacefully. Feng Jioge's killer move has become even more powerful. Feng Yuan was already a refinement path Venerable now. In the entire world, other than Venerables, Feng Jioge was the most important person. He was worthy of Feng Yuan's attention. His talent was outstanding and stunning, and he was also Feng Kim Huang's father. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioge was plotted against by spectral soul demon Venerable, causing him to die while attacking Long-Hair Blessed Land. Now that Feng Yuan recalled it, he could see how much importance spectral soul demon Venerable placed on Feng Jioge back then. Precisely because of this, spectral soul demon Venerable set up a trap to kill Feng Jioge. If not for that, Feng Jioge would have been even more dazzling in his previous life. The strange thing was, in the 500 years of his previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable plotted against Feng Jioge. But in this life, Feng Jioge seemed to be repaying evil with kindness. He helped spectral soul demon Venerable greatly. Then, is the reason why Feng Jioge has pseudo-venerable strength because of future self, or is it because of his own cultivation during this period of time? Feng Yuan kept thinking. This was a crucial question. If there was still future self left in Feng Jioge's body, that meant Red Lotus Demon Venerable was still closely related to Feng Jioge. In that case, Feng Jioge was backed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and Feng Jioge might also be part of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. Feng Yuan was very clear about the relationship between these two. Back then, after he failed to rebirth in order to destroy Fate Gu, he was the one who told Feng Jioge the crucial information, allowing the latter to obtain his Red Lotus true inheritance. Why did Feng Jioge help spectral soul demon Venerable? And the attitude Celestial Court had towards Feng Jioge, it was worth Feng Yuan's consideration. Feng Yuan had already learned that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sent Celestial Court Gu immortals to capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Then, why did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not pursue Feng Jioge? Why did she give Feng Kim Hong the cold shoulder? It was as if she had forgotten about her? What was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan? Spring-autumn cicada could not be used, Feng Yuan had not reborn, there were many secrets and secrets that he did not know. And because he lacked investigative methods against venerables, and he had to pretend to be weak, Feng Yuan could only make guesses now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had finished healing her injuries, she left Celestial Court. Over the last few days, she had been refining Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Jioga, Destiny Song. I cultivate wisdom path, I control fate. Giant Sun Immortal cultivates luck path, he studies variables. This destiny song contains fate and variables, it involves heaven path and human path at the same time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences, and even looked at the history of humanity and variant humans. She felt that in terms of talent, Feng Jioga was definitely in the top 10. Feng Jioga had interacted with Fairy Myrtle and the rest, he might have even helped them. Now that he is helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his actions are likely to be very helpful to his Destiny Song killer move. The pursuers of Celestial Court had failed. They could not capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used all sorts of clues and deductions to deduce the truth. At this moment, inside Celestial Court, the derivation formation was still operating slowly. Che Wei and several other Gu Immortals were waiting in front of the formation. The 10 children of human path had already left Celestial Court, their memories had all been erased. This step was done by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. She did not erase their memories crudely, she made ingenious changes. The 10 children of human path would have a burst of inspiration in the following period of time, they would create related Gu recipes and so on. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was even more strict in this aspect. She would deal with any living being that interacted with the derivation formation like this. This way, as long as their wisdom path attainment could not match her, no one would be able to obtain information about the derivation formation from the 10 children of human path. The derivation formation was too important to Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had thought of all ways to keep this a secret. Ruan Dan flew out of the derivation formation. Che Wei and the rest immediately went up and asked in concern. Ruan Dan's expression soon returned to normal. He had an expression of wild joy. Amazing, this derivation formation is too amazing. I obtained close to 1,000 pill path Gu recipes, among which there are more than 100 immortal Gu recipes. I have been creating pill path killer moves for a long time, but my progress has been slow. But after going through the derivation immortal formation, I obtained more than 200 killer moves and 50 immortal killer moves. Che Wei and the rest were shaken. Ruan Dan was the first Gu cultivator to enter the formation, to think that his gains would be so terrifying. Different from the 10 children of human path, Ruan Dan was a legendary immemorial desolate beast, he had a long lifespan and rich experience, his foundation was extremely deep. Ruan Dan, you created pill path, but you do not know much about other paths. However, this derivation immortal formation can allow you to interact with the outstanding achievements of other paths with you as the center. After such a connection, there will be countless results derived, so the harvest is unimaginable. Feng Daki analyzed. She was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus sect. She was personally selected by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter the derivation formation. Ruan Dan nodded, praising, Fairy Feng is right. For a brand new path like Pill Path, the first step of development is to spread it widely. After that, countless Gu cultivators will come into contact with it and cultivate, using their different life experiences, different perspectives, and unique ways of thinking, they will accumulate Pill Path. After that, more and more people will cultivate, and geniuses will emerge, they will make breakthroughs and undergo qualitative changes, obtaining huge results. And now, the derivation immortal formation has replaced these steps. Using all sorts of outstanding Gu immortal inheritances, the geniuses of history will deduce it together with me, we will rapidly accumulate a vast amount of pill path knowledge in a short period of time. Hearing this analysis, Che Wei and the rest had heated gazes. It is my turn now. Che Wei was the second to enter the formation. Several days later, Che Wei entered the formation. His gains were as huge as Ruandan's. The immortals continued to analyze and discuss. Ruandan said, Che Wei, even though you have only created weapon path for a short period of time, far inferior to me. You are a pure human with the strongest intelligence, your gains are almost the same as mine. If you had created your path at the same time as me, your gains would be even greater. However, Che Wei shook his head. Fellow immortals, I have a different guess about this. Any path that reaches Grandmaster attainment level will gain the ability to comprehend other paths by analogy. By then, the Gu cultivator will use their own path to imitate the specialty of other paths. For example, using fire path Gu worms to form killer moves, or water path abilities, and so on. Immortal formation derivation can also be seen as forcefully comprehending other paths by analogy. The vast number of true inheritances stored in the immortal formation can be interpreted in another way through either Ruandan's pill path or my weapon path. For example, the Iron Rod Gu recipe that I obtained is a transformation of metal path research results along with weapon path. And Skin Whip Gu is the result of combining transformation path research results with weapon path. Che Wei's words immediately deepened the immortal's understanding of immortal formation derivation. Next was Feng Deqi's turn. Feng Deqi only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendant. After she entered the formation, she only spent a day and a night before leaving. After regaining her senses, she smiled. I have obtained painting path research results. Next, I will refine painting path immortal Gu and change it to my vital Gu. I will cultivate painting path. The immortals congratulated her. Immortal formation derivation's effect was not only to help human path, pill path, and weapon path develop rapidly, it could also extract the essence of each path's research results and condense them into new paths. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave behind any painting path inheritance for his bloodline descendants. But through immortal formation derivation, Celestial Court could directly nurture painting path Gu immortals. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no meaning in talking about Gu worms being the strongest, but Gu immortals did. The nurturing, use, and refinement of Gu worms depended on one's heart. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu and the other cores to set up the crazed demon formation. He created the truthful floating ice and tried to create eternal life research results, but he failed. Most of the truthful floating ice was lost. The remaining truthful floating ice was divided by Feng Yuan and the other 2 venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu to create the immortal formation derivation, allowing all paths to erupt and produce a vast number of research results. She saved a lot of time and also prevented a huge flaw from spreading too much. If Giant Sun Immortal had such a method back then, he would not have sent the Blood Sea clone to spread a vast number of blood path inheritances. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.